Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We have a big panel and a lot to get through tonight. So, for the sake of the smooth stream, we've boosted the read and TTS triggers. Messages $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Message $100 and up will be read/answered. And if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text to speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. Guys, we got channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime scuffed, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Even if you disagree with myself or the podcast, we'd love to have you. We welcome debate. We're looking, if you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM at whatever. Follow me on Instagram at BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. Really the pressing issue of our time. Oh, there you go. Okay. Damn, all right. This, hold on. Swordless Zainastu. Thank you for the gifted subs over there on Twitch, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you, man. Really appreciate your patronage. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link is in the description. Help us get to 1 million subscribers, guys. We're like, what, 10K away? We're so close. Help us to get to the 1 million subscriber milestone. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Link is in the description. Yep, there it is. And lastly, disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever podcast. So without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
My name is Luce. I'm 20 years old. I am based in Los Angeles. I'm a fitness model and a student.
Where do you study?
UC Santa Barbara.
And what's your major?
Biological anthropology.
Okay. I detect a bit of an accent. Where are you from somewhere?
No.
No? Oh, okay. All right.
My name is Northie. I'm 24 and I do a lot of content creation varying from YouTube. I have a YouTube channel called Hard Ones. I stream on Twitch. I post on TikTok, Instagram, and I have an OnlyFans and Patreon. Did
you say where you're from?
Oh, I am from DC.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Kenna. I'm from Northern California and I live in LA now.
Yo, PC Patty, thank you for the raid with the 131 of you. If you're new to the channel, go ahead and drop us a follow over there on Twitch. Go ahead.
I'm studying business right now and I'm a server.
Did you say I missed your age because of the raid?
I'm 21.
21. All right. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Aria Riley.
Oh my God, these guys really don't want to let you guys introduce yourselves. Hey, Swordless, thank you so much for the 20 gifted YouTube memberships. Really appreciate your patronage. I believe all the way over there from Dubai. Shout out Dubai. Thank you, man.
Very
appreciate
cool.
it. Go ahead.
All right. Hey, guys. My name's Aria Riley. I live in Las Vegas. I am a spiritual healer and advisor, former exotic dancer.
What? Wait, what's a spiritual healer?
So I do Reiki. I also do tarot card readings.
Reiki?
Reiki.
Is that like the chakra shit?
Kind of, yeah. But it's more so of like emotional release. So when you go through trauma or anything bad in life and you don't release it in the right way, that's how you start getting sick and it starts affecting your organs.
And Reiki?
Reiki.
It heals that or helps it. Okay.
Well, more so it helps you. I'm basically pushing the energy through different energy points in your body and it's helping you to release it. Because people can choose not to let go.
What do you say to somebody who calls that pseudoscience?
If you don't believe in it, you don't believe in it. It is what it is, to be cliche. But yeah.
I'm not saying that's my position necessarily, but what would you say to somebody whose position that was?
No, that's what I would say.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't believe in it, I'm not going to be like, hey, come try it, because it'll never work.
You need to believe in it in order for it to work?
Yeah.
That seems a little flimsy, doesn't it?
I mean, it's the same thing with like tarot card readings. Like, if you come in it with like a closed mind, I'm not going to be able to like read for you.
Well, if I go to the doctor and they give me morphine, whether I believe in it or not, it works.
Well, not everybody believes in spirituality, you know?
Okay. Age?
I don't tell people how old I am.
Why?
I like to be mysterious.
Okay, we're not going to do that on the show. What's your age?
Oh, I mean, respectfully, I just don't share that.
Why?
Because I like to be mysterious.
We don't like mystery here at the Whatever Podcast. We like transparency and forthcomingness, and we hope people can engage in good faith with the conversation.
Yeah. I'm very authentic, and I'm always truthful.
Look, there's nothing preventing me from you lying about your age if you'd rather lie about it.
That's true. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, so why don't you tell us the truth and just say what your age is?
I don't want to.
So if you're unwilling to just share a very basic biographical piece of information about yourself, how can I expect to engage with you in good faith in any other conversation that we're going to have?
You can engage with me with whatever else, but with me, that's a certain boundary. Like, even when I go
You have
on
a
dates,
boundary about sharing your age?
Yeah.
Is that...
And it's okay that
Andrew,
you don't
Andrew, what do you
understand
think?
it.
Andrew, what do you think about this?
Well, I've got my tarot cards over here, and I'm flipping them over. I've got your age pegged at 28. Am I way off?
You're wrong. We'll leave it at that.
Okay, so 30?
It's an age.
Yeah, that's an age, but I mean, you don't want to tell us at all?
Yeah, I just said that a couple times.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It seems like, I don't know. It seems like you don't want to be honest with us. That's all.
I'm a very honest person, and I'm honest about the fact that I don't share my age.
Why?
It's part of my mystery. It's part of my appeal.
You're not... Yeah, it's part of your appeal?
Yeah.
This would occur to me, like, if you were on a date with somebody, would you not even reveal your age to them?
No, I don't.
Wow, that seems a little shifty.
Call it what you may, but even on dates, I don't tell them. I've had guys go through like certain lengths to like try to grab my license and be like, what is your age? Like, if we're dating longer and like the only thing that I could see coming up is if you think that I'm underage, and that would be a problem. But if we're going to a bar and I'm able to drink, you know that I'm over 21. Or if we're dating for a long period of time and you're like, hey, I want kids, maybe I should know what your age is. Then okay, then it's gonna come up. But I don't share it just like off the back, and like certainly not.
Why don't you share it off the bat?
Because it is a part of my mystery.
What does that mean for something to be part of your mystery?
I don't.
Don't like dating profiles have a spot where you have to put your age in there? What do you put in there?
You can actually like hide it on certain like dating profiles.
Yeah, do you have your age hidden on all of your dating profiles?
I only have one, and yes.
I have a question.
Are you sure?
I have a question. Oh, go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead.
Well, the reason I'm curious is you must be on a dating app or two that you can't hide your age on. You can't hide it on all of them, right?
No, so I'm only on one dating app.
Do you put something in there that is not true?
No, I just hide the age.
You just hide it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
You know, I sometimes have a reputation for not having a lot of patience, but today my patience is especially, what's the best word to?
Thin?
Sure. If the choice, where did you drive from?
Flew.
You
from,
flew here.
Las Vegas.
Okay. If the choice is between revealing your age and me kicking you off the show right now, which do you choose?
Would you kick me off the show for
I'm
that?
considering it.
That's
I'm contemplating
insane. Okay.
It's not insane because you've been invited on the show in good faith. I don't know any legitimate reason why you would refuse to answer the age question. You could just lie. If it's like, just lie about your age.
If you want me to lie, I will. I'll like
It's
straight up
well,
say,
I'd prefer
hey,
the
I'm
truth.
lying about it. But that's being honest. And then if I don't, like if I go on dates and I'm telling you I don't share my age, you're asking me to share that information with whoever's watching this, with your 5 million followers.
And?
That's why.
What's wild?
Why? That's why.
You don't want to share, like, are you concerned about, like, doxing? Is that it?
What's that?
Well, no, actually, that's not. You've already stated that it's because you want to have this mystery. Well, I don't find that good enough pretext for refusal to share your age.
Oh. Well, I mean, different morals for different people.
It's a moral or an ethic to refuse to share your age?
Yeah, if it's important to me. I don't understand why you're not respecting that.
Because it's absurd.
Oh.
Why aren't you respecting my podcast by just being a good sport and good faith and just answering the age question?
I'm 22.
That's a lie.
How do you want me to make you happy?
All right, whatever. Moving on. What about you?
I'm Carly, I'm 23, and I'm a barista.
All right.
I'm Nicole. I'm 30. I'm a freelancer and artist.
Thank you for sharing your age. Appreciate it.
I'm Caroline, and I'm from Virginia. I'm 25, and I'm a professional nanny.
Thank you for sharing your age. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Isabel.
I am Isabel Brown. I'm an independent content creator. We do a live stream every day, and I'm also an author traveling the whole country for my new book, The End of the Alphabet, right now. Really excited about the opportunity to be back on the show and hopeful for a great conversation tonight.
Welcome back. Sorry, your age? Did you say
26. I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, just because I'm not really inclined to entertain this whole thing, when you messaged us, you indicated you were 29 in your casting questions.
Okay.
So was that true, or did you
that your
lie?
age?
Because if you did lie about that, then you have no problem lying about your age, right?
I lied about it. It's not to make it a big deal. Yeah.
Chat,
Okay.
how old do you think she is?
Oh, I love this game.
We'll leave it to chat. Okay, super bad faith, but all right. Going around the table, what is your current? Oh, actually, sorry, Andrew. Can we have you introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible. It's one of the fastest growing debate channels, if not the fastest growing debate channel on the internet. Pop onto the Whatever podcast from time to time when Brian invites me. Thank you for inviting me, Brian.
Thank you for coming, man. Good to have you back. Okay, so we're gonna go around the table once more. What is everybody's current relationship status? So, are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cult, whatever it may be? Yeah, there's a lot. If you're single, how long have you been single, and what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Starting with you, go ahead.
Single, maybe kind of talking stage. I'm a few months single, and the longest relationship I've ever been in was 3.5 years.
3.5 years, few months single, so 3-4 months single, or
2 to 3 months single.
Okay. And you said you're currently in a talking stage. How long has that
Yes.
been going on?
A few weeks.
A few weeks. Okay. What about you?
I am single. My longest relationship was 2 years. I've only ever had one relationship in my life, and that ended in August of 2023.
And you said you've been single for how long?
Since August of 2023.
Okay.
Mhm.
Got it. What about you?
I'm currently in a relationship
How long have you been in the relationship?
since November. It's like 5 months.
Relationship since.
Yeah.
Okay. Longest relationship?
2.5 years.
All right.
Single, in the talking stage. I think I've been single for like 1.5 years.
But you're currently in the talking stage.
Yeah.
How long's that been?
About 2 months.
Longest relationship?
3.5 years.
All right. What about you?
I'm single. I've been single for probably like 6 months. My longest relationship, probably like 1.5 years.
Okay.
Single.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. be, if she cannot be genuine about her age, what use is she? Get rid of her now, save us the nonsense, she is sure to spew. And yes, I spent $200 to make you go away rather than entertain her lunacy.
Yay, money.
I mean, we kind of already addressed it. Just, I appreciate your message, Grid One Motorsports. It's just kind of peculiar because it's like, if you don't share your age, because I mean, we can make assessments in terms of directing the flow of the conversation. Well, okay, if she's 21, then maybe she's just had the dating experience of being in college, but maybe, you know, if she's 30, then she's had more dating experience, and then I can cater my questions a little more accurately based on that. But if you just say, well, it's a mystery, well, it makes it a little harder for me to engage with you in good faith in terms of trying to reel you into the conversation, trying to ask you perhaps specific questions that could be related to your age.
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $200. LOL won't share her age. Whilst in the meantime showing off 96.8% of her saggy fun bags to all of Brian's 5 million subs. Is that planters? Cause I smell peanut brain. Here we go again.
Well, I do want to say this to you. I didn't realize that it would be such a big deal. Like, I'm not doing it to be disrespectful. It's just, I mean, honestly, that's just how I go about my life.
You said you do OF, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do you post nude content?
Yeah.
So you refuse to share your age, but I mean, you're posting nude content. You're talking about mystery, but you're not leaving much mystery, it occurs to me. Like, how do you reconcile your desire to have mystery about yourself? You won't even share biographical information, but there's like literally nude content of you online. To me, it's that seems a bit contradictory. Do you understand?
I guess so. I guess I've never really like thought about it, to be honest. I just don't correlate the two. Yeah.
Okay.
You have perhaps another coven of witches who is casting spells against you, and you're concerned if you release what your age is, that they could then use that to target you. Is it like a witch protection program?
Witch protection program?
I think sorry,
go ahead.
I think like there's no rhyme or reason to why she didn't choose to share her age, but like I think you've expressed that it wasn't particularly logical per se to not share your age if there's other confounds in her life that maybe aren't alluding to mystery. But I think the reason you take it so personally is because you just don't want a woman to tell you no to a piece of information about herself. Like, I agree, I would share my age, but I think, why are you guys so upset about her not sharing her age? I just don't really care.
Well, how did you arrive at the conclusion that the reason I'm a bit flustered by this is because I'm upset that specifically a woman, you use gendered words there. Like, are you asserting that if a man refused to do this, that I wouldn't also be equally like, yo, what the fuck? You asked to come be on the podcast. It's basic bio information. Like, her gender is totally irrelevant. But please articulate how you arrived at that conclusion.
I just think it's just, you're clearly targeting other aspects of her life that are more effeminate things, such as being naked on the internet.
How is that a feminine thing?
Well, not
That's
effeminate thing.
It's neither masculine nor feminine.
No, effeminate in the sense of
effeminate.
Women are typically targeted in certain, not targeted, but in certain age brackets. Age is a more stigmatized thing for women. I think if it was a man on the podcast here, someone wouldn't comment, oh, well, gee, she looks 30 and this. Like, I think age is a more sensitive topic for women. I don't agree with not sharing that piece of information personally, but I think the tabooness of your age in an industry such as she does, like OnlyFans, you might want to be private about your age in order to acquire more wealth and consumers and that sort of thing.
So fraud.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
you're in favor of somebody fraudulently advertising their age to appeal to a different demographic.
in porn, women pretend to be stepmothers to appeal to a demographic. I don't think that's a.
It's
Chris donated $200. This is why you don't deal with Christ. Black women and don't take them seriously.
Well, no racism, guys, please. Okay, all right.
I think for me, I studied the law of attraction, and there's a certain chapter I mean, it's a
Go ahead.
really good book. I highly recommend it to people. But yeah, I studied the law of attraction, and there's a
But
section
the book's not
in there.
called The Law of Attraction.
I'm sorry.
It's called The Secret, right?
I'm sorry.
The art of what?
The art
It's
of
called The
seduction
Secret.
is
The
what I'm
Secret.
thinking of.
Wait, by Robert Greene?
Yeah.
Also the author of 48 Laws of Power?
Yeah. I'm glad that you're familiar with Robert Greene. He has really good books. So there's a chapter in The Art of Seduction where it talks about you needing mystery. And I didn't start doing the age thing until the internet went crazy over Alexa Demi from Euphoria. And people went crazy because they couldn't figure out what her age was and they couldn't find where it was online. So I took notes from that.
So forgive my question here maybe, but seduction is the process of alluring somebody to yourself, correct?
Yeah.
How is it alluring somebody if you're willing to put yourself entirely nude on the internet, but you have to reveal mystery about your age in order to get there? I guess I'm just having a hard time understanding the dichotomy there with seduction.
With that kind of work.
Well, hold on.
The whole thing of it.
That
is
was a question
fantasy.
directed towards her. So
you're
let's have
both
her
on
answer.
OnlyFans, correct? So would love to have both of your take on it.
There's certain parts you can pick and choose what parts of your life you want to be mysterious. It's up to you. And that's just a part that I've noticed that people kind of go crazy over, so I kept it. It's all trial and error for me.
Interesting.
What works, what doesn't.
How about your perspective? I'm curious.
So my perspective is basically with that kind of work is what you are is you're buying a fantasy. It's not real. It's never going to be real. That's just kind of how I see it. So from my perspective, I can understand in her line of work, it's understandable she wouldn't share her age. With my platform, I don't share my age either, but
that's really sad to me. So what type of fantasy are we trying to sell? That you're a child? That you're a teenager? That you're
I don't do
21?
I don't do the P word. I don't do corn.
Okay, so but largely on the platform scale, right? If we're just talking anecdotally about the platform and selling a mystery on the platform of OnlyFans to consumers, what's the mystery there by hiding your age? What's the fantasy that you're selling to certain people?
So what I tell people is yes, obviously I'm over 18, but it's my privacy to keep my age withheld. If they want to think I'm 30 years old, 25, I'll always catch them if they think I'm a teenager. I'm I'm not a teenager. I correct that behavior. I don't like to cater towards that kind of audience. But outside of that, for my own privacy, my personal life, should be a separate thing. Like anyone's work, you have your life outside of work.
Interesting.
Oh my God, who the hold on.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Make bad faith dollar store, S worker, take the long walk. I don't know. We'll see how the rest of the show goes. But what was I going to say? Thank you, Grid One. Appreciate it. Okay. So the secret is BS. There is no law of attraction.
Art of seduction. I misspoke.
Oh, right. Okay,
Yeah.
The art of seduction. Okay,
But
sorry.
look
Yeah.
at how it's turned into a whole conversation right now. Just simply talking about it.
Yeah, you've burned about 20 minutes of the time. If
I've burned it. We could have just kept it moving.
hold
on
on.
to the next
Let me just turn that.
conversation.
Let me just reverse Uno this.
Okay.
You could have just said your age. Why am I at fault when you're kind of the one who's every other girl here stated their age? So you're the outlier.
That's fine. I don't need to be like every other girl here. I'm just saying it easily could have kept going, but that's the point I'm trying to make. It's such a debate about it just because somebody doesn't want to share their age. And it's kind of odd to me, but that's just how it works.
Something I've noticed with not sharing my age is it keeps money coming in and it keeps people wanting to know more about you.
Yeah.
So that is definitely an aspect and part of that.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things I really object to when these girls lie about their age, you'll have women who are in their 20s. They'll do this on TikTok. They'll do it on OF. They'll actually claim in the reverse direction. They'll claim that they're older than they'll actually are. They'll claim, I'm 40, I'm 50, and I know exactly why they fucking do it, to appeal to the older male demographic who has more disposable income. And oh my God, you're so beautiful for a 40-year-old, 50-year-old. And they perpetuate this lie. They sell the girlfriend experience, and I frankly think it's fraud. I think it's fraud to misrepresent details about yourself in order to attempt to falsely appeal to somebody.
I can
think
agree
that's
with
fraud.
that. I think you're playing a character, you're playing a fantasy online, as well as what you're referring to. I would say that's just straight up clickbait. It's for people to be like, whoa, like you're that old, you look so good. It gets views. That's what it does. Yeah.
Anyways, moving on. I think we left off here with your relationship status, right? You said you were single.
Yeah, single.
For how long?
4 years.
4 years.
Yeah.
You were previously married. Oh, hold on.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. I do not want to know more about you. I want you to go away. Because you are wasting time. We could be talking about cool stuff. You have failed in life. Please get help.
You've invoked their wrath. It's okay though. They'll calm down. Okay. Were you previously married?
No.
No?
Oh,
Okay.
I was with a girl for like 3 years.
Okay,
That
I
was
got my
longest.
notes mixed up then.
Yeah.
Longest relationship?
Yeah, longest relationship.
3 years, you said?
Yeah, 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think in your pre-show notes you said that you used to be lesbian, but now you've changed up. Is that?
Yeah.
Do you care to elaborate?
Well.
So okay, like, have you, like, from pretty much whenever you started dating, were you always just interested in women, and then were you bi? Did you previously date men, then you switched to women? What's the?
Yeah, I've always only been with women, and then like it was like recently like I just started liking a guy and like.
Is this the first guy you've ever liked?
Well, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm awkward. Yeah. It was.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm autistic. I'm sorry. It was like 2022 when I first liked the guy, and yeah, it was not a good experience.
Wait, the current guy or a different guy?
Well,
You said 2022.
Yeah.
It's like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
You said you currently like a guy though. Is it the same guy that you liked in 2022?
No, this is the same guy, but like it's the first time I've been with a guy. It was in 2022.
You met him in 2022.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, 21, but.
So you've been dating him for 3 years?
No, it's complicated, but like yeah, it was my first time was with him. That was in 2022.
Okay.
Yeah.
But and there's been no other guys in the picture?
No.
Just him?
Yeah.
Wait, the first time was in 2022?
Yeah.
So is this like a friends with benefits, or how do you categorize because you said you're single,
Yeah, I'm single.
but you've been seeing this guy, is it on again, off again?
No, it is complicated. We were never really it's a long story. Oh God, this is awkward. I can't explain it. Maybe later on I'll open up more about it, but I can't explain it. It's too complicated. It's too long of a story.
What?
Go ahead, Andrew.
How many drugs are you on?
Sorry, I have anxiety right now. I'm sorry. But yeah.
All right. Well, let's reel it in. So start from the beginning real quick and just kind of answer the basic questions that Brian's asking. It's okay. You can just kind of chill out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So you were a lesbian for most of your life. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then when did you meet this guy?
2021.
2021. And are you still seeing him on again, off again?
No.
Okay. So you're not seeing him anymore.
No.
Okay. How long were you seeing him?
The majority of 2022. Yeah.
Okay. So about a year.
Yeah, about half of that, like summer.
Oh, just this. So you were only seeing him for a few months.
Yeah.
Okay. And are you still dating men?
I'm open to it, but I'm not really looking. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
Okay, what about you?
I'm single, and my longest relationship was 1.5 years, and I've been single since the beginning of February.
Okay. Was that the one that ended in February? Was that the you said 1.5 year longest
Yeah,
relationship?
yeah.
That's the one that ended in February?
Yes.
Okay. What about you?
I am very happily engaged. I'm getting married in 81
Wait, let's
days,
see the-
so
can
very
we see
exciting.
the-
He did a great
Oh, look
job.
at
Shout
that.
out
Oh,
Brock.
man.
I know you're watching
Hey,
at home.
yo, W's in the chat for Brock.
He did great. Yeah, no, I'm very happy.
Engaged.
We
How long were you
started
guys
dating
dating?
in 2021, July of 2021.
2021. Okay.
So we've been together since then.
All right. Cool. And did you propose or did he propose?
He proposed.
Okay, just checking.
He
Just
proposed
curious.
at the Grand Canyon. It was
Oh.
beautiful. We were hiking. It was great.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is Madison invited to the wedding?
You know, it's so funny. We were catching up on all the fun things the last time I was on the show, that it was her first time on the show. So I love that. Yeah.
All right. Andrew, your relationship status?
I'm married, happily married, have been for well over a decade.
Okay. I'm going to read a couple chats here. Can Grid One Motorsports STFU? Dude donates so much. He's basically Brian's feeder. Brian, it's summer. Let's stop looking preggers. Yeah, dude, I got to lose the dad bod, bro. I'm stressing. What's with the age modesty and not the JJ and B-hole modesty? Well, I think she addressed that. I asked her, well, okay, you're mysterious about your age, but like everything else ain't a mystery, you know what I mean? So yeah, we'll leave it at that. Thank you though. Chris, this is another example of why I'm so glad that, whoa, bro, Jesus, bro, why are you trying to get me in trouble, Chris? Hold on. Chris, bro, cut the fucking, bro. Damn, dude. Trying to get my shit canceled. Okay. Wait,
By the way, Isabel, my wife, I guess, is a fan of your work.
No way. Hello to your
Yeah.
wife. Thank you.
Yeah, you probably know her on Twitter, Rachel Wilson.
Oh, yes. The name sounds very familiar. Amazing. We'll have to stay
Gustavo
connected.
choose for Brian using a salute for 4'9", half Asian and white, concert violinist, beef curtain, but does OF, only nudes, or robot for same as above, doesn't do OF, but had a labiaplasty? What? So Gustavo, you have to choose using a salute. I'm kind of here, I'll pull it up again. For me, you're matchmaking for me based off of these two hypothetical scenarios. She's a 4'9", half Asian, half white, concert violinist, beef curtains, but does OnlyFans, only nudes, or robot for, pick one, Gustavo. The second, one or two? One or two, Gustavo. Bro, Gustavo, what the, okay. All right, and then we have Pico Steins, Brian's organization BLM is doing a survey to see how many of our young may be at risk for performing a labiaplasty. Ladies, please indicate to the chairman, Gustavo, whether you have an Innie. Oh my God, bro, what is going on tonight? Guys, I swear normally the fucking messages are not this crazy. He wants to know whether you guys have an Innie or an Outie labia. You don't have to answer, but if you do, that's like, you can. She was about to. Fuck, I shouldn't.
Oh, well, no.
Wait, you were gonna?
I think it's like, I think the porn industry and, sorry, can we say that word?
Yeah, it's fine.
The porn industry and everything has changed so much, because I remember being younger and being exposed to pornography and only seeing any labias. And I would argue now I'm seeing every which way, every type of woman. I also think, as someone who is bisexual, I've never had a preference, and I think, you know, both can be sexy, and like I don't have a problem with either. And I think it's getting less stigmatized, which is really healthy for younger generations, because you should never go under the knife for something unless it is absolutely necessary, in my opinion. But you know, that's how I feel. I think it's progressing.
That's
in
probably
a lot of
the
ways.
only thing we're gonna agree on the entire night. I agree.
Why do you say that? That's not fair.
I don't know.
You don't know me.
I don't know. But I concur. Labiaplasty, 10,000 a year in the United States. It's a tragedy. You state you don't have a preference. I'll just come out and say it. I have a preference. Hashtag big labia matter. Any girls want to answer? Show of hands, anybody want to answer the question? Okay, sorry, dude. They're not going to answer, bro.
Could have been a good promo for anyone who does.
It's a bit much, but where were we? Oh, we were doing relationship status. So
Subscribe to find out.
single relationship, single talking stage, single. We got a lot of single people here. So what does being single actually mean? So you
That's
said you're
interesting.
single/talking stage, right? So do you have a guy in the picture, girl in the picture? You got a roster? What's?
I have. I don't have a roster per se, but I like being open-minded to like new ideas of dating and try to not limit myself. But I do think when you're single, once you choose to go into the talking stage, it's really important to kind of cater down to one or very few people, because otherwise I think you don't get the experience of like getting to know them, depending whether or not you actually want to date. I always go into things wanting to date. I've never really been part of like a hookup culture type of thing. So yeah, I would say right now I'm talking to one person. I was interested in a girl in the past, and now I'm talking to a guy. So I'm fairly open-minded, but I think being single means that you are focusing on yourself and not letting any person in your life take up too much time for you, unless you're ready to be in that type of committed relationship.
So right now you're currently seeing like one person.
Yeah. So
There's
I'll
no
never
side pieces.
I'll never side piece,
No side
even if I'm
pieces.
single. I think it comes from a place of like, if you are eventually going to date that person and I think they find out that you maybe weren't committing as much time to them as they thought, I just think there has to be a lot of communication in any type of like talking stage.
Okay.
So
For me, I've been single for most of my life. Like I said, I was only in one relationship. I don't like being with someone I feel like drags me down. I am very ambitious. I value growth. So for me, being single is being able to grow and not settle for anything less.
So there's nobody in the picture right now. Not
Nobody.
even talking stage.
Nope.
Friends with benefits.
No.
Nothing. Okay. Relationship, right?
Oh, okay.
You said you're in the talking stage, correct?
Yeah, there
for
is
2 months?
somebody that
Are there multiple people?
I'm still going out on other dates, but there is a person that I'm talking to like more than the
Nick,
other
can you
ones.
close the doors. Well, aren't you like you have multiple sugar daddies? Is that correct?
Right now, there's just one.
Just one?
Yeah.
Just one?
Yeah.
I thought you had multiple, didn't you?
In the past, I have.
Oh, okay. Currently, there's just one. And is
Yeah.
that the talking stage, or is that
That's the talking
separate?
stage, yeah.
You're in a talking stage with a sugar daddy.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, wait. We have some videos. There's some TikToks, Nick. There's 2 of them that we're gonna play really quick
Okay.
from your account, Nick. If you can pull those TikToks up, full screen.
Oh, is it the boat one? Please be the boat
Yes. I might have you pause it, but just. Okay. Got it. Pause the audio.
Look at my.
Do you want to pause the audio? Sure. Yeah, no audio. Ready? Black woman, white sugar daddy. I'm going to show him my real hair. Is this your current sugar daddy that's about to come up?
one. No, I actually broke up with him in January.
Oh. Good times.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then there's another one, and this one we will play the audio, Nick.
That's the viral one. This the boat, right?
The boat one?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
You don't have to pause it, bro.
Start it over.
Was that a Roman salute at the end there? I don't know. So, is that your current sugar daddy?
Okay, I'm so glad that you asked me that, because that man was never a sugar daddy.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, no, but the internet went crazy about it, and there was so much that came from that video over something like so simple, but that he was never a sugar daddy.
Boyfriend?
Nope.
Rendezvous?
No.
Client?
Mm-mm.
So
So,
you just-
what happened was...
Yeah, what's the story?
Okay, the world can know. So me and my friend went out to a bar that night. I had just gotten fired from the strip club, and we went out. We were having a drinking night, and we met these two guys, and he invited us. He was like, hey, have you girls ever been sailing? And we were like, no. And he invited us to go sailing the next day, and that's how that video happened. Sorry to let you guys down.
Wait, he invited you to go sailing?
Yeah.
And you met him at the strip club?
No, we met him at the bar.
Oh, at the bar. Excuse me. Okay, you got fired from. Yeah. Okay. It's a funny video.
Yeah.
He's singing a song.
Mm-hmm.
Do you normally find yourself on boats with geriatric men?
No, I think that might have been the first time.
That was the first one?
Yeah.
How old was the guy in the first video?
Oh, wait.
Looked like a
No, I actually don't
gray
know.
fox? Is that what they're called? Silver fox?
I would guess like 56.
40s, 50s? Huh?
I would guess like 56.
Okay.
But I'm not sure.
Okay. Good times. Good times.
Yeah.
So you're in the talking stage with your current sugar daddy. What's the, how did you meet him? Seeking?
No, so he found me on Instagram. I was doing a bikini contest in Vegas, and another girl had posted the video, and he found me through her page.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the arrangement that you guys have? What's your like allowance and other stuff?
With him, and that's why we're kind of moving to the talking stage, because it was never really like discussed. Like, I know we're giving him the label sugar daddy, but he's not really like a sugar daddy, and he just like willingly sends me money all the time. I think that we started talking in January, and he sent me like $20,000, but probably more.
In one transaction, or
no,
like over collect? Yeah, okay.
And like even right now, he's like helping.
But that was just 1 month, right?
No, from January to like right now.
So 3 months.
Yeah. And he's helping me like start my business. Like he's I'm doing brand strategy. It was like $3,500, and he's like completely taking care of that because he just wants me to be successful. I'm very grateful and very lucky.
So you said he sent you initially like about 20,000. Is that all that he sent you?
No.
How much has he sent you total?
So, to be honest, I don't know. It's been a lot, and that doesn't include like the Botox or the fillers or all the Amazon gifts. Like he's just naturally wants to spoil me.
Do you want to estimate?
I would guess in like cash like 20,000, and then maybe in gifts maybe like 25, 26.
So almost like 50,000 total.
No, like 26.
Wait, did I do the math wrong?
Oh, I'm sorry. So like
is my math
20,000 in like
wrong?
cash, but like 6,000 in like gifts and like
I see.
Botox
Okay.
and stuff. Yeah.
All right.
Wait, I thought you said about 20,000 in gifts. I thought
No,
that's
in
what
cash.
you said.
Total.
Yeah,
Oh,
I would say
okay.
probably like 26 in total.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
and my rent's on auto pay too, so I guess I forgot to like mention that.
Pays your rent and pays for your car as well?
My car's already paid off.
Well, then what's the auto?
Auto pay, I think, is what she's saying.
Auto
Rent
auto
is on
pay.
auto
Okay,
pay.
sorry.
Yeah.
So she pays your. Okay, got it.
You thought she was like talking about automobiles?
Yeah, well, I didn't know what she was referencing.
That makes sense.
That makes sense.
Reasonable.
So, okay, how many, you said that previous times you've had multiple sugar daddies though? Mm-hmm. How many sugar daddy, right now you have one. What's the most that you've ever had at any given point?
So that's a little bit harder to say because I do focus on like one person at a time, but like separately, other people will send me like amounts of money.
Okay.
So.
How many have you had total?
Give it a few. Let's get their stories before I start wrecking everybody, okay?
Okay.
Wait, we could hear you, Andrew. I don't know if.
Oh, sorry.
Did you intend?
My bad.
Bro, did you intend for us to hear that, Andrew? Bro, you gotta mute your microphone if you're gonna do. You gotta mute it.
To be honest, I'm not sure. Yeah.
You don't know?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. I think you do know.
I really don't though. I'm just sitting here trying to think, and I'm like, how much time do we have? So I'm not sure.
Better question maybe, and this is just out of my own curiosity.
Yeah.
On a monthly basis, what's the most you've ever made from people just randomly sending you money in 1 month?
Maybe like 25,000.
Wow. Forgive my ignorance on this, but these are people that literally just like find you on Instagram. They send you a DM and they say, hey, what's your Venmo? Hey, how can I send you this giant pile of cash? How does that process work?
Now it is. Previously, I was an exotic dancer, so I was meeting guys in the strip club. And, you know, some of the money would be money that I made at work, and then some of it would be like, hey, I really like you. Can I see you outside of work? So we would figure that out.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
What would you say is so you don't have any idea how many total? Have you had more than 10 sugar daddies?
The part where I guess I'm like stumbling on is like, I call them sugar daddies for like the internet, just to give them a label. I would see it more so as like a spoiled girlfriend relationship. And if that's the case, like if you're asking me how many men have I had send me money just like to be around me, I have no idea. That's an unlimited amount of men.
Okay. What would you say is the average age of the sugar daddies? I know might be the age thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say this might be a difficult topic because I really don't talk about it. We don't talk about it.
Okay. What's the oldest age of any of the
would
sugar daddies?
Guess 56.
56. Okay. All right. Interesting. Good times.
Yeah, good times.
Have any of them sent you money and you've never even met them in person?
Yes. So the guy that I'm talking to right now, I didn't meet him until...
After he spent how much?
12,000.
That's a lot of money.
Damn.
It's pretty big.
What?
A little slate on. Oh, there's Andrew. Kind of life on easy mode a little bit.
I don't think that's true at all.
You don't
Yeah.
think it's life on easy mode for somebody
Yeah, I
to
mean,
send
you
you 12?
really got to hustle to have men send you tens of thousands of dollars. It's difficult work.
Early on in my life, yeah, there was like a really big hustle. I know you guys don't like necessarily believe in spirituality, but I really do believe that the more that you heal, you kind of just like radiate on this like frequency where the universe like just spoils you.
You radiate on the sex worker frequency?
If that's what you want to call it,
Is
hell
that-
yeah.
But it's like, so you do this healing, you heal yourself, and then, because I think a lot of people would say that sex work tends to be damaging.
It is.
So you heal it is. Okay.
It is.
How so?
So I'm thinking going back from like the strip club, you don't realize how bad it is until you get out. And I didn't realize, like, I was working, I won't say exactly where, but I was making like a really good amount of money, like anywhere from $2,000 to $6,000 a night just working in the club, and you get so addicted to that money and that lifestyle, and then you come out of it and you're like, whoa. I put up with so much shit from men that I didn't realize how damaging that was to like my boundaries and my self-esteem, because I was doing it for money. Like I was putting myself in a lower vibration and a lower frequency so I could go home with a certain amount of money.
Do you think that's exactly what's happening with OnlyFans as well, and with people paying you money to watch videos of you on the
Grid
internet?
One Motorsports donated $200.
Thank you, Grid One.
It is
Appreciate
easy
it.
math. She is a who and sells herself to men.
Damn.
Which is why she does not talk about it. Because it is disgusting. Nothing complicated, just a who. May God find mercy for you, as I cannot.
you
No
wanna
one
respond?
asked
Do you
for
wanna
your mercy. Yeah, and the same man that's sending $1,000 so you can shit talk on YouTube. Yeah, okay. Good luck with
How's
that.
that?
It's
Don't you think that that's
it's-
more noble than
wait,
a guy
no,
sending
I'm sorry.
$20,000?
I was-
just
Doc
to like
I
Venables
was
donated
still
$200.
Hold on.
Reiki and tarots are tools of obfuscation. Hiding her age is just another element of her con. Now she is revealing the extent of her grift. To quote Java Millie, Pie fuera.
I would kind of agree that it is part of the con. Like, the art of seduction is kind of a con. You're like learning how to manipulate people to a certain extent.
Well, at least you're honest about it, I guess.
Yeah.
Wait, I am
You at
really,
least
really
admit.
curious to know, though. So you say you were so up close to the abuse and the self-esteem damage and the financial allure of working in the strip club, and you didn't realize how bad that was until you got out. How is that different fundamentally from what you're doing right now as an OnlyFans creator and posting illicit content online for money?
So with OnlyFans, you're allowed to choose what kind of content that you create. I'm not making anything where I feel like I'm degrading myself. I love being naked. Naturally, I love being naked, and I take pictures of myself naked, and if someone's gonna buy them, okay, I don't have a problem with that.
Does that put you at a higher vibrational frequency? Would you say that the wattage increases with the
I would
vibrational
say
frequency of the nudes?
that it doesn't really affect my frequency. Like, I'm not... Yeah.
It takes you from like a low frequency to a high frequency?
It doesn't affect my frequency at all. It helps my bank account.
Wait.
You go from like 100 megahertz to 150 megahertz? Something like that?
Womp womp.
No, I'm serious. How is... This is measurable, right?
Frequency.
Yeah, your frequency is measurable. Am I incorrect about that?
Sure.
You think I was cracking a joke? I wasn't.
I don't know how to measure
genuinely
frequency.
Curious.
Yeah, you have to like ask someone that does.
Wait, I thought you do.
Oh, you don't.
Reiki, though.
You don't measure your
I
frequency.
do, but I can't measure somebody's frequency. No.
Oh. Are you able to do Reiki on inanimate objects, or is it like only on humans?
It has to be like living.
It has to be living.
Yeah.
Could you do like a demonstration on like that energy drink really quick?
Grid One Motorsports donated $200. Of course you do not have a problem with any of it, you harlot. You are a predator, lying and cheating and stealing your way through life. You suck the life from all around you. Get help.
Grid One is just going in.
Yeah.
I think he's upset about the age thing.
He's allowed to be upset.
Would you say that your standard is like, I don't know, 304 megawatts? That's like maybe the standard for you?
Next question.
Your frequency?
Is this like Kelvin or joules?
Takes me back to high school chemistry.
Anyways,
right there.
Wait, okay, let me get into some of my pre-show notes here. So, let's see here. Wait, who's, oh yeah, okay. Wait, hold on one sec. What's going on here? Oh yeah, okay, weird. How do you say your name again?
Loose.
Loose. How do you spell it? L-U-C-E, is that right?
L-U-C-E.
So there's a little history here. I think we sent out one of our mass invites and you received one, and it sounded like you were not a fan of the show, but we got you on.
Yeah, so at the time, I think I had a friend of mine just come on the show.
Who was on the show? Okay.
And she is a mixed race black woman, and she was on the show and had some aspects of conversation that resulted in her getting a lot of just hate mail and kind of the devil's advocacy. And I think I was at a point, I'm very loyal to my friendships, and like I really care about the girls, you know. So
Sure.
I was very defensive towards that, but I also think there is a tendency when men play devil's advocacy that just kind of often puts a panel of women in the position where they do receive public ridicule. So I think at the time I was just not in a position of being confident enough in myself to have these type of conversations, with understanding that there are those varying opinions and you can face scrutiny. You know, this was maybe 2 years ago or a year ago. I was younger.
Maybe about a year ago. Was the friend in question, you said that she was mixed race. I think I know who you're referring to. I think we were having a conversation of, would you date a police officer? And she said something about she would not date a police officer. Her words were a bit more belligerent than that, but and I asked her, well, why? And then I think I gave a bit of pushback, essentially saying, well, I almost, is this the one? She's talking about police. And then I kind of very politely interjected, and I said, well, I think I said I disagree. That was the extent of the, and then she says like, oh, I bet you would, white boy. Is that the one? That's the one? Should we find the clip? I don't know if we can find. Let me see if I can find the clip. Wait, so.
God, I love her.
That's the one. Okay.
The weather boy clip. You guys know what I'm talking
Wouldn't
about?
you
Well,
like to
and
know
so-
whether what?
Like to know weather boy.
And so she'd been on the show, and I think the clip maybe went viral because
Yes.
in addition to saying that, calling me white boy, I think 2 times, and then she said that I wouldn't be able to understand where she's coming from because of my skin color. I think she also said that you can't be racist towards white people, which I think also got people a little riled up. So do you agree? Do you agree with her? Or
I think there is some level of I mean, we're young women coming on here and just kind of facing the forefront of discovering who we are and how we perceive socioeconomic problems or police brutality discussions. But I think coming from her standpoint of the racial barrier that does exist in policing, especially in America, institutionalized policing and a history of such matters, I think you can't fully understand her perspective or maybe why she's defensive in the way that she
Dog
was.
35967 donated $200. Hey Brian, first time donator here. Question for the ladies, what is the least a guy can make an hour for you to date him?
Okay, we'll answer this one really quick. Minimum amount a guy has to make an hour for you to date him?
I don't care if he pays for everything.
What do you mean?
If he, I don't
So
care how
you'll date
much he
him-
makes.
You'll date
If
him.
he'll take me to dinner still, then no problem. I don't
You will
care.
date a guy so long as he pays for all the dates.
If we were in a full relationship, I
First-
would be fine with a mutual date, but the first date, I would expect them to pay. It doesn't matter how
What
much
about
they
the
make.
first few dates? Second, third, fourth? Still want him to pay or fine?
If I really liked them, I could do 50-50.
But if you like them a little bit less, you'd still prefer for them to.
If I liked them a little less, I wouldn't go on multiple dates.
But you used a qualifier there. If I really liked them, so there's some degree of less liking where you would still tolerate a date, but you'd
I
still
think
prefer
for a
them to
first
pay.
date, if you don't, if you're not enjoying, I've had dates where I've paid in full because I hated the date so much.
Okay.
I think maybe other girls can relate to that.
Okay. Sure. What about you?
What was the question?
What is the least a guy can make an hour for you to date him?
So for me personally, I would want someone to meet my level in ambition. And that's kind of what I'm looking for.
What's your level of ambition?
Like I wake up, I start working, I don't stop working until I go to bed. I would want someone that has goals in their life, that strives to like do something with their life. I don't want someone who's just sitting around not doing a whole lot. I'd want someone who wants to better their life step by step, again and again, and basically like never stop that cycle. So that's what I would personally
So like
be
you
looking
wouldn't
for.
date, would you date a guy who works 9 to 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like if he's like ambitious and like wants to like.
Let's say he's
it,
not
like, really-
ambitious, but he has a 9 to 5 job.
No.
Okay. So need to be ambitious and. Okay.
I need someone that meets the same values that I have for myself. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Either that person's going to make themselves feel smaller, or I'm going to feel smaller, and it's not.
Would you date a blue collar worker?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think for right now, I'm 21. I think we're all still kind of in college and everything. So as long as you're, pursuing your own career and everything, I think that's cool. But later on down the road, I would like a man to make a good amount of money because I want to live a luxury or at least a happy, healthy kind of lifestyle.
Well, you just said you want to live a luxury life. And I certainly agree with you. I think when you're in college, the money component isn't really, you're 19, 20, 21. I don't think people are really like, oh, is this guy making this much a year? Like, I don't think, because the men you're dating, they're probably also in college.
Right.
They probably, maybe they're employed, maybe they're not. But you said, though, later down the road, you do want a guy who's a bit more established. When you say later down the road, do you mean like late 20s, early 20s, or mid 20s?
I'd say like whenever I'm ready to get married, whenever I'm ready to, be serious with someone, then that's like, I think that's just kind of like what I look for in a man too. I don't want a bum necessarily. Like, I don't want someone who's not gonna go to college, or not that going to college really means you have to be, go to college to make money, but
Okay.
I just think it's kind of.
So you did say, though, the guy that you do finally want to settle down with, do you have a sense of what his minimum yearly income you'd like it to be for him?
That's a hard question.
6 figures?
Yes.
Okay. But 100K,
ideally
200K?
I'd say like 100K. Like, I don't
Minimum?
expect
Okay.
crazy,
Okay.
but I also don't expect the bare minimum.
Okay. And are you gonna want to work too?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. And you want kids?
Mhm.
How many kids?
2.
And do you want to be working while you're pregnant and during those early years?
I
or
would
do you want
like
to take time off?
to have that, time off,
Okay.
so I could have that support from my husband.
But you said you want a luxury lifestyle. What does that entail?
I want to be able to travel.
How frequently? Internationally or nationally?
Both. I grew up traveling a lot with my mom. She's a single mother, and she's still, we went to China, you're all over Europe and a lot of places. So I think if someone, in her position can do it, I think that's kind of like what I look for kind of too. Because if my mom can do it, she was going to school, working 2 jobs, and she busted her ass for me. And
What was your father? Were they divorced when you were
they were
young?
divorced.
Was he paying alimony or child support or anything like that?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Good. Well, I
It
asked
wasn't
just
like-
because you say, well, she was able to do it, but I mean, depending on the amount of child support, it's not clear if it was solely her that was enabling.
My mom's a hustler. I'll say
Okay,
that.
fair enough. I don't know all the details. Okay, so you'd want a guy, luxury lifestyle, so multiple vacations a year. You want to remain in Southern California?
Yeah.
Large, how many bedrooms in the house?
However many I
You
need
said you
for
want
my kids.
2
Yeah,
kids?
Like about 3 to 4.
3 to 4
at
kids.
least.
Does each kid get a bedroom?
Yeah, I would hope so.
Okay. So we're talking 4 or 5, 6 bedroom house. Do you want a luxury car?
I would love one.
Love one. Okay.
But I can also support myself and buy myself those things.
What are you studying in college again?
Business.
Business. Okay. Okay. So minimum income, 6-figure salary. Okay. What about you?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was question for the ladies. Hold on. What is the least a guy can make an hour for you to date him?
I have no idea. I have never asked a man how much he makes an hour, or honestly how much he makes a year. I kind of agree with her.
You've
that,
never asked?
I've never asked. Like, as long as that man's able to like provide for me, I'm happy.
Well, would you date a guy who makes a minimum wage?
Probably not. In college, I went down that route, and I started dancing, and he started to hate me, and it just never, like, if there's a big wage gap, it doesn't work out.
Wait, if there's a big...
Yeah, if I'm making like a lot more money than the guy that I'm dating, like, there just seems that jealousy is always accrued.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say someone who like makes a comparable amount to me. Obviously, right now I'm a barista. I'm a minimum wage worker, so it's not like I just don't want to be the one paying for everything. Basically, like kind of what.
You're 23, right?
Yeah.
Are you in school right now?
I
or no?
am. I go to UCSB.
Remind me, what are you studying?
Political science.
Political science, and you're currently a barista. Would you date a barista?
Yeah.
Okay, currently anyways.
Yes.
But later on down the road, you said you'd,
Going forward, yeah, someone who could support a family, which it depends on where you live.
Support a family,
What that would
okay.
be, but, or at least someone who could contribute 50% to supporting a family.
Okay. What about you?
As long as he or she has a job, I don't really care.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as they have a good work ethic and a livable income for whatever area they're in, then yeah.
Okay. Isabel?
I'm not dating, so it's really hard for me to answer
you're
this question.
engaged,
But I
right?
do think it's interesting. We were talking about priorities and your finances in your early 20s versus later on in life. I'm at that stage that a lot of you guys are talking about later on the road when you start thinking about buying a house and having kids and paying the mortgage and car payments and all of that stuff. So it's fascinating in my own life how I've approached that a whole lot differently. I think your priorities just really change. I think a lot less about luxury and designer brands and how fancy of a car I can drive or how big of a house. Really, the simplistic things in life look a whole lot more appealing as I get closer to my wedding day, and a beautiful little house on a little land with a beautiful family sounds pretty darn great to me. But I'm actually really surprised to hear such common language around the table today about someday when I get married and have kids. Out of total curiosity, how many of you still want that? How many of you want to get married and still have kids? Almost everybody? Maybe not?
Not kids. I don't think that's the route for me.
How about marriage?
Yeah, I'd be down for marriage if I find a partner that I enjoy and if I find a partner that I enjoy and we're both on the same level, I'd want to spend my time with that partner rather than kids potentially ruining the relationship that I have with someone I've finally settled down with.
Honestly, I'm floored that every single person around this table wants to get married, and it really mirrors my last experience on the Whatever podcast, which I just wrote about in my book, actually. I think a lot of people expect our generation to be extremely degenerate. We are bucking tradition and we don't appreciate traditional and timeless values. We certainly don't live in a very pro-marriage culture. We have the lowest marriage rate America has ever seen actually right now, although new studies are saying it's bouncing back after COVID, which is great. But I've heard that 93% of our generation, mostly in college, still wants to get married, and that's exactly what we're seeing around this table. So that's just a fascinating observation. I think it's really hopeful.
Are you really seeing it around the table? Because what I'm seeing around the table is a bunch of women who are like, yeah, sure, I'll marry a dude who makes $150,000 a year and pays for all my shit. That sounds a lot different than I'm looking to get married. To me,
Who said that?
That sounds different.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I'm curious which one of us said that.
Well, so as we're going around the table, right, what do you think that when you say a man who can support himself and is supporting himself and can support a family, if he lives in the Santa Barbara area, what do you think that would take if you had to guess?
Probably over $300,000 a year, but we're not talking about this specific location. We're not including the fact that each of us I think everyone around the table is willing to have a 2-income household. Do you agree or do you disagree? I think partnership is everything. My dad and my stepmom, my dad is 16 years older than my stepmom. They've been together for 18 years now. He invested in her company, and now she makes more money than him, and she's the main provider of our household. I think that
he gave her money for her company, and now her
and
company's
she's
doing
paid it
well.
all back. Her company is doing much better, or it's doing well, and now she makes more money than him and pays his mortgage. And she's also helping me pay for my college. So women
that's
can
great.
be providers.
That's called dividends. That's called dividends. That's how that works. When you invest in a company and it does well, you get money back out of it. That's
Absolutely,
how it works.
But she is a female.
He could have done that without any marriage, right?
Yeah, but I think if you find a partner who's willing to work with you and grow with you and create a sustainable life for you and a future family, I think that's an absolutely beautiful thing for both partners to have ambition. And also, I would be perfectly happy, marrying a woman who makes more money than me or less money than me, or marrying a man who makes more money than me or less money than me, as long as in our combined household we can ensure the safety of one another and we both have similar mindsets with financial planning, investments, retirement funds, college funds if we are planning to have children, Roth IRAs, that type of issue.
What about the love thing? Is that the most important factor, or the money
for
thing?
marriage?
Absolutely.
Love for marriage, is that more important than money? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Nothing in life is free. If you marry someone for the money, you earn every penny. That's what my mom would tell me when I was a kid.
I'm sure she would.
So it would be money. That's
no. The point is that if you marry someone for the money, you earn every penny because you choose a life of unhappiness.
Yeah.
I think that was the lesson she always taught me. You have to be open-minded, Not everything in life is material. And I think because there are so many ways to make money independently, for example, writing your own book and creating your own platform, I think there's less of a necessity for women to marry solely for money, when in the past and not that long ago, we couldn't even have our own credit cards, without the permission of a man.
Yeah, but you also didn't incur any debt. That's why you couldn't have credit cards.
Yeah, but we were owned property by men.
No, you weren't owned property. That's ridiculous.
There's not a point in human history where women have been property of men.
That's not what I said. I said you weren't owned property in this country, ever.
Me personally, no, but...
No, women. Women were not.
in the United States, women were never considered legal property
Not
of
legal
another
property,
person.
but if you're don't have body autonomy and you can't make your own income and you have to rely on being married in order to have any type of social standing
Women
or
could
status,
always make their own income in the United States. Where on earth did you get the idea that they
Bruh.
couldn't?
guys.
Did you learn this in
Historically,
Feminist
black women
Studies,
could work
studies
as
Class
nannies,
101?
But like white women, like were not really accepted into the working class.
If you want to argue, I'm not saying there was no room for income and that there was no room for any type of sustainable life or women to, create some type of wealth. Until really wartime, women weren't allowed in the workforce, and that was only
Yes,
because
they
there
were.
were no
Where
men.
did you get the idea that
Where
they
in the
weren't?
workforce were they not
They
allowed?
were still nurses. They were still teachers.
Guys.
They were still doing all sorts
Nurses
of jobs
and
inside
teachers,
of society. What do
so
you mean?
they were
Same
limited
types
to
of jobs they're doing
domestic
right now,
role
by the way.
laws.
They were doing.
They were
hang
d-
on.
they were
doing. Hang on.
One
Just
at a
calm
time,
down.
one at a time.
Relax. They were doing clerical work. They were teaching. They were nursing. They were doing all the same jobs that they're basically doing right now.
Okay, well, there are plenty of women who are moving up in corporate worlds as well as moving up in different sections
No, there's not
of
very many
career.
women who are moving up with the corporate ladder in
Compared
corporate world.
to
Why
50
there's so
years
many?
ago?
There's so few female CEOs for a reason. They don't gravitate towards that kind of work.
Okay. You're right, I'm wrong. Women are they are only meant to do domestic work.
No, I don't.
That's not
I
what
don't
he
think
said.
that's what he's saying.
That's not what I said. That's a mischaracterization. I'm just explaining to you the reality. I don't understand why you're being so aggressive. I haven't been mean to you.
Can I
I'm just
ask
explaining
something?
to you.
Yeah, go for it.
What the reality of the situation is.
Go ahead, and then Isabel will go. Go ahead.
What does this have to do with women not being able to own, have their own credit cards or open a bank account in their own
Well,
name?
because women not being able to have bank accounts and credit cards because they weren't allowed to incur debt. This was great because right now the biggest holders of debt in the United States are women. It's crushing for most women. Before that, men had to incur all the debt. So the wife could go out and spend all of the money that she wanted in her husband's name, and he had to incur the debt even post-divorce. He still had to take care of the debt. She had none of it in her name. This was one of the primary arguments against feminism from the anti-suffragettes, is that they did not want to incur debt. And now women have racked up tons and tons of it.
I mean, so have men. It's crushing for men too. So I mean, I don't really think anyone should be forced to incur debt. So I'm not sure why.
Well, you know what? I think that if I asked a man if he got married, if all of the debt would be incurred by the woman and all he had to do was not have a credit card or bank account, I'd take that deal in 5 seconds.
What do you mean by not be forced to incur any debt?
It means that everything that money that I spend on
Grid
all
1
credit cards will
Motorsports
immediately in your
donated
name.
$200. In 1877, a woman was elected mayor in Kansas. Your history sucks. Accuracy matters. You are in fact wrong. Feminism has failed you. Patriarchy is the way to the truth, and stands ready to help be better.
Yo, Grid One, thank you. You had a question for her.
Yeah, I
you
just wanted to get some clarification there. Nobody should be forced to incur debt. What does that mean?
Just in a purely hypothetical, perfect world, no one would be taking on debt to go to college.
Well, let's talk about the real world.
Okay. In the real world, I mean, that's not possible.
Yeah.
But I don't think that it should. I mean, basically, you're implying that it's good that it's men's responsibility to incur all debt. And I feel like if that were actually the case, then we would be in a different argument where it would be well, women suck because women don't incur any debt and we incur all of their debt. So I feel like it's just kind of a bad faith argument. I don't know.
Well, it's not a bad faith argument. It's just giving a descriptor for why it happened that way. Sure. Why it was that women, and there was far more anti-suffragettes than there were pro-suffragettes, by the way, made very compelling arguments, like they didn't want to get drafted, for instance. They didn't want... See, what the anti-suffragettes said was that women had the moral high ground because they weren't political tools. They weren't political tools because they couldn't vote. So they weren't tapped into as being political tools. So when they said something, they said it from a position of moral authority. They weren't being tapped into. So this is how they were able to argue successfully for things in women's interests without being just considered another voting bloc that needed to be appealed to. When it came to debt and things like this, it is true that women didn't hold they could have bank accounts, by the way, but most of the time when they opened up lines of credit and debt and accounts, it was always in their husband's name, but the husband was also responsible for all of the debt, and the women weren't. And even when the man died, the woman would get his property, but it may not be the same if a woman died, that he would automatically default and get the property. She was able to incur all sorts of wealth for herself and didn't have to spend it.
Do you think that's a more preferable system? Would you like to go back to that financial?
Well, I think it's a more preferable system to begin to move women outside of the workplace. That way we can go back to a family dynamic that works, and we can get the reproductive health of the United States back up, because right now it's in the gutter. I don't know if you know this or not, but it's in the gutter.
So
our birth rate's way low.
Then why would it be a problem for any of us to say we'd like a man who can support a family? Why is that a problem if you think that men should be incurring all the debt and taking on all the financial responsibility? If a woman says, well, I'd like a man who can support a family in Santa Barbara,
well, because
why is that a problem?
this is a cyclical problem. So the problem is if you say, I would love to have a single income support me, but then at the same time not recognize the problem that if you double the workforce, you're going to have the wages of men, that you're basically perpetuating the same issue that you're against.
Jump in.
I think it's...
Last thing after you make your point.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Say your thing, but I'm going to move on after that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just think for me, it's kind of the constant dichotomy of men constantly arguing, oh, well, women want men to pay for everything and want us to take care of them. But then it's also the idea of, oh, well, women can't do any jobs that aren't nursing or being a teacher or doing all these things naturally in the workforce, because women, whether or not you want to argue these aspects of history, on a mass scale, entered the workforce at a later date. The same thing with how women entered professional sports at a later date, or any other kind of gendered aspect of life, which is most of society. You're welcome to interject.
Well, really quick on the professional sports thing. So what exactly, when you bring up professional sports,
Sure.
do you mean because women got into professional sports at a later date, that's the reason why there's a pay discrepancy in sporting events?
Of course there's a pay discrepancy in sporting events based off of turnout and these other things,
Okay.
but I'm saying there's no foundation of growth. If you are able to acquire wealth and work jobs for hundreds of years, whether it is, or decades, whether it's being a doctor, whether it's being a lawyer, and these institutions only existed under the guidance of men being able to do those things, such as Harvard only being a male-only school until the last 50 or 60 years.
Yeah, but
I'm still talking.
No, stop.
Thank you.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, it is not, because my grandmother went to the sister.
Hang on. Women have always outdone men academically, including in high school. They've always had better scores. Always. That has been the case. And there was no barrier for public education. Early feminists were flying all over the world. They were writing books, they were writing pamphlets, they were writing essays, and they were highly educated.
100%.
No men were pushing them out of those domains of academia.
I hear you, and I understand that that's your perspective, and I want to acknowledge that there are so many smart, scholarly women, but it is an absolute reality that women's work has been discredited. I can cite, I study biological anthropology.
Nonsense. What woman's work was discredited because she was a woman?
Look up when women were allowed to attend Harvard University for me, quickly.
Yeah, why? But who cares if that was exclusive? There was tons of other universities for them to attend to. And what is the problem with having a male-only college anyway if somebody wants to have one?
If prestigious universities catered exclusively to men and women entered these different aspects of the workforce later, it will take more time.
That's not what happened.
And it will take gradual progress for women to continue to be in those fields of study. Are there probably statistically in the US more male chemists or lawyers at UCSB, for example? The majority of professors on the panel of the chemistry department are white men. But does that mean in the next 20 years?
That's because women suck at applied science.
Why?
That's why they all get sociology degrees.
Tell me the science of why men perform higher in chemistry.
Look,
because
at some point you gotta let me respond.
No, go ahead. Tell me the statistics.
Because what you're doing is you talk so much, I can't actually
Okay, tell me the statistics of how men perform higher in chemistry.
I'll try to go point by point. Let's go with point one.
Sure.
Yes, it is true that when you're talking about scientific fields, especially chemistry, that's an applied science. Women don't go for applied science.
That's actually not entirely true. Women make up the majority of STEM degrees today.
Let me finish. Okay, calm down. Soft sciences are preferable by women. They prefer soft science. Sure. I don't know why. right? Nobody knows why. Well, I mean, we have an inkling as to why, but they don't. They don't prefer it. The hard sciences are preferred by men. That's why you see mostly men inside of hard science fields. That is true.
Yeah, so
that's point one.
As of recently, the majority of STEM degrees actually are being pursued by women. I think a lot of that can be attributed to the modern cultural feminism movement at large.
No.
Period.
The devil's in the details. What kind of STEM degrees?
Largely the sciences. I have a degree,
What
2 degrees
kind
actually, in
sciences?
biomedical sciences,
Yeah,
one in
what
undergrad
kind,
and one in
Are they
graduate
going-
school.
What about engineering?
But correct, women statistically make up less of engineering programs until
Yeah, so
recently.
when it
Women
comes- when it
women
comes-
are
yeah.
becoming a much larger
Just saying
growing
it's a STEM
demographic in
field,
these things. But this is my question
okay,
is
hang on. Just saying it's a STEM field is not relevant. For instance, if you look at the replication crisis, you'll note that it's not just sociology which it affects, but the medical field as well. Medical fields are full of STEM degrees. However, it's not always replicatable science. It fails up to 60% of the time, for instance. That's still a soft science. Just saying that it's a STEM field doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
The stupid in you must really hurt.
It wasn't Brown.
Men went to Harvard or Yale, which were
wasn't
male
Brown
only.
University at the
Women
time.
went to Brown and others. Brown was all female. Are you trying to be this stupid?
Anyway, my question is, we can talk about men generally having more analytically structured brains, and that's why they've pursued applied sciences larger than the soft sciences, which women generally have pursued out of a more empathetic, emotional perspective historically, and they still do tend to pursue those career paths. I guess my question for you, Luce, is if women have been strategically held back for so long by society, if they've, in your own words, taken so much extra time to be admitted to schools like Harvard or to be given professional athletic opportunities, etc., we could keep going example by example, then what's the solution? Are you just saying women are always going to be considered, in your worldview, second-class citizens, or is there a change that needs to happen in your perspective societally to accomplish that?
I'm not saying that women are second-class citizens in the United States, and I'm not saying that in my personal experience I've felt second-class to anyone. I acknowledge certain privileges that I've had and the ability to pursue education, etc. But I do absolutely think when there is a woman expectation, for example, when my dad left my mom, she became a stay-at-home single mother, and she was living off of alimony and child support. But she needed to be taking care of 2 kids in the home at that time, and the court kind of put that onto her. My dad did not want custody, and I think very often women are forced into positions of nurturing and caring for whether it's their partners, their children, etc. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing or a wrong thing, and I'm not saying that, I personally do feel like I do have some level of a nurturing or more maternal aspect to me that maybe a man might not have. But I think it's very hard to succeed in your career for many women who don't have the socioeconomic standing or certain privileges to pursue those fields without, the consequence of having to take care of, whether it's younger siblings or their own children, or being forced into positions of choosing career versus family. I think, is anyone familiar with the poet Sylvia Plath?
Oh yeah,
Well,
I'm very
she
familiar. Sylvia Plath. Do you know how Sylvia Plath met her demise?
I do, and my point is, she writes a.
Tell them how
she
Sylvia
committed
Plath met her
suicide, and
demise.
she wasn't necessarily. Oh, excuse me.
Whatever, just continue.
Sorry. She wasn't necessarily the greatest person in the world, but she did write a poem.
No, she really wasn't, was she? She was pretty awful, wasn't she?
She was awful, but she did write a discussion about a poem called One Fig Tree. And she basically discusses how, as a woman, she felt like she had 3 paths in life: a famous poet, a mother with a good husband and good children, or a scholarly professor. And I think that's a choice that women are often expected to choose, is family, career, hobbies, whereas men often get the immediate option of choosing career. And that's not necessarily to say all men want that. But I do think women are asked to sacrifice more
she also drew pictures
socially.
of aborted fetuses, and she also wrote poems about unaliving. She also wrote all kinds of insane poems. She was a lunatic.
Is she a lunatic any more than any crazy
Than any
artists.
of the feminists? No, she's not any more of a lunatic than any of
She
them.
was actually
That's
a self-proclaimed not feminist, so do not associate her with that
She
movement.
is a feminist, and her husband was a feminist and supported all of her work with his money because he was a feminist. He propagated
very
the
problematic,
feminist
actually.
agenda.
But my point is that I think a lot of women are asked to sacrifice more individually than men are on a career scale or on a family scale.
Bullshit.
Nuclear family, for example.
What?
So
How are they
what
asked
about
to
the nuclear
sacrifice
family
more?
is asking women to sacrifice things that
Women,
the men isn't?
how many men do you know that were ever stay-at-home dads?
My dad, for one, for
Yeah,
several
but-
years of
but
my childhood.
statistically. Huh?
No.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm just saying there is an expectation on women, from whether it's a natural perspective or an evolved perspective. Women bear children for a duration of 9 to 10 months. They have to take care of them biologically post-birth, whether it's through breastfeeding or other acquisitions. And I think because of those biological factors, we have been forced more into the nurturing role in a social sphere as well.
Wait.
That's a
You've been
powerful
forced
word.
to-
Forced is a really powerful
Wait,
word.
hold on. Can you just repeat? You said that how many men do you know who
Who were stay-at-home dads versus
Grid
stay-at-home
1
moms.
Motorsports
I'll get to that
donated
in just a sec.
$200. If you think it is easy to be a man, read Self-Made Man by Nora Vincent.
Yeah.
Your little mind will
be a
explode.
man.
Your simplistic arguments insult literally everyone watching this program. Let the adults talk.
For those who don't know, Nora Vincent, a woman who did this like kind of experiment where she basically lived as a man. I don't think she was transgender, but she dressed like a man, looked like a man, lived like a man. And she was like, because she's a feminist, oh, this is going to be so easy, blah, 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 all this privilege. And then actually it was just totally brutal, like the social
100%.
aspects of it. But you were saying something about, well, how many men do you know who would
I
be
think
stay-at-home?
Agreed, but to your point, I think it is very hard to be a man the same way it's very hard to be a woman, the same way it's very hard to be a human being. No part of my argument was saying that it's not
What's
difficult.
the thing with the stay-at-home parent, though?
I just think statistically, until very recently, it was significantly less likely that men would be stay-at-home parents, as well as the failure of our career system not allowing men to take paternal leave.
Well, do you think that there's just, I would argue that there's, like, who would you say is to blame for that? That, like, men just, don't want to
I'm
be...
not blaming anyone. I'm saying it is a natural part of our society that women have been not forced, excuse me.
Yeah.
You're right with that language.
Didn't you earlier say that you want a guy to pay for the first date?
If he asks me out, if I ask him out, I'm happy to pay.
Do you ask guys out?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
In the
Generally
past, for sure.
speaking, do you think who's initiating first dates?
Obviously, men,
I would
probably
argue
statistically.
99% of first dates, men are the ones initiating.
I don't know. Men are kind of scared these days, so
Well,
I would
we have-
say
That is interesting.
I would say it's
I
fairly
agree.
even. But all I was saying that because of the actual biological factor of being a childbearing woman, not that all women are, I think there is a standard in our society that women are these nurturing roles, and that reflects in the careers that you proclaim that women succeed
But hold on,
the
I'm
most
going back
in.
to this. You stated something
Yeah,
about.
but I mean, why?
Hold on.
Why is that?
You
Okay.
stated something about. Well, men, they wouldn't be these stay-at-home fathers. Well, that's amazing.
didn't say
Hold
that.
on. You said something about.
I didn't.
Then restate it for me.
I'm saying
Something about
when you
the stay-at-home
when you
fathers.
consider the fact that even if you look in the court of law, even when the mother is the unfit parent, the court of law in a divorce case will always favor the woman getting custody.
Sounds like a female privilege, doesn't it?
I mean, if having to deal with kids, 3 screaming children on your own is a privilege to you, maybe. But I think that aspect
Why are
of
they in
female
court?
privilege was created by
If there's
the
a custody,
patriarchy.
if there's a custody dispute,
Sure.
somebody's desirous of having custody.
Sure.
So let's assume that it's the man who's desiring custody and the woman doesn't want it. That wouldn't be a male privilege that he doesn't get custody.
Why do you think I'm saying male privilege or female privilege? I'm saying objectively in the court of law, they favor women, and that's a negative a lot of the time for men who want to participate in parenting. I think women are looked at as mothers in society, and that's not necessarily always true and not necessarily
And men are
always
looked
fair.
at as wallets
Okay.
and providers and disposable.
Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry
and
that that's been your
disposable.
experience. I'm not saying one is worse than the other
Cool.
or one's untrue.
But you said something, I'm trying to get back to the original point. You said something about single stay-at-home fathers.
Yeah.
What was your argument?
I was just stating that there are less stay-at-home fathers, as well as
And
the
that's-
failure of our career system that does not allow a lot of men to take.
That's because of a mating pressure that women put on men, not because there's that's entirely a mating pressure that women impose on men. We went around this table. All of you said the guy has to make this much money. He has to pay for the first date, blah, blah, blah. That's a mating pressure you impose.
I mean, I've
It has
dated
nothing to do
people
with
from
patriarchy.
multiple different. I think it's difficult to argue that, oh, well, this has nothing to do with this, and this is the only reason that this is aligned, and this is the only problem. Like, none of us are arguing that men don't have problems in dating. I'm not saying that it's ethical that men are expected to be providers, but when you create a system in which there is a historical aspect where women were meant to provide children and
They still
essentially
are.
sex to men, a
Yeah, but
man
it's still the
provides his
system.
own service. That is his service of taking
hang on,
care
hang
of
on.
his family.
That system, what's wrong with that system? That's a good system. We need women to provide children. Nobody else can provide children except women.
We're in overpopulation.
Actually,
already.
we're not. We are approaching population decline
Yeah,
rapidly
massive.
around
We're
the globe
in decline
today.
across the board. Not only are we in decline across the board, but if you look at some of the Asian nations like South Korea, for instance, it's not even 1-to-1 for replacement. If you look at Japan, right now, they're about to have a crisis where they have more elderly people than they have young people to take care of the elderly people.
The
This
50
is
most
a
powerful
cataclysm which is
countries in the
coming.
world actually cannot replace their current population. The
So
50
my question
most powerful
becomes this to
countries.
you, right? My question becomes, why is this a bad system? Why do you think that it's bad that women are moved by society to stay at home and take care of their children? Why do you think that that's bad? That seems to be the most efficient system. Could you even think of a better system? Tell me, if you could come up with your dream system, what would it even be other than that?
My dream I can't wait to have children. I love children. Personally, it's never been a question for me. I can't wait to have children. I love children. I work with kids a bunch, and I think it's such a great blessing, motherhood. Not that everyone needs it, but for me personally. So I'm not at all anti-children, but I'm just I personally would love to have a family and have that dynamic.
So you actually can't think of a better system than that.
In my ideal world, I would love to have a partner who would go true 50-50 with me on caring for the children, as well as working as much as I work. Obviously,
Well,
if my
I mean,
partner,
if he's working, if you had the ideal system, wouldn't your ideal system actually be that you could spend all of your time with your children while your husband worked?
because I would like the equal sacrifice in my relationship, where I love children. I can't wait to be a mother, but I don't need to be the sole provider of my children for 24 hours a day. I would love to have a partnership where they are more than willing to help me, feed, take care of the children if I need a day.
But how's that equal if he's working?
Because I could work as well. There's so many different
I know,
ways.
so this brings us back to the original question then. Is your time better spent working, or is your time better spent at home with your children, not outsourcing their care to somebody else while you're working? For instance, let's say you had a baby, little Samantha. Do you think that little Samantha wants to go and get taken care of by some Venezuelan immigrant while you go work all day? Do you think that that's preferable?
I had an au pair growing up. She was a Haitian au pair, and she was one of the most beautiful, amazing women. And I never felt like it took away from my experience with my mother.
You preferred that over your mom?
I never felt like it took away from my experience with my mother.
That's not what I asked you. Did you prefer it over your own mother?
Probably.
Really? You preferred that this
my mother? Not every woman is a great
mother?
mother. Not every woman can be a great mother. Not every man can be a great father. And I think the family system.
So outsource your kids.
You don't have
That's
to.
your big plan.
If I am in a position in which I can adjust work hours or take time off of work or make sure my schedule aligns, or take off work until my children are in school and only work during school hours, etc., I find that to be not a problem at all.
Andrew, can you
I know. I understand what you're saying. but let me give it back to you one more time. Why do you think it would be preferable if you had the option to stay at home to outsource your mothering to a stranger of your children? In what world does that make sense?
I'm not saying that I would have to do it to a stranger of my children. Everyone has different relationship dynamics, different financial statuses, you know. Maybe I have my parents are able to help take care, or my sister, which is a very natural part of human.
Or maybe nobody. Or maybe the daycare, right?
Or
don't you think
I
it's
would never
preferable
set,
for
personally,
women
I would never set,
to avoid the daycare?
If you want to ask the question and you want my answer, do you want me to answer?
Well, your answers are really long-winded. You see how short
fine.
and
I will do short and sweet. I will do short and sweet.
Good.
I want to love my children in every way that I can, and I want to be an amazing mother. And I think if I spend my entire time losing my identity as an individual and only seeing myself as a mother, I will not be able to provide.
What do you mean only? Wait, what could possibly be more important than being a mother? There's nothing you could ever do in your life that's more important.
So for a man, it's more important for him to be a father.
Name one thing you could do that's more important than being a mother.
God, being a good one.
That makes no That makes no sense.
That makes sense.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah.
What?
That makes complete sense.
Also, I might be misunderstanding the conversation, but also...
Wait, hang on. I just want to make sure I got this right. What's more important than being a mother? Okay, being a good mother. Okay, great. What's more important than being a good mother?
Nothing. And
nothing.
I will
being a good mother,
I will take every step in my
that,
life to assure that I can be a good mother, whether that's working, whether that's maybe
by
needing a
outsourcing
nanny.
it to the Venezuelan immigrant. Yeah, your daycare.
What's wrong with a Venezuelan immigrant?
Plan.
Maybe she lives at home with me and she's an amazing woman.
I mean, do you consider yourself, is his name Andrew?
Mm-hmm.
Andrew, do you consider yourself like a traditional person? Like, would you say that a traditional mindset?
No, I don't consider myself trad or what is considered to be trad in modernity at all. I never have. I don't think we should go back to the 1950s or any of this nonsense. What I'm saying specifically, though, is this, that there is no better system that any of you can name than the nuclear family for the backbone of society. That's going to require stay-at-home mothers. There's nothing else that's better than that. We see the population declining. It's falling off like a rock. And so when I ask, what is it that's more important than being a good mother at home, none of you are going to be able to say that that's not the most important job. And yet, for some reason, women seem to want to outsource that job to other people, even though it's theirs. Husband can work, take care of you, you stay home. No, I have aspiring dreams that surmount being a mother when there's nothing else you could do that's more important than that.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I think the ideal dynamic would be subjective to the two people in that dynamic. And
Andrew, can you try to center yourself? Go ahead.
I think it's silly to try and tell other people in these relationships what to do because it's not your relationship. You don't know what's best for them. You know, we don't know what's best in your relationship, Andrew. We shouldn't.
We're not saying what. Listen, I'm not talking on the individual level. Everybody's individual situation is going to be different. Nobody disputes that that's true. But we can look at what is optimal.
So
and if we're looking at what is optimal for the most amount of people, what's optimal for the most amount of people is having a stay-at-home mom who takes care of their children and a father who works. How do we know that that's optimal? Because we can look at the results of the kids and what happens with the kids when they come from single mother households, when they come from split family households. We can see exactly what happens, and it is not preferable to society in any way, shape, or form.
Let's say it's optimal and best for the child, for the parents to have a dynamic that works best for them where they can healthily show up for their kid the best way they can, whether it or not it be like a woman in the household taking care of the children or a father in the household taking care of the children. It doesn't really matter. Like what works best for them is what works best for them.
Yeah, you could in some certain circumstances flip the script. That's true.
And it's like
but these would be
objective.
exceptions to the rule.
It's a
so
personal
for instance,
preference.
it's going to be optimal for a mom to stay at home over a dad, at least in the formative years of the child, right? She has to breastfeed. She has to do all of these things which are necessary for the health
Living
and the welfare of the child. So it's an optimal system.
$200. Question for first girl. How often do you advocate for male-only scholarships, fostering male educational environment, etc.? Why are feminists not pushing for graduation parity now? I never hear it now.
Isn't it the case? What is the disparity? It's like 2 to 3? 3 to 2? Like 60% of women are going to college versus 40%. Like it's 60-40, I think, is the split. You go to UCSB, correct?
Correct.
I think it's 60-40 at UCSB. What do you have to say about that? Is that due to sexism?
I think that is really terrible and that everyone should have.
Do you?
Yeah, I think everyone should have full access and opportunity for education. Absolutely every person on this planet, whether or not I agree with them, whether they have different political views than me, any gender, race, everyone has the right to education, and our entire American education system is flawed. It's super expensive. There's a lot of pressure to get straight into the workforce. I think as we're talking about these different nuclear family dynamics, there is extra pressure on men to get straight into the workforce, and I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that
well, I don't know who's going to run all the infrastructure in society if we don't get young men out there in the workforce building all the infrastructure in society, because women aren't doing that. Men are doing that.
Okay.
I think there's like a really big phenomenon happening today too, where there are a lot of depressed men that aren't really, it's not really being talked about.
Absolutely.
So I think that could also be a driving factor to the gender disparity of people attending college and universities.
Let me get a couple chats here. Sylvia Plath was absolutely shocked to see Luce. How do you say your name? Sorry. Luce. When I hopped in tonight, I love your poetry. Anyways, big fan of the podcast, Brian. Let's have a clean show tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Good stuff, Luce. JJ.
Oh, thanks, JJ.
Someone said something nice to you. There you have it. We have the Nordic Catholic. For the ladies, what do you think of men in the nursing field, and is it okay for a man to be a nurse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great career.
Of course.
It's actually more competitive to get into nursing school
Grid
than
1
med school right now. It's
Motorsports
crazy.
donated $200. Andrew is right, you should listen. If each of you were to die tomorrow and come back as a baby, would you rather have a nanny raise you, a daycare, or your loving mother? Feel free to
Quick
go
answers.
round.
Quick
Well,
answers.
according to her, she thought it was better to be raised by somebody other than her mother. That's what she said
I had
already.
a mother who was not a good mother, personally. And my dad is an amazing person. My stepmom's an amazing person. So I think all family dynamics are different.
I agree. It's also subjective.
Don't you think maybe one of the reasons your mom wasn't such a great mom is because she outsourced how you were raised to a stranger?
No, I don't. Thank God she did, because I don't think I'd be here.
Word.
As I was saying, I agree it's subjective. If a mother is unfit, I would prefer a nanny.
I love my mom.
I would also love a loving mother to raise me, but also not all mothers are good mothers, like she's saying.
Private chat, Nick. Pull that shit up.
Loving mother.
Yeah, my mom.
As a professional nanny, I have seen that the parents are more important, and it probably does damage some of the kids because they become more attached to me than to their parents, and I feel like that's definitely going to give them abandonment problems when they're older, because I majored in psychology, and I think that some of the kids I have watched became more attached to me than to their mother, which was very sad, especially when I'm only there for a year or two, and I mainly watched infants, so they are very attached to me instead of their parents, and their parents are good parents, but they're not around their child as much as I'm around their child.
No. There's so many bad mothers that we have to outsource all of the children to nannies and other people because mothers are apparently psychopaths who don't love their children enough.
What if
that
the
only
parents...
sounds moderately insane to me. I don't think it's true at all, but just my 2 cents.
Well, it's real. What if the parents have mental illness?
Yeah,
They
okay,
can't be
hold on.
there
You
for
can't
the
look at the
kid.
exceptions to all the rules and then make policy for society based on exceptions.
But
That's
those
nuts.
exist.
And a lot of mothers go through
Yeah,
postpartum
and that's
and are at
fine. They
risk
can
of harming
exist,
their
and yes,
own
maybe in
child.
those suboptimal situations, you can, have somebody come in order to regulate the child being raised. But in most situations, that is not the case, and there's nobody who's going to be better for the health and welfare of your children than you. Nobody's ever going to love them more than you.
Can I just ask again for clarification? Every single hand went up around the table when you said you wanted to get married, theoretically, someday. Who is looking forward to being a mom around the table or wants kids in some capacity?
High, please. Put them high.
That's fascinating to me. All but 2 in a society where we have the lowest birth rate ever. We literally can't even replace our own population. And I think it's unquestionable to say that feminism is really steering women away from wanting to have children today. They're looked at as a burden to your career, your personal life. Heck, even climate change is now a reason not to have kids because it's destroying the planet, as we hear from a lot of politicians currently in Washington. So, that is wild to me. At the same time, knowing that you guys want to get married and that you want to have children, how many of you would consider yourselves to be modern feminists?
Starting with you.
Who would call yourself
Starting
a
with you.
I've never thought about it.
You don't
Really?
consider yourself a feminist?
I really don't like restricting myself to any like form of label.
Okay.
Don't like labels.
What is the actual definition of a feminist?
Well, I don't know that we
modern
have a
feminist?
definition today, to be honest with you. I think feminism.
Yeah, I can give you a
means-
good definition for feminism if you'd
Awesome.
like one.
For today, let's hear
Yeah.
yours, Andrew.
Yeah, so this would be the belief in an egalitarian structure where men and women are both equal in nature and equal in equity and equal under the law.
I would
Okay.
question if that's really the definition of feminism for most modern feminists.
Oh, no,
today.
no. That is the best definition that I can give that the most amount of feminists would agree with.
Well,
and I'm
that's
willing to
interesting.
grant them the nicest definition that I can come up with to show them how bad it still is, even if I did.
That's your most charitable
It's my
definition.
most charitable
All right.
definition.
That's
the
a-
nicest,
good clarification.
most charitable way that I could possibly do it.
If that's the definition, I would say I prefer justice over equality. I like to look at things more subjectively. Everyone's going to have a different experience or have different struggles or strengths, and I think subjectivity is more important than a label. I agree.
When you
So-
talk, just a quick follow-up, if you don't mind, very quickly. When you say justice, can you tell us what justice is?
So let's say you are at like a baseball game. This is like an old, like really, really old, like Facebook post. And you are like watching over the stand. A man can watch over the stand. He's tall enough. A woman needs a stool and a child needs two.
That's equity, though. What makes that justice?
I would say more so that's justice.
Okay, so what makes it just?
So you are looking at something more subjectively.
So
Correct.
it's a subjective metric
It's,
for
it's
justice.
subjective. And
Yeah, so is
you
all
are
justice
applying-
subjective?
You are applying what the person specifically needs. I'm not really sure I understand what you're asking.
Yeah, so
or-
let me explain. When I ask you what justice is, right? It's a hard question. I don't blame you for not knowing off the top of your head. I'm asking what you're grounding justice on. What is the grounding foundation for what you consider justice to be?
For me and how I look at things, like I said previously, I think it's subjective. What a person needs is what we should strive to like give them, you know, whether it be in a family dynamic, a child with disabilities, etc.
Yeah, but that's not a grounding foundation for why we should do that. It's just your belief that we
Why
should.
we should do that?
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, it's because it'll bring a sense of community. We care and love about each other.
So outcomes.
Sorry?
So it's outcomes based. Basically, you're looking at outcomes, and you're saying that if we're a just society under what you consider just to be, the outcomes are going to be better for society.
I mean, I'm not sure I'm following correctly.
If I ask you, so I'll try to make this as, like really crystal clear. If I'm asking you what is justice, and you give an example, and I ask you, but why should we do it? You say because it makes for a better society. Then
Okay.
wouldn't you really be basing justice on outcomes?
So, I suppose so. Like, for an example for justice, let's say somebody like robs a store and harms an innocent shopkeeper. They should be arrested and prosecuted, but we shouldn't be arresting everyone and prosecuting them for robbing a store.
Yeah, but why
It's
shouldn't we arrest them, take them out, and put them in front of a firing squad immediately? Why would that be unjust?
Then you like dive into the philosophy of morality at that point.
Yeah, well,
So,
that's
like,
what justice is.
morals
Justice
also
is the
subjective.
philosophy of morality, right?
Yes. So, like, from
Yeah.
my personal standpoint, it would be my own values and morality of why I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's everyone's
Okay.
opinion. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so it's a subjective metric based on your subjective interpretation of what justice ought to be.
Sure.
Okay,
So
thank you.
wouldn't consider yourself a feminist necessarily. Wouldn't consider yourself a feminist
I would
necessarily.
consider myself a
You
feminist.
would. Okay.
yeah.
I think based off of like that specific definition of just wanting
I don't even think we have to tie it to that
equality.
definition, but just what modern feminism has looked like
I-
for our generation.
I think that men and women should just be treated equally and have, you know, of course there's discrepancies, gender discrepancies. I won't act like
Do you
there
think they're
aren't
not?
differences. I think in some worlds they're not.
Living underscore
Worlds?
donated $200.
Aspects.
Notice how when men are at a clear societal disadvantage it's called depression or everyone should have equal access. Sounds like all lives matter to me. Why is it not sexism in your eyes?
I'm not going to deny that in like social terms, there are a lot of things happening to men right now. But I'm not going to deny that there are a lot of things happening to women. I do think it's unfair that a man can have his reputation ruined just by pissing off some girl. Like, I've seen it happen, but I don't think it's all that common. And I think a lot of women that have had talked about bad experiences with men are usually not believed.
Well, there's an easy way actually for us to determine at the table who's a feminist and who is not. If you don't want to go with the definition, I'll just ask a single question. Do you guys believe that being a stay-at-home mom holds women back?
It's a great question. No. No.
No.
Sometimes.
Oh, some.
Okay.
Just really quick around the
No.
table, please.
No.
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 Absolutely not.
Okay, are you a feminist?
No.
I don't know. Honestly.
Yes.
You don't know anything, okay.
No.
No.
I wouldn't consider myself a modern feminist, no.
All right.
Fascinating.
Nick, do you have that stuff pulled up? I finally want to get back to my... Okay, you said your friend was all upset about... You had a friend come on, she got blasted online.
I just think that a lot of these ideas maybe, like, personally, I feel like throughout my conversation here, I actually would consider myself to be really open-minded and, like, I love hearing other people's points of view. But I found the tendency of, like, every time I would say something, you'd say, you think this way. You 100% are arguing that you believe this thing. But I just,
Cool.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Kind of a meta conversation. So I'm asking you specifically about the thing with your friend.
Oh, when she was on this show.
Right.
Sure.
I'm trying to get back there.
Yeah, I just think that she was maybe cornered in the sense of being told, this is what you think, this is all who you are. I just think it's really hard to encapsulate people's full point of
Nick,
views.
pull up the video. The first one and the
perspectives
second
on, like,
one.
from a segment of their experience.
Is the audio blasted?
You
Okay.
know?
Is that you?
Would
Yeah.
you date a police officer?
No, the pigs, because the institution they support is inherently racist and profiles black and brown Americans especially, throws them into jail, which is a continuation of the slave trade essentially. People are working in prisons for less than minimum wage, making pennies and dimes, and it's unfair, and that's what you contribute to if you're a cop.
My question to you is, I disagree with you on...
Yeah, I bet you do,
What?
white boy.
That's a bit racist.
Oh my God, no, you're one of those. How can you be racist against, and I'm also half white, so
don't-
like, how can I be racist against you?
You don't think you can be racist towards someone who's white?
No, I don't, because you've never experienced racism in history.
White people haven't experienced racism.
One of the experiences.
What's your definition of racism?
I'd say basically like the persecution in any type of way that leads to the downfall of just like someone's life. Like,
Play the second one really quick. Go ahead.
I think that's really easy to say.
Nick, you
as
just started
you,
it at
once again,
50 seconds.
it's always going to affect my life. I can't take off my skin color. As a black woman, like, prejudices that exist against me don't exist against you, Brian. And that's why you can't be racist against a white person. So I'm
Is the
sorry
audio
if you feel
boosted?
offended. But you are white, and me calling you white boy isn't exactly
It's a bit.
racist.
I mean, you are addressing me by my skin color. I consider
Your
it a
skin
bit-
color will never lead to the, what is it, premature murder of yourself. Like, I don't know, like...
I would actually point out one thing to you. Me as a white man, I'm the only male at this table here. There are more white men killed by police officers than women of any race combined.
I mean, then why aren't you mad? Why don't you hate police too?
Because I realize that police are a necessary function of society. Without police, it would be chaos. We need police officers.
I mean, I think that's really easy to say as you, once again, I'll reiterate, a white person. And again, that's not to be racist.
So it's funny that all of you laughed when she called me white boy, which is a racist statement unless you disagree and you actually think that it's not racist to call a white person a white boy.
How?
Did it impact your life?
How?
How did it, what do you mean? How did it
No,
impact?
how is calling you white racist? Are you not white?
Well, hold on. There's a certain tone when you say something, and her attempting to dismiss my point because of my skin color, aside from just the word she used, occurs to me that would be a bit racist.
Is
that
that
I can't
prejudice?
weigh in.
That's not racist.
Well,
She
what's your
might be being
definition of
prejudiced to you.
what's your definition of racism?
My definition of racism is basically exactly what she just said. When your color affects how you live your life completely. By saying you're white, that's an observation. Racism is like your subscriber that was talking about, I won't date, this is why I don't want to date black women because they're ignorant and stuff like that's racism. Prejudice is saying, oh, she's black. That's prejudice.
So your definition.
Is there? Well, let me ask for just very quick. Okay, as soon as this comes through, let me just ask this very quickly. Is being prejudiced worse than being racist?
No, I mean honestly.
No.
We're not all going to be kumbaya, of course.
And so you would agree then that while it's true, or may be true from your worldview, that you could not be racist towards Brian by calling him white boy. And he used to say it's a prejudice statement. You just said that morally they're equivalently abhorrent, correct?
Well, then I take that back, because just by stating the obvious that he is white, then yeah, that's not. Are you?
But if you
hurt by
say
that?
if you say that's a prejudicial statement,
Yeah.
then you say it's prejudice, and prejudice is not more immoral than being racist.
Well, I just took
then
that
haven't
back.
you
Did
done
you
an
miss that
equal
part?
thing? Hang on.
Did you
haven't
miss
you
that
done
part?
an equally? Hang on. Haven't you done an equally immoral thing by doing something which is prejudice instead of racist?
No, if I start like attacking him and saying like racial stuff, which I will not do, then yes. But I'm not doing that, and neither was she.
No, but she was. She said that she could not be racist. She said she was being prejudiced.
I think she was being more degrading than anything. It would be like similar to someone being like calling me four eyes if I was wearing glasses, where it's like, yeah, that's my appearance, but I'm not inherently affected by it in like all of society.
Wait, what?
What?
Wait, are you just saying like so calling someone four eyes is on like being racist against white people is on par with calling someone
No,
four
I
eyes?
was comparing it to her just degrading you, is what she was
Racially.
doing.
I would say it is on par because white people don't face racial discrimination. People with glasses don't face glasses discrimination.
Well,
You're no
hold
more
on,
hurt.
There's a whole bunch of
You're no more hurt by someone calling you white than someone is. It might hurt you in the moment. You might feel like you're being degraded or you're being looked down upon.
Oh
But it
yeah.
doesn't affect
Was the
your-
knockout game? Was
Like
that
all
racist?
I can think of right
Was the
now
knockout-
is
was the
that
knockout
Raven
game
episode
racist?
where she can't get that employment. Like she can't get that
Like,
employment.
I mean,
because
I would
she's
like
of her
this
skin
this
color.
question answered.
What is the knockout
to
game?
To your statement. So there was a group of young men, young black men who were running around, and they were knocking unconscious older white people for fun.
That sounds like a boomer
And they would
Facebook
say-
urban legend.
No, that it's not. I can show you video after video after video. It's called
Okay,
the
pull
knockout
'em up,
games, not a
pull 'em
joke.
up.
We're not going to pull up.
They were
assault
purposely
videos.
But
attacking
I'm just
white
asking you
people,
though.
like solely white
let's
people.
assume for a second I'm telling you the truth because I am. Would that be racist?
Can you answer that question? Were they solely attacking white people, or were they attacking
Yes,
multiple
only
people?
white people. Correct.
Hold on, we're getting off topic here. Okay, bringing it back to you. The video that we're reacting to is kind of very secondary to the conversation I'm actually trying to have. So you were kind of upset that your friend went on the podcast and she said the things that she said, and that was actually very gracious to her despite what she said. And she got a bit of blowback from it. You don't take any quarrel with how she conducted herself.
I think you're a grown man talking to younger women, and I think we've been socialized in such a different way where certain things are considered funny in media or a more casual way to discuss something that's a really hard topic for her and a really hard topic for non-white people in general.
Can you answer the question? Because you're kind of you're deflecting a little
Living
bit.
_ donated $200. Sorry, Brian, very simple. Prejudice based on race is racism. Prejudice against any race is racism. You can say it's not as bad since it's towards white people, but that doesn't mean it's not racist.
But even if we were to grant to the chatter that being prejudiced is not the same thing as being racist, if they're morally equivalent, then who gives a shit? It's still just as bad as the other
Jackson
thing.
donated $200. Racism is literally prejudice based on skin color. Words have fucking meanings. Her assuming Brian's worldview and dismissing his points based solely on his skin color is literal racism, and I'm blah.
Well put, Davon Jackson.
I'm not really sure what response you're looking for. I think I was trying to respond in the sense of I just didn't like that. I think I've always wanted to come on a podcast like this and discuss different point of views, and I think I've been really respectful this entire time. I haven't said anything derogatory to you about your opinions, and I just personally didn't like that when she was sharing her opinions, she was faced with derogatory messages and kind of like the promotion of that, I believe. And I was not necessarily blaming you or your platform, but rather just the consumption of media and how there's often a lot of derogatory content and hypercritical content when she was just expressing her experience in her own way. And I think, you know, if you've had those certain experiences, which obviously I am white and I haven't had those experiences, and that was the way that she handled it or interpreted it, I think that is valid in its own regard.
Yeah, I mean, but why side with
That was a lot of word salad, but okay.
Yeah, well, like, why so just
Yeah,
ranting?
but hear
that
me
it's all
out. I'm being
true?
super respectful to you, and then your response is, "Oh, that was a lot of word
Well,
salad."
you're kind of dancing around the question.
I'm
a bit.
not. I'm
Well,
telling
I asked you, do you agree that her conduct was, you take no quarrel with her conduct?
I think I have received the same level of kind of aggressive, outspoken attitude towards me already from specifically Andrew.
Yeah, he disagrees with you.
Which is totally fine to
I've
disagree
been
with me.
super nice. What do you mean?
Anyways.
Oh, would you like to see me mean? That's
No,
not
don't be
fun.
mean.
I've been
No.
super
I mean,
nice.
you're welcome.
I'm not kidding.
I can take it. Like,
Super
I don't
nice.
mind. I'm just saying, I think, I don't know what you want me to say. I feel
Okay,
like I've given
that's-
you my
Can I ask a
perspective.
question? Yeah. What if it was the other way around? What if he spoke to her the way she spoke to him?
I didn't happen, so
But I'm just saying, what if?
What if,
That's a
hypothetical?
valid question.
I think there is a more historical.
Well, I'm just saying in that moment, though, not
Yeah,
history.
yeah. I
Context
think no. I'm saying context matters, though. So I think because there is a more historical discrepancy of white people treating black people wrongly, it would hold more value of
That
him being
justifies
derogatory
how
towards
she
her.
was talking to him.
I'm not saying whether or not it's justified. I'm saying it would be very different and incomparable.
Because if he would say that, he would be canceled. But like since
I mean,
you
she
know what
was hated on and also canceled.
because
So
what she did was wrong.
I'm just
What do you
saying. In
mean?
my
How do you know
opinion-
she was canceled?
I don't know. She was experiencing a lot of hate from it.
Yeah, you totally made that up. She wasn't canceled. That's insanity.
I mean, I don't really know what canceled or not canceled.
Then
I'm
why
just
did you say
saying-
it?
Canceled in the sense of receiving hate for it. And we're
That's
talking
not
about it
canceled.
now.
Canceled is deplatformed, thrown off. You depersoned,
Okay.
debanked, dehumaned. That's canceled.
Okay.
All right, here's another
Well, I
question.
mean, you say okay dismissively, but you know that this happens to conservatives a lot. They get deplatformed, they get their bank accounts frozen, they get completely thrown off of
Yeah.
all of these platforms, and while the left cheers. And I think that in this situation, had Brian spoken to her the same exact way that she spoke to him, that is exactly what would have happened to him. And it seems
Sure.
like a double standard. That's what he's pointing to, and he just wants you to address it.
Like I said, this was over a year ago, and I hadn't experienced the full context of this in over
Well, we just
a year.
pulled up the video.
Yeah, and I told you very objectively that was my feelings towards it during the time. I didn't like that, you know, as a young girl, she received a lot of online hate was my problem with it.
Okay. Well, here, look, let me ask a couple questions. Going around the table, do you think that you can be racist towards white people?
I think you can, not institutionally, no. But I think socially, of course,
Split, fix the
anyone can be
split.
racist to anyone if it's being derogatory towards a certain skin color. But I think the important aspects of racism, such as institutionalized racism, I do not believe white people experience that, no.
So if people are deprioritized in job selection or college applications,
White
would that
women
be...
benefit the most from a lot of those
What about white men?
selections. I don't know the statistics of it. You asked my opinion. My answer is
affirmative action.
affirmative
DEI.
action most benefits white people, actually, and de-benefits the most Asian
Wait, affirmative.
boys.
Hold on. Affirmative action benefits white people the most?
White women specifically, yes. There was a huge Harvard trial on it, actually.
No, you're talking. Hold on. Are you talking about like when it came to for Asian Americans?
Collegiate affirmative action? Is that...
Well, specifically, I think with Harvard, it was the case that Asian Americans had to score way higher than white people, black people, Latina
Which was
people,
unfair.
Native Americans. It had to do with Asian Americans.
Yeah, which was unfair, but white women were benefiting the most from collegiate affirmative action, yes. You can look up the statistics right now.
How?
Just they were receiving the most admissions due to affirmative. I mean, you can just Google it right now.
But so can you, just to be clear, your point is, wait, Nick, okay, you got it. So can you be racist towards white people?
Institutionally, no.
Not institutionally.
I think,
there couldn't be a policy that would ever be racist towards white people. Is that what you're saying?
That's hypothetical. I'm saying in our American institution, no.
And what would those institutions be?
The fact that we weren't enslaved people, the fact that we have had countless instances of demolishing black wealth.
In fact, white people were enslaved at various points in history.
Actually,
many times.
majority of them were indentured servitude, which is
no,
still
that's
wrong.
not true. You had so listen. Do you know what the order of mark and reprisal was? This was in order to stop white people from literally being kidnapped, put on ships, and then they were taken away by the Arab slave traders. Thomas Jefferson put an end to that. We don't know how many tens of thousands of white people were enslaved during that time, nor in the previous century. We have no idea. It is true in recent history, you can point to blacks being enslaved in the United States, but there's not currently a single black person alive today that I'm aware of that experienced slavery.
Okay, so you asked, but my question is, you asked my opinion, I say no, and then you go to rebuttal. It's okay to have a different opinion from me.
Well, it's not
And it's also okay for me to rebut your opinion.
Yeah, sure, but my opinion stays strong. I don't think we experienced the aftermath.
So you're not going to change your opinion no matter what is offered to you?
Towards everyone, every different racial group in front of me except for white people. In my personal experience...
Wait, but you just said that you can't be racist towards white people.
That's what I'm saying I have witnessed...
Well, by your definition...
Every minority group...
You're bending the definition to preclude you from even being able to see racism against white people.
Why?
You just defined it the way you defined it.
Why against white people? I'm saying in general, racism I have witnessed in my life.
Was her calling me a white boy racist?
I mean, not in the sense that I find racism to be.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If I were to hold on, wait. If I were
1 second.
Okay.
All right. Is race a social construction?
Yes.
There's
There's no biological...
Race is just a social construct, right?
Yes.
It does not exist as a physical reality, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's going to set the framing for what Brian's about to say. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, so she called me a white boy. If I had called her, if I dismissed her opinion or her disagreement or her thought by saying that she's a black woman, black girl, would that be racist?
Yes, because of the social implication.
But is it not a fact?
I mean, if you say it as a statement and an objective truth, oh, you are a black woman, perhaps not. But if you're saying it in a derogatory sense...
Was she saying it in
So how is it not derogatory towards him?
I agree it's maybe derogatory, but I think it's a variation of generational humor and coping with such topics. I don't think she said it. I think intent is everything.
The intent was pretty clear.
Was there, for sure.
Well, I don't even understand, though. If race is just a social construction, which is exactly what you just said it was, then anybody who brings up race in a negative light for the purpose of demonstrating that it's not a social construction, how are they not introducing some sort of prejudicial bias or racism?
I don't understand the question. That didn't make any sense.
Yes, it does make sense. It's a social construction, correct? So if nobody talked about the social construction anymore, wouldn't it go away?
No, because it's a social construction doesn't mean it's not a social reality. Like, it is a construction.
No, wait.
Can you let me
social
finish?
reality is only a product of the mind. So if nobody
No,
ever
it's
talked
not-
about
no,
what is a
it's-
social reality, the social reality goes away.
It's not a product of the mind. That's not what a construct is.
Oh,
It
no,
i-
social construct definitionally is a product of the
No,
mind.
it is not.
Really? Can you point to a physical social construction?
Money. Money is a
Go.
social...
Money,
is a-
no. You're pointing to paper as the physical reality. Money is the social construction which the paper is. Money itself is just paper. Is that true or false?
It is just... That's the thing. Money is a physical... Money is a social
Right.
construct.
Does
It is
not
a-
exist except as a product of what?
So if we ignore money, it'll
Hang on,
Answer the
no,
question.
don't
Answer
run
the
from the
question.
question. It only exists as a product of what? The mind,
No.
right? Money
split.
only exists as a
I
product
just
of the
disagree
mind.
with that. I disagree with that.
It doesn't. So if everybody decided tomorrow that the $20 bill inside of your wallet was worth zero, what would it be worth?
It would be worth zero, but that's
It would be worth
completely-
zero because it's a product of the mind. Its value is a product of the mind. It's socially
That's a
constructed.
pointless
It does not
hypothetical.
exist in
What if we
material
all decided
reality.
that houses were useless and we went back and lived in caves?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a
Houses
point.
are not social constructions. They're material reality. You can see them, touch them, taste them, walk into them. Those are real things.
You could lick a
not
dollar.
socially constructed.
My point that you did not let me finish was that race is a social construction, but it does not mean it's not a social reality. And people feel and experience material reality effects of such a social construction. So just
That's right.
If
they do.
If
I
everyone,
agree. But
Okay.
I've already agreed with this. I agree that if you have a social construction and everybody lives as though the social construction is true, you do have to experience the effects socially of the social construction. So for instance, we could socially construct that your hair was red right now. And everybody could believe it, even though it was not an objective reality. They would still treat you like you were a redhead, right?
Yes.
Okay, but that would be false. You would not be a redhead, but they would still treat you as though you were. But assuming everybody dismissed this social construction of anybody having red hair, how would it exist in material reality?
Would be blonde.
I mean, that doesn't matter because
No, it
That's-
matters.
it doesn't matter to this question at all because
It does matter. It
Well,
matters big time.
No, because what we're asking is if the roles were reversed, would that be as bad?
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. Wow. Just. Wow. Nothing Dollar Tree Blondie has said has been accurate at all. Please stop talking and listen to the man speaking, and you will learn something, as God intended.
Okay, anyways.
Thank you, good one.
So we're asking if the roles were reversed, would it be as bad? That is dealing with reality. That's dealing with the real world. We're not dealing with like
No, it's actually,
mental...
well, hang on. I'll rebut this.
Okay.
So it's not, though. What it's dealing with is a non-reality because you believe that race is a social construction,
That affects
right?
material reality, yes.
It's not a material reality. So
It
therefore, if
affects-
nobody ever talked about race again, how could it be a material reality?
It is, I mean, if no one ever talked about it again, it wouldn't be, sure,
So
but
then by her talking about it, by this woman talking about it and bringing race up and pointing out Brian's race, she's talking about it, right? Bringing it into material reality from your worldview. And she's pointing it out for what reason?
she's not the one doing it. That's the thing. We are all, you can't divorce everyone from the context of material reality. No one is doing anything or saying anything in a vacuum.
I'm not divorcing anybody from the
You
concept
are. You're
of
divorcing her
material
from the context of her
I'm
lived
saying
reality.
to you that from your perspective, it is not a material reality.
No,
So
I've
for her
already
to bring it
stated
up-
my perspective is that it is a material reality. It is based on a social construct.
Oh, so it's not a social construction then?
No,
it's a physical reality.
I have stated what I think about that multiple times, and you are misinterpreting it. Race is a social construction that has created the material reality that we live in. That's
I agree with all. I think
and
I
yet
heard
you
you just
keep sa-
fine.
you keep
I'll steel man it back
misinterpreting
to
that.
make sure that I have it correct. You ready?
Okay.
I'll steel man it back. You just say if I got it right or not.
Okay.
The social constructions, if you act as though they are real, can have real effects in material reality.
Not just if you act as if they are real. They are real. You can't, in the blink of an eye, make them not real.
Okay, no, I
You
didn't
can-
say
in
a blink
your,
of an
like,
eye.
hypothetical
That's not what I
world-
said. One more time.
Okay.
Let me steel man the position. Social constructions are not real. They're products of the mind. Yes or no?
They're not just products of the mind, no.
They're not. Okay, so then can you point one out to me?
Can I point out a social construct?
Yes, in a material reality that's not a product of the mind.
Well, the way that race affects people materially, like hate crimes.
No,
I mean, that's a material
but
reality.
race itself, is race itself a social construction?
Yes, I've stated that multiple times.
So then it's not anything other than a product of the mind, yes or no?
No. I mean, I've already said
No?
what I've said. If you don't understand the connection that I'm making there, that's on you.
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
understand. So let's try. Well, I'm just going to try one more time. I want to make sure I got this right.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that social constructions exist in material reality, or they're only products of the mind?
They exist in material reality.
They exist in material reality. Okay. Can you point to one that exists in actual material reality then?
Race.
Okay, so then race is not a social construction then.
You just
Why
don't
don't you get this?
I feel like we're wasting time because you just don't
No,
understand what
it's
I'm
not.
saying.
We're not. You don't understand, right? If
we don't
something's
understand
a
each
product of
other.
the mind, if it's only a product of the mind, and you say race is a social construction, therefore it's a product of the mind, then that means it can't exist in material reality. It doesn't exist absent the mind.
That's just not true, though.
It's not true.
Products of the mind can have an effect on material reality.
I didn't say products of the mind can't affect material reality.
You mean
I said they
exist,
don't
like- you mean,
actually
like,
exist
tangibly
in
exist.
material reality.
Sure, race is not tangible. No.
Yeah, so it doesn't exist except in the mind, right?
No. Something can be tangible and exist, or intangible and exist. Music exists. Music is not tangible, but no one's denying that it exists.
Music's not a social construction. There's sound. There's
Well,
things
no,
we can
I'm
measure.
I'm
it's
saying-
not just a product of the mind. What are
I'm
you talking
saying that
about?
music is an example of something that is intangible and yet still exists in our reality.
It's not intangible. What makes it intangible?
You can't. It's not physical. You can't. I mean, there are.
It is physical. What are you talking
Well,
about?
it's a vibration, but in the colloquial sense of the
so
word
there is
intangible.
a physical sense that we can measure in material reality. Is
Okay,
that
I'll
the
give
same
you. I'll
thing
give
with
you
race?
that. Music was a bad
Hang on.
example.
Is that the same thing with race?
I would have to think about that. No, I would.
You'd have to think about that.
My
of
immediate
course.
response is, well, yeah, this is a complicated question. I think.
It's not a complicated question.
It is.
It
This is
either
a really
exists as
complicated
material reality or it
discussion.
does not, and it's a social construction. It can't be both.
I disagree.
Oh, you disagree. What is the definition of a social construct?
Something that is socially agreed upon and constructed via reality. I mean, think like the census.
Okay, so is it social construction itself then?
No.
The reality? No. So then is race a social construction?
Yes. I did not hear the first part of your question.
Okay, then it doesn't exist in material reality. So I don't know why you keep disagreeing with me here.
I mean, because you don't understand what I'm saying.
Go ahead, tell it to me again.
I don't want to just keep repeating myself and having
All
you
right, I'm going to
willfully.
move on.
Yeah,
All
thank
right.
I'm
you.
going to move on. Let me read a couple chats, but we do have to go around the table on one of these questions once she's back. So hang tight, guys. Really quick, Man Clown, the panel is a treasure. These wayward and unconstant women are a testament to the bounty of Western civilization. Do they see modern female mating practices as predatory of male productivity? This is a question you actually want me to pose to the panel. Do you see modern female mating practices as predatory of male productivity? Anybody? Quick answers,
Yes.
kindly.
Do you mean like going for men of a certain like social status or like material, like going after men for money basically? Is that
I think
predatory?
like this question makes me feel like they are referring to corn.
Start getting those pulled up, Nick.
So I would say yes. I think corn is unhealthy. I think a lot of people don't take it in moderation, and it can ruin lives.
How does that impact your worldview being active on OnlyFans as a creator?
I don't do like regular corn on there. I do ASMR and eye-based stuff. And you know, if people are not going to take things in moderation, I'm not there to tell people what to do. I don't think we should be telling anyone what to do. I do think there should be more resources and help out there for people who need it.
All right, going around the table, just to finish up this answer, please let's not linger on it too long. So the question was, can you be racist against white people? If you want to restate your answer quick, and then we'll move on.
I'm done talking about it.
I think it's subjective on where you are in the world.
I think you can be racist to any race.
Yes, in different ways.
No.
Can't be racist against white people?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just really quick on your answer. You say no. Is that worldwide? Or are
No.
we speaking in the U.S.?
I think that's in the institutional context of the U.S.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If Barack Obama, during his presidency, refused to hire a white janitor who was in poverty because he was white, would that be racist?
If he did that, then yeah, like if hypothetically, if we started enacting policies in the United States that were subjugating white people, that we, yeah.
The most powerful person in the world.
Then yes, you could be racist against white people. I think it has to do with the institutional context, yeah.
So you can be racist against white people?
In a hypothetical, in the real world, no. In the real world,
What do you mean
where
in a
we're
hypothetical?
in the
Barack Obama was in fact president.
Did he what
What?
discriminatory policies that subjugated white people in a meaningful way did he enact that are still in effect today and that
Well,
white people are feeling the effects of today?
I'm giving you a hypothetical.
Exactly, and I'm saying in the hypothetical, sure, you can be racist against white people.
But you're saying in a hypothetical, but a hypothetical, it could never manifest itself. Like
I don't know that.
Racism could never manifest itself. Like I could give you an example, but in actuality, in reality, racism towards white people would never manifest itself. Is that what you're saying?
It's doubt. I would have to see it to believe it.
You think it's very doubtful that
think it's
racism towards white people can manifest itself?
in the United States, yeah. I mean,
In
the
the
world
United
could
States.
go on infinitely, maybe at some point, but
Okay, here's another, perhaps a more realistic hypothetical. A black business owner refuses to hire a white person because they're white.
I think that would be racial prejudice. I don't think institutionally it's not affecting all white people because
What if it's a major institution
I think it would still
that this business?
I think it would still have to be more than just like an anecdotal singular incident because in the way I think of racism, just my definition of it is it's something that's more broad based. It's not an individual thing. You can be racially prejudiced against a single person and you can use the broader concept of racism to discriminate against an individual, but racism as a concept for me is like that's a widespread institutional thing.
Nick, could you
And is being prejudiced more or less immoral than being racist?
I don't think moral really factors into it for me. I think that it
Oh, they're
has,
equal?
Sorry?
So they're equal and bad?
No, racism I think has much greater in a negative way implications.
So what makes it worse than being prejudiced?
The long-term implications of it.
Why would the long-term implications of racism be worse than the long-term implications of prejudice?
Because they're systemic. They're deeper.
So are prejudices. Prejudices can be systemic as well. And are.
Not in the definition I'm working off of, no.
No, even in the definition you're working off of. Are you saying the definition that you're working off of, prejudice, cannot be systemic?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. So then you would say then that if white men oppressed white women, would that be racism or prejudice?
That would be misogyny,
Or
I
do you
believe.
think? Did you mean sexism,
And
Andrew?
would that be prejudice?
It would be, I think it would be, yeah, that would include prejudice.
Yeah. Could that be systemic?
Well, the systemic aspect
Could
is
that be
the
systemic?
misogyny. The prejudice,
be
no.
systemic?
The prejudice, no.
Oh, so I just want to make sure I get this right, so I don't straw man your position. If white men systematically were prejudiced towards white women, that would not be systemic.
That would be misogyny, and I think, yes, misogyny is also systemic.
Okay, but prejudice is not systemic.
No, my definition of prejudice would be more of an individual thing. So you could, as a result of systemic misogyny, someone could be prejudiced against an individual woman because they've grown up in the context of systemic misogyny. They are going to be
Okay.
prejudiced against individual women.
Got it. So let's assume for a second then we will work off of this insane definition. I'll just grant it to you for the sake of doing it.
Thanks.
It turns out that you live in a society where they only harp on people who have blue eyes. That's it. It doesn't matter if they're men or women. It just so happens that far more women than men have blue eyes. In fact, almost all of the women do. And so the men with brown eyes oppress them, not because they're women, but because they have blue eyes. Are they being prejudiced towards those women?
That would be prejudice, yes, but I think
Yes, that would be a prejudice. Now let's assume that they built institutions in order to stop these blue-eyed women from doing things that they wanted to do. Would that be systemic prejudice?
I mean, that would be two different things. The prejudice is a result. The prejudice is a result of the systemic discrimination. The blue eye.
Towards what?
Blue eyeism.
Yeah. Yes, that's just prejudice, right?
Yeah, but the prejudice is on an individual level.
Yeah, but no, it's towards all people with blue eyes, men and women.
Yeah, but I mean, that's that. Do you see what
It's
I'm
just
saying?
that most of them are women. So could they systemically be prejudiced towards all of the people who have blue eyes?
I just don't think that the word
You
prejudice
just
applies.
don't think, no.
No, I think that would be...
They can be systemically misogynist, they can be systemically any ism that you want to give, but they can't be systemically prejudiced, right?
I mean, I think that if you want to, like, go in that direction, yeah, I mean, systemic discrimination includes prejudice. I'm just saying I don't think the prejudice
so then
itself,
prejudice can be systemic, right?
I just don't think that that is the definition of prejudice.
What is the definition of prejudice?
I would say holding a belief about someone. It's more in the terms of like what you believe. Like,
So if a lot of people hold a belief
bias.
about a lot of other people, and it has nothing to do with their race or their sex or anything else, would you call that a prejudice?
the prejudice is in the individual, though. It's not in. It's like each
Why
individual
couldn't it be
has.
societal? I don't understand. Why couldn't it be societal?
It's not that it can't. I'm just saying that the.
Well, then if it can,
No, I'm saying.
then I don't understand how it's individual. I don't get it.
Because it exists within the individual. The individuals hold these biases.
So does racism. Racism would exist within the individual.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think
So then
that,
I don't understand how this is not systemic both ways.
because I think that is the key difference between them is racism. My definition of racism is how that prejudice manifests on a systemic level. Prejudice is the word for the individual interaction, the individual discrimination against someone because of the biases you hold. They're interconnected. They're related.
Why could that not be systemic, though? You still haven't made an argument for why that couldn't be systemic.
I mean, you
that
can
makes
go
no
back and
sense to
forth
me.
forever. I've already explained how I feel.
Hold on, I do have to read a couple chats here just because they're about to fall off. One sec, guys. Well, hold on. I'll just read it. Kill of Cereal donated 100. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Okay, 6'1", 180K a year, fit, 8-inch peen, has a horrible world outlook, negative attitude in general. 5'2", 30K a year, chubby, 4-inch peen, has a positive outlook, oozes confidence and swagger. Do you pick one or two?
God, neither.
Neither.
You got to pick one. Just pick one.
I would never entertain either one.
Yeah.
Nope, neither.
Two, I think.
You're too far from the mic.
I don't know.
Neither.
All right, Cyphered. Men are only valued if they're useful. Women are born with inherent value. If a woman works full-time during the key development phases of a child, do you think that child will be well-adjusted? Quick answer, please.
Yes.
Yes.
I need to read the question again. I'm sorry.
I read it. I'm sorry. There's too much coming in.
Yes.
Depends.
I couldn't see the question. So,
Maybe if you took your glasses off, you'd be able to do that.
I don't know. I can't answer.
Cool. All right.
Can I just one last question?
Wait,
then
I'm
done.
sorry. Let me just read this,
Okay.
please.
Okay, fair enough.
Isaac, Luce has completely bombed in her feminist ramblings, and we're all cracking up in the chat. Now she's feeling awkward and put her jersey back on, and them shoulders aren't so high. Andrew based AF.
Sounds like he wants to see your shoulders.
So yeah, sounds like you want to see my shoulders, bro. I don't know.
There you have it, Isaac.
Reverse psychology.
Sorry.
Andrew, you wanted to come in really quick on something. I've got a lot of chats.
Let us assume for a second that there happened to be a religion which was out there that was being discriminated against via people being prejudiced towards the specific religion. Let's say it's a Middle Eastern area where this religion is being kind of systemically oppressed. Would you say that? Would you say that a religion could be systemically oppressed?
A religion? Yeah. It happens.
Yeah,
all the
and
time.
would that be a form of prejudice, or do you have a different name for that too?
They're different concepts. Prejudice, I've already explained. I honestly.
No, I just want to know the answer to this one question. Can a religion be oppressed? And is that prejudice, and can it be systemic?
People who follow a certain religion can be oppressed because of their religion, and people can also be prejudiced against people of a certain religion. Yes.
No, but if people are all prejudiced towards that certain religion, do you have a different name for it besides prejudice?
Yes, because on the systemic level, I think that would be discrimination. That would be, I don't know if there's a word.
What
like
if they're not
racism for it.
discriminating? They just don't like them. They're in two different nations, totally. They're not discriminating against them at all.
Then that would just be prejudice.
Really hate them.
Then that would just be prejudice, and it wouldn't be systemic.
And could it be systemic? Why wouldn't it be systemic? If all of your systems of government were aligned to hate these people, like I can think of a conflict going on right now we could apply this to.
Well, then that would be discrimination.
What's discriminatory? They're not discriminating, they're just hating them.
All of the systems of government are aligned against them, and it's not discrimination. I don't think that's possible.
Though, right?
I'm sorry. I don't think that's possible.
It's not possible.
No, I don't think you can have all the systems of government aligned against a certain group and have it not be discriminatory.
Moving on.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Cyphered. White males, they are naturally classed as racist because of their skin color. Guilty until proven innocent. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Cool. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. Let me pull up. I'm going to go to the super chats over here really quick. Yo, Brian Johnson is officially the best spelled Brian there is. I'd like to say I appreciate both you and Andrew for pushing back. The world is turning to shit. Yeah, the optimal spelling of Brian is with an I. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Pelagic 100. Never seen someone say so much while saying absolutely nothing at the same time. Thank you. Really appreciate your super chats, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the TTSs also and the Streamlabs ones. Complex one. Prejudice is negative judgment without merit or evidence. Racism takes prejudice and empowers it with the ability to negatively affect the person due to whatever the prejudice is. As a black man, black people can be racist against white people under said criteria. Complex one. Thank you, man. Appreciate your message there. We'll get to I think that's the last one there. And then there's so many coming in. Sorry, guys, that we're kind of just trying to get through these as quickly as possible. I need to be considerate of the panel, but also the people that are contributing. Hide it. Okay, Brian, where'd you get this little prepubescent boy in the yellow tank top? Looks like, whoa, what the fuck? Looks like he'd have the tattoo "No Regrets" on the chest. Shut STFU and listen to Andrew. He clearly knows more than you. Do you want to respond to that?
It's valid. I do have small boobs. Thank you for pointing it out.
All right, okay. There you go. I'll get to the rest of the other ones really quick. Nick, can you pull up the Discord, that Elon Musk image that we have? Do you know where to find it?
I don't know where to find it.
It's in the wall of whatever.
Okay.
Just pull it up. It's related to this. I'll try to move on. Can you get it fast, quick?
Okay.
All right. This is related to, because someone mentioned slavery. I don't know. This is Elon Musk over there on Twitter reacting to one of our clips. The literal origin of the word slave refers to white slaves. So kind of related to our conversation about slavery and white people. Elon Musk reacting to a clip there, because this conversation has come up before. Wait, let's see. Okay, we got the Elon thing out of the way. We'll come to that later. So, okay, where do I? I think we should pull up the original Instagram DMs that we had between you and me.
I would prefer
those would be,
not to.
Oh, it doesn't reveal anything.
It's not about revealing. I think. Okay.
No, it's good. It's not bad.
I don't think it's bad. I just think generally a lot of these conversations, even if you look in the chat, like, are centered around maybe a more misogynistic perspective, such as just calling her a little boy, like a random chatter calling her a little boy. It's like obviously coming from a place of misogyny, which is how I felt at the time when I was reviewing your podcast.
I'm not responsible for what the chat says. So.
I'm not blaming you currently. Like, good. I'm just saying, I think that.
Yeah, we just ask that you judge us on how we treat you. That seems fair.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's treating someone in a rude manner. That is treating someone without cadence.
I think that you being dismissive and me being dismissive of you being dismissive is giving you back exactly what you just gave me.
It wasn't.
Was that dismissive?
It wasn't.
No. I did not feel like that was dismissive. Personally, I'm sorry.
Oh, what is
yeah.
What is that?
I don't think I said it with that cadence. Now you are mocking me.
Come on.
But now you are mocking me.
She didn't have another response to it.
There's things that you can say that deserve to be mocked.
All right, make it bigger, please, so maybe we can have Luce read it.
Okay, sure. I mean, now I'm just gonna get bombarded with people trying to like dox me and attack me.
No one's gonna dox you.
Being a woman.
No one's do you want to just read it?
Okay. I would love to, because I believe I could actually have a productive conversation despite the tacky appearance of the podcast. However, I value my privacy too much and would not want to be public in that way and will therefore decline. Say what you will about women and the criticisms of the age of new woman, but the reality is your entire production is founded on the exploitation and profitability of young women, women of color, and trying to downplay the women experience. But you're living proof of that hypocrisy. It's the hypersexualization of women that you are also critical of while profiting off of, such as promoting OnlyFans while also criticizing OnlyFans. I've watched a few of your clips, and it seems the majority of your responses are irrelevant to debate questions or specifically targeting a certain type of woman in order to make women overall appear uneducated, and that is coming from a fairly temper-minded individual who has been exposed to many political ideologies and who does not participate in something like OnlyFans. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but etc. I hope you at least acknowledge that the profitability of your work is no more dignified than any women's means of career. I'm just saying that there was nothing to debate, that it was objective.
So this show is objectively exploitative?
I think so, for sure. You're exploiting based off of women's opinions and objectifying women and feeding into the incel.
Objectifying, okay.
I mean, it's kind of the incel mindset.
What's the incel mindset?
Well, a lot of podcast consumption, I'm sure there are so many really
hold on,
interesting...
sorry, before I ask you questions, we'll just finish reading it.
Oh, sorry. Of a person or considering their judgment, not influenced by personal feelings or opinion, considering and representing facts. Since it's a fact that you exploit aspects of sex work as clickbait and profit off of making a fool of women based on two facts, not influenced by my personal opinion, since you have no notion of my beliefs of sex work or otherwise, I would argue conclusively that that is objective. I see like clickbait clips of girls like bouncing or like zooming in on certain things. I mean, like I said, this was over a year ago, and I'm sure your content has changed and evolved since then. But I would argue that a lot of the stuff that you're hypercritical of is the same reason why your platform is so profitable.
So you mean because there's OnlyFans girls that come on the show?
I feel like you just didn't listen to anything that I just said in that case.
But I did.
It's
I
literally pulled up there.
I listened to everything that you just said, and I don't know if you know this or not, but I actually take notes as we go. If you don't mind, I'll try to steelman your position back to you. You believe that it's profitable for Brian to bring on women because it's pandering to a certain subset of an audience that wants to watch women be humiliated and treated like garbage, and you believe that that's a profitable business model. Did I get that roughly correct? I'm paraphrasing, of course.
Correct.
What's that?
Correct, sorry.
I'm sorry, you got to speak right into the mic.
Correct.
Oh,
sorry.
Correct, okay, thank you. Yeah, no problem. Just understand I'm remote, so I can't hear you unless your mouth is close to the mic.
Sorry.
So to respond to this, then why do they come on?
I think they come on for, I'm sure everyone has all sorts of different reasons.
Yeah, what do you think those reasons are?
To promote maybe their social media platforms and try to profit them. I'm not saying that women can't profit from this type of work.
Just stick with the question. Why do you think they come on?
I think they come on for either money, attention, to make a stand, to have discussions, I think to show off either their work or their opinions.
It's a very strange criticism that a bunch of misogynist incel lunatics are allowing women to come on to give their opinion on various topics and subjects, while the women profit from this. It's so strange to me that the criticism, hang on, I'm almost done, that the criticism is that this is all to placate these incels who are exploiting.
Oh, wait,
Sorry,
Andrew,
you
your
cut out.
audio's cutting out. Andrew, your audio's cutting out.
You cut out. I just want to clarify, I did not use that language.
Can I just ask, is everybody else just exhausted from this? Like, I personally just don't think any of this is productive in trying to make a difference for our generation and trying to change the horrible, what did you call it, hellish dating hellscape at the beginning of this podcast. Like, sure, we can keep arguing until the cows come home about literally
can you guys
every...
hear me still? Yeah, I'd like to finish my conversation here, though. So, back to this, I would like to understand how it is that you just make a complete and total mockery, say that this is an incel podcast, it's pandering to a bunch of misogynists who are trying to exploit women for their own personal benefit, and then when I ask you why is it that the women come on, you say it's because they want to exploit all of these incel men. That's actually what your argument is.
That's also just, I completely agree with you. Like, I agreed to come on this podcast today because it was catered on a non-political aspect of dating life. When in the past panel that I was asked to join was actually discussing OnlyFans and porn.
Nickelodeon donated $200. I didn't know you were an of model. You did a great job of allowing yourself to be made a fool of. Including by yourself.
I've never done OF.
Wait, who's the OF model?
I've never done that. I think so, but I've never done that. I've never done corn, and that was the podcast that I was responding to.
But then if it's non-political and that was what your take was, that this was totally non-political, there's no political takes whatsoever, why did you send that DM?
I didn't. Okay, that was over a year ago, and I was asked to be on a podcast about the corn industry and OF, or it was discussions around that. And it was a clip I had just seen. Okay, go back to the podcast that you were making in that segment.
We don't invite people to appear on like a specific episode. We send out like a shotgun approach. We'll just blast out invitations. Also, a lot of people reach out.
Gotta get a new mic cord.
Hold on. People will reach out to us too to be on the show.
Yeah.
For example, we do outreach, but you asked to be on the show, correct?
Yes.
You asked to be on the show, correct?
Yeah.
You asked to be on the show, correct?
Yes.
You asked to be on the show, correct? So I don't know what the exact breakdown is. Let's just say it's 50-50. 50% of the people request to be on the show. 50% of the people we do outreach invite them on the show. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, I don't really understand what the basis of the question is even asking me. At that time,
you've made some very strong accusations that the podcast is exploitative.
I think that a lot of social media is exploitative. I mean, in its entirety.
Are you being exploited right now?
No, I had full autonomy to be here. Me personally, I don't feel exploited. I do think to some capacity.
It's just those other dumb women, though.
Okay, absolutely not what I meant.
Right. So then what's your complaint?
Guys, this was a year ago. Why are you arguing with me about...
Has your opinion changed?
I'm here, obviously. I was willing to have like these I think it's like...
I don't think your position's changed.
People are being exploited in the sense of maybe shutting down conversations or speaking over our actual opinions. Like, in my opinion, I do think a lot of podcasts are centralized around female exploitation. There's a reason why you have predominantly female guests instead of male guests.
That's the format of the show.
Yeah, why?
It's because it's interesting to hear.
For the same reason that you'll see women create safe space shows where they'll only have one guest and maybe 5 women. Like, let's see The View. Is The View being discriminatory and exploitative of men because 5 women get to give their opinions all day long while the men have to basically suffer through all of that nonsense?
Suffer through all that nonsense. That just showed to me your perspective of women.
Answer my question. Is it okay for women to have The View and only have men on? Is that for them to placate a bunch of harlots and skanks, like you called this chat a bunch of incels?
I mean, okay. We don't have to say exploitative, but you cannot deny that you are financially benefiting from OnlyFans girls.
Hold on. How many OnlyFans girls are on the panel right now? Show of hands.
2.
No, raise your hands high. Kindly high.
Yeah, but every single...
Okay, everybody else on the panel is not on OnlyFans. Mm-hmm. So what's your argument?
Well, you intentionally...
And actually, you two have been talking the most, and you guys don't have OnlyFans, but go ahead.
No, I know, but you do financially benefit from sex workers, OnlyFans girls, things like that. Being on the show, they're the main draw.
No, they're not.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
I'll let you have that one.
I'll let
you have that one.
And it was the main draw of the show to allow sex workers to come on so that their ideology and the things that they're doing could be tangled with. Are you saying that sex workers are too stupid to defend their own ideology?
Absolutely not.
I didn't say anything about that.
Okay, great. Then what is the problem?
I didn't say there was a problem. I said he's financially benefiting from the exact thing that he's critiquing. And that's fine. I mean, like, people are coming on here for money as well. I think that that's fine. It's a reciprocal relationship. But the whole like the world is going to shit. Oh, women are wayward. I mean, you're making money. You're getting sent thousands of dollars from these wayward women.
They're being
on here.
exploited. Oh, it's terrible. They have no autonomy.
I didn't say it was
I say no,
exploitative.
they absolutely have autonomy. But the incels are trying to exploit them while we're exploiting the incels.
When did I say it was
Makes no fucking
exploitative?
sense.
When did I say it was exploitative?
She did.
You might have.
You
but
seem to be defending it
she
a
did.
bit.
She did. And the thing is like, you did agree with it. You piggybacked off of the argument, and you literally started with, there's no doubt that you're profiting off of these girls.
I mean, why
that
you're doing this
seems like you
podcast
think
for
that
money?
it's
That's not an
exploitative.
argument.
They're saying it's exploitative because women will come on here and try and voice their opinion, and just in my experience and observation of the show, we get talked over quite a lot, and we don't really get to say what we want to. There's no probing questions. We don't really ask each other probing questions. There's not really like a discussion for understanding of each other here.
Right.
Did anybody overtalk you?
You a lot.
You multiple times, yeah.
Did anybody
And mocking
overtalk
me?
you right now when you gave that whole spiel?
Wow. Okay.
It didn't happen one
Wait.
time, so it never happened.
Yeah, well,
Wait.
the thing is that there's one of me and there's how many of you. And in order for us to keep a format intact, we have to move. Bam, 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 bam. So I'm going to have to cut in from time to time, otherwise I can't get my points in.
Dig
I think I've been more than
donated
sharing.
$200. Women like Blondie hate whatever because it shows the world how stupid women are.
Disavow.
Exactly.
Society says they're better than men.
That's the kind
They
of
are
people who
literally
send you
worse at
money.
everything. Simps waking up to Chad reality.
That's my point. Again, I just
You
don't
can't
think
divorce
any
yourself
of
from
this
that.
is really productive. I like the fact that we have a very
wait,
fast
hold on.
moving.
I'm sorry, that's a meta conversation. I'm sorry. Look, I got to read a couple of these chats because they're about to fall off. Hold on. Sorry, some of these might have felt race is real, sports, diseases, bone structureism is the game, duped into demonizing pattern recognition for feels, why women are 4% of the world's population. You're actually the minority, okay? DBE, thank you, man. Appreciate it. I'm going to just get caught up. What is RUB? Is that rubles? Like Russian rubles? RUB? I don't know.
I think so.
What?
I'll have to figure that out. David Surziak. I've been at the counter of black barbecue place and told my favorite ribs were not available, but the lady behind them got them. I don't care. Brushed my shoulder because of the history of black. What? What?
Okay.
Okay. And then he sent it again? Was told best ribs at a barbecue place. They were out and lady behind me got them.
He's really mad about those
I
ribs.
brushed it off because I understand the old black lady experienced racism at the counter.
Or she put in an order for pickup. Either or.
Okay. We have Sleepy Bear here. We are living through a racist time right now in history. To say you cannot be racist towards a race based on skin color is a purely racist statement. If you say that, you are the racist. Okay. Hold on, let me just check. Rubles, is that Russian?
That is Russian, yes.
Rub 200 to
That's
USD?
not very much money.
That's two. Just a heads up, guys. Through Streamlabs, if you want it read or even through TTS, it has to be in USD. It has to be in USD. So I think we're caught up there on those. Hold on, guys.
Like, subscribe.
1 sec.
Hit that notification bell.
Actually, speaking of which, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever.
Loose
Too
Pussy
slow
Energy
with it.
donated $200. These bad faith 304s can't stop fucking capping. Get the fuck up out of here. There's a guy named Abdul that would play this bullshit game with them. Hashtag get the rocks, hashtag castle time, hashtag exploit these nuts dumbishes.
Can I ask what a 304 is?
Area code.
Uh-huh.
I think it's an area code or something. I don't know. I'm confused too.
What does that even
Loose. Oh, it's 'cause it's loose.
Yeah, but like,
loose.
whose side is he on? I'm very
Yeah.
confused.
No, when he's saying exploit. I'm whatever. It doesn't matter.
Wait,
Let's move
so
on.
hold on. And I think you were also making some statements, I don't know to who, if it was
I'm sure I was
to my
making-
people like behind the scenes or whatever. You also think that the podcast is misogynistic.
Yes, that is my opinion, and it's okay if you disagree.
Okay. Well, first, oh my God. fuck.
Killer of
Holy
Cereal
fuck. I thank
donated
you guys, but-
$200. Aren't you here on your own accord? Didn't you get rules before show? So you don't feel exploited,
I
but want to
don't
use the
think
podcast to
all men
exploit your
are
opinions
bad.
about how all men bad while disrespecting rules.
Personally, I love men.
Some of my closest, like I love having male relationships, and I think that I think that there's a heavy discrepancy of me having one single opinion of something, and then you guys telling me I have 100 other opinions when you don't know.
I
how
think
feel
what I'm
about
hearing
those
you
things.
say is there's an overemphasis on trying to just generally in the social media space today stir up division and anger and own the other people.
Yes.
Look, I saw a chat come through earlier today. I just feel like the world is going to shit. I think we can look at the world like that. There's a whole lot of negative that we could be focusing on in terms of just how empty our world has become, largely because of the lies of culture that have been allowed to thrive and that division that's been allowed to thrive. But what I love about this podcast, with my own experience that I've been here about a year ago, and I wrote about this in my book, is that we did have those probing conversations and those probing questions. Even tonight, in the midst of all of this crazy division, I saw so many positive things being said around the table today, that you love men, that we think men have it really difficult in society today, and we need to address that problem, that you want to get married, that you want to have kids, that you think modern feminism has become very problematic and you don't subscribe to that ideology. Those are dramatically unifying countercultural things for our generation. We can of course focus on all of the crazy chats that come through and all of the negativity and all of that, but I feel really hopeful about this conversation, because even though we're all dramatically different people, I'm watching a big group of young Americans from across every aspect of the cultural and political spectrum basically give a middle finger to American culture today and say, we don't want to keep living like this. And that's powerful. So you can choose to say the world is going to shit and focus on that, or you can wake up and realize there are so many people waking up to the realities of the lies of culture that we're living in, and we can work together to create a more productive system moving forward.
How in the world is that what you see?
I
You
just
have these leftist women going absolutely
wait. I just want to say that I really appreciate that you reiterate
regular
things.
terms and phrases. They're going absolutely ape shit. This one starts by saying it's a bunch of misogynist incels who are supporting the show, then has to
completely agree
backtrack
with
on
you.
it.
Thank
the other
you
one
so
doesn't know what a
much.
social construction is. Why are you blowing smoke up these women's asses?
I'm not blowing smoke up anybody, to be honest with you, Andrew, but I am a big believer that the culture of social media that's existed for a long time, I do this as a political and religious and cultural content creator for a living, so I get the controversy. It's very tempting to do the own the libs thing and go viral for 5 seconds on Twitter, but how much is that actually productive in winning a culture war?
It's highly productive.
In winning a culture war in our country.
These are not your friends. These women would shame you off of a campus in 5
not shame
seconds.
you.
Hold
They
on.
would
I would
literally
never
dox you,
shame you.
destroy your life in 5
Wait.
seconds. They don't give a shit about you.
I have a wait. I've got something here. Isabel, are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I am very proudly pro-life. Womb to tomb, baby. Does anybody have a major problem with all
I
of
can
that?
respect your opinion.
There you go.
But you
and that's how
disagree with her ideologically.
I totally respect that for you.
It's her life.
Well,
and I
wait
think-
until. But she wants to take back your right.
I think it's
to get an
weird to
abortion.
There
like,
is
tell
no
other
right,
people
but
what
okay.
to
Well,
do, but that's
And
my
I'm not fighting
But
against you
see,
on
this
this.
is a great opportunity
she's
to
not
like
gonna-
start a dialogue and realize 9 in 10 voters under the age of 45 in America believe there should be at least some restrictions on the abortion industry. That's a dramatically different picture than what you see in one Twitter post or one TikTok video or what one presidential candidate might say. That's a lot of common ground for us to start a great dialogue about, and that's exactly what I'm seeing tonight. Look, we have very different worldviews. Some of you don't want to have children. I'm very excited about having children, and I think that's a beautiful aspect of womanhood that's often being erased from society. Some of you are creators on OnlyFans. I personally don't agree with that particular life choice. I'm curious to unpack why you do that and if there's a path for you to get off the platform.
I would love to talk about that.
But I'm the first person to acknowledge that owning each other and creating content specifically designed to demonize each other does absolutely nothing to get us on the first step to having that conversation in the first place.
I agree.
And what I love about this podcast historically is we've had the opportunity to do just that, to say, hey, I'm really not okay with where culture is at today. I might disagree with you on how we got here. I might disagree with you on where we're going forward, but we can never create a path forward if we don't just sit and acknowledge that we're all miserable in what leftism has done for society. And that's what I've heard throughout the entire conversation tonight. We're miserable that society has demonized marriage. We're miserable that society has demonized children. We're miserable about the pornography industry. history, which is a powerful thing that nobody likes to talk about. Everybody just says, Gen Z's this degenerate, horrible leftist culture. That's not what I'm hearing tonight.
I think people need to really acknowledge like the bad things that come with porn. You can't just like brush everything off and act like everything's fine. I completely agree with you. Like there are like negatives that come with porn, just like anything else. There is a huge porn problem. There's a huge porn consumption problem. There's a huge problem with men being depressed and not knowing how to talk to women problem. There's like a huge problem with it. There's a huge problem with women doing things or like getting into situations that they don't really like necessarily would be okay with. It's a huge thing.
So
I guess I'm just interested in doing something a bit more productive with our time, where we could create common ground. We could actually try to change some minds. We could talk about the controversial issues.
And I think Andrew might actually agree with me here. I actually don't think I'll be able to change any of the girls' minds on anything. I'm actually, whenever I have people on the show, I'm actually never really, really interested in changing the mind of who's across from me. I'm interested in reaching them. I'm interested in reaching the audience.
So they send you money, right?
No. Don't be disingenuous. Yes. I'm interested in changing their mind.
Well, let me give you a great example of how you've done that in the last couple of weeks. A week ago, I had a beautiful young woman on my live stream named Nala Ray. Just a few months ago, Nala went viral on this podcast as a top 0.01% OnlyFans creator,
I take full credit for
saying that she was physically, sexually attracted to the idea of cheating on other men. In the last few months, Nala has completely broken the internet by leaving that entire lifestyle behind. She was baptized in a Christian church. She deleted her OnlyFans content. She deleted thousands of illicit photos and videos off the internet. She has left that life behind, much to the ridicule and disbelief of a lot of people on the internet.
After a debate with me, by the way.
One Motorsports donated $200.
No, conveniently
Damn
after
it, Isabel, stop the
with
fail.
me.
None of the losers opposite you do not give two sheets about anything you have to say. Andrew is right. You are best served to bring them to your level, not sink to tears.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what we're trying to do. Bring people to a new level and start that conversation. But Nala's dramatic transformation has inspired quite literally hundreds of millions of people all over the world to stop and ask the question, wow, how can you have a comparison side by side of being viral on the whatever podcast saying it's kinky to cheat on people and 5 seconds later get baptized and delete all of that content off of your platform?
No,
that
that's
is
not
catering to both your audience and to
is
the
a
individuals
split
on the
division.
platform. I just don't think
You're
it's
welcome.
mutually exclusive. So I'm
This is
inspired to see
ridiculous.
those
This is a
conversions
ridiculous
happening.
take.
Oh, okay.
Listen, here's what actually happened. Post a debate after I wrecked Nala. She's sitting basically exactly where the gal is sitting there, who has the red hair, basically sitting right there. She went and reevaluated her life after she sat on this podcast and said that she sends money to her father, who is a preacher. And I said, what kind of father who's a preacher would ever allow that? Suddenly on Michael Knowles' show, she says, wait, my parents disowned me. Two very conflicting stories, by the way. But okay, we'll grant that that is true. What it's created is a lined division right down the middle of people trying to determine what Christianity is and is not, who's allowed in, who is allowed not in. That is a fantastic conversation, but to say it's not completely polarizing, that's what it is. It's totally polarizing. It has not brought people together.
Oh,
And
I highly disagree with
has
that.
it brought people together.
Just because something is controversial doesn't mean it can't bring people together. I've seen more productive dialogue about the role of faith in our generation's lifetime and culture, in the role of OnlyFans and whether or not it's something we should have a mass exodus from within our generation in the last 2 weeks because of Nala's transformation story than anything else I've ever seen. And largely that started from a clip of your podcast, Brian. So I think that's incredible, right? Because that's catering to an audience, but that's also catering to a generation of creators and people who are willing to put themselves out there. They're not mutually
you're
exclusive.
welcome.
It's not mutually exclusive.
But the thing is no, it's one of the most polarizing issues I've ever seen in my life. If you look at Twitter and the polarization which has happened behind it, who believes her, who doesn't believe her, what's actually going on here, yes, it is true that it sparked a conversation, but it's a very polarized conversation.
Okay, but that doesn't mean
it has not created kumbaya by
I don't
any
think it
stretch of the
has.
imagination. Is because people are engaging directly in argumentation, and for the first time these ideologies are being taken on, and people aren't used to seeing that. That's what's going on, and so you do see a polarization. Completely disagree with this take.
Well,
I think you're a nice
absolutely.
person. I think you're on our side, but I think that this take is incorrect.
All right. fair. Agree to disagree. But I just think polarization doesn't have to be mutually exclusive from a productive path moving forward. Polarization can be a beautiful thing because it forces us to examine our conscience, and that's exactly what's happened here. So I would love to do that in the next several minutes of the podcast with you guys. Talk about some of those polarizing issues that we might disagree on, but at least create an opportunity for productive dialogue moving forward. If we don't have anything else
I'll try
structured.
my best. I got a couple things I need to finish up on, so we'll try our best here, and we do have some chats coming in. I do want to wrap up. We were starting to talk about misogyny, and it was your view that this podcast is misogynistic. Is that correct? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I think that a lot of the conversations surround discrediting misogyny and essentially criticizing women on a hypercritical lens. I mean, I'm not saying specifically you, but I would say, as you were saying, with the mass implication of media, I do think a lot of commenters or a lot of conversations are sparked in misogyny because it is a controversial topic. And it's a topic that can be very reactionary for women.
Well, didn't you, when I asked the question earlier, didn't you just outright say, yeah, I think the podcast is misogynistic?
I was reading from what I had said a year ago, and the notion that
didn't you tell my staff that the podcast, Nick, did she?
I said I was blocked on Instagram because I called that podcast misogynistic.
I don't even think in your original messages, did you even say misogynistic?
Yes, I did.
I think
if
you
you
said
want to pull it up again.
We could pull it up again really quick, just so I can scan it. Nick? I mostly zoned in on exploitation. There's a lot of exploitation, young women, women of color, it's up. I don't know if I saw an accusation of actual misogyny.
I'm sure my prospect of downplaying the woman experience was centralized around misogyny. Yes, that's correct.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think you indicated either behind the scenes, in messages, or even on the show that you view the podcast, I don't know if it's myself, as misogynistic.
Yes.
And then I think you did too?
Yeah, I mean, can I ask you a question and you respond to it, engage with it like in good faith and so genuine?
Well, allow me to ask a couple of my questions first, but you think that the podcast is misogynistic?
I believe that you benefit from misogyny, and I think that it has
misogynistic. From misogyny.
Well, here's my question. I'm just going to ask it.
Well, hold on. I'm in the middle of.
Well, you asked me a question. My question is a response to what you just asked. Why do you think it is that every person who sends you money is saying something misogynistic if you don't benefit from misogyny?
Are you new to the internet? Like, do you realize how when you have anonymity and you have just total on YouTube, these are all anonymous people. Super toxic. I don't co-sign. I even said I disavow some of their statements. You might not co-sign,
but I'm asking why. I mean, none of it's like, say, anti-Semitic. None of it's like other isms that we could do with our anonymity. It's all sexism and misogyny. So why do you think those people are watching you and sending you money, if not you benefiting from misogyny and stoking that for your own personal benefit?
Well, I think you're making a lot of assumptions there that are not based in
you
reality at all.
You can read the comments and say they're misogynist. If you say they're not, that doesn't make them
doing
not.
a live.
Fine, then all the commenters who comment on your behalf are misandrous then.
Sure. Go for it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right?
So, again, everything's anonymous. As a man, I don't know how to take responsibility for what other people say. So I can have a conversation about the things that I discuss on the podcast, but I can't I don't know how to be responsible for what somebody else says, especially somebody who says it anonymously. So
I didn't say you were responsible for it, but I think you benefit from it and you intentionally engage with those comments and you stoke that kind of discord.
Did you say you consider yourself a feminist?
I do.
Okay. So you benefit from a misandrous system. Now, I'm one podcast. You were talking about systemic. What was the other word you used? There's systemic, and then there was another word I'm trying to remember.
Institutional?
Institutional. So I have one podcast. You're a feminist. I have absolutely no power compared to the absolute Goliath that is feminism. You're laughing. Every single university in this country has a feminist studies program, a women's studies program, a gender studies program. Every single universities, all these universities are systems, and these systems have $100 million endowments. That's what I'm up against. You guys have all the power. Feminism has all the power. It has infiltrated all the institutions of higher education, government, media, corporations. Do you think my message is the mainstream? I'm the counterculture.
No, I don't think
I'm the counterculture. You, as a feminist, possess all the systemic and institutional power in this country.
I would disagree with that. I think that's
how is that
inane.
in government, in media, in corporations, in the higher education system? Feminism has 100% control. It is the status quo. How can you sit here and say that? And feminism preaches an absolutely man-hating ideology. The core tenet of feminism is the patriarchy theory, which in my view is a absurd conspiracy theory.
What would you say the patriarchy theory is?
I mean, there's different definitions of it. It's this idea that men hold all the power, women are precluded from having any power, and that men as a class are oppressors and women are the oppressed. If that's what you're teaching people in these systems, in this systems of education, you're teaching women to have absolute contempt and hatred towards men. If you're teaching women that they are oppressed and that men are the fault of that and that men are the oppressors, you hold all the cards, you hold all the power.
So what do you think we should be teaching women?
Well, I think that the first thing is that if you experience any sort of ridicule whatsoever from a dynamic, that you don't disparage them. Instead, you hear what they have to say. In this particular case, Brian points out something which is very interesting. Who holds the institutional powers? At the incel or the feminist? You tell me.
I would say that incels do not hold any institutional power, but I would say this is also getting away from my original question, which was, I guess not a question, it's more of a statement. You benefit from misogyny. It doesn't matter who has the institutional power.
You benefit from misogyny. If you didn't, you wouldn't be here right now.
I benefit from misogyny?
You must, because your claim here is that a bunch of misogynists are having you on to spread your message.
I mean, I guess in that way I do benefit from it, but then
I guess you do. I guess you benefit from all this misogyny.
So you admit that he also benefits from it. He also benefits from it, right?
I don't even know what that argument is, though.
I'll let you reclassify the word to misogyny, as long as you say that a bunch of patriarchist misogynists are benefiting you by allowing your message to go out to them. Go ahead and say that for us, if you don't mind.
The thing is, my message is not going out to a sympathetic crowd right now. I mean, you can see who's watching and who's sending money. No one who's listening is going to... I didn't know what this podcast was when they invited me on. I was invited on 2
hang on,
2
that's
hours
also incorrect,
beforehand.
just so you know. Hang on, let me just give you some framing. I understand what your framing is. Steel manning it back. Hey, I understand, but I'm in a hostile crowd. But you're really not. You might be in a hostile crowd right now with the chat, which is currently right here. However, millions of people will likely see the clips that come off of this podcast, and you will get a sympathetic ear from that. And I also don't buy that you didn't know what this podcast was.
I didn't.
I'm sure that you seem like you're the type who's diligent and does your research. Are you not that kind?
I don't watch podcasts. I don't know.
You don't? So you just agree blindly to just whatever anybody offers you?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, yes?
No.
Did you just say yes?
Would you like to move on, or would you like me to respond?
No, I would like to just finish this real quick. I'm almost done.
Okay,
you don't
Andrew.
mind.
All right.
That was a joke. I don't actually. No,
okay, you don't actually. So you didn't do any of your due diligent research before going on a podcast. You didn't have no idea what was going to happen. You had no idea that this was a dating podcast
Andrew,
where it's an adversarial relationship between the males and the females. You had no clue.
No, it was marketed as a dating podcast, but I kind of just did it because it sounded fun. I mean, the fact that it's hostile is...
Go ahead, final thing, and I'll go.
I was just going to say, I'm not saying that, so this is what you do, this is my only point was that you benefit from people's misogynistic viewpoints. And if
And
that
then
makes me
you're
benefiting
also,
from
you
it
said you do
sure.
too as well, right?
Sure. On this day, I'm benefiting from it, but only one of us has the podcast and does it continually. I'm just a guest benefiting from it on this day.
how could you blame a bunch of misogynist, patriarchist lunatics
Andrew,
for
center.
promoting
Can you center, please?
Okay.
No, can you center?
No, yeah. How can you blame a bunch of evil misogynists for allowing you to get your message out there? Does that sound like misogyny?
I mean, yeah, because they're benefiting from the misogynists who are watching.
But you're also benefiting from the misogyny.
I already admitted to that. Sure. Today, I'm making money from it.
How is this even a criticism then?
I don't even
Wouldn't this mean that misogyny was good? Wouldn't that mean misogyny is good if you're benefiting from it?
I don't even really understand.
Doc Vinably donated $200. To paraphrase Rush Limbaugh, the Whatever podcast is equal time pushing back against the systemic misandry of feminism. Evidence, The Boy Crisis by Farrell.
Very well put, Doc Vinablis.
I thought Rush Limbaugh was dead.
Okay.
I just think it's weird that it seems like
he
most
is
of
after
the...
he destroyed an entire culture of progressive scumbags.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that's true.
Can you hear me?
Another.
Can you hear me?
Devon Jackson donated $200. As someone who's sent as much if not more money to this podcast than anyone, I can assure you I've never said anything misogynistic, so from the bottom of my heart, fuck you, the individual, not the woman.
So, okay, you're saying that I benefit, but what is really, thank you, Davon, I don't really understand your argument here, because, like, let's say, for example, Joe Biden received political contributions from a, like, radical feminist group that hates men.
Which he does.
Sure. Like, does that mean that just because he receives the support of a radical group that he necessarily, and look, I don't want to get into Joe Biden's views on shit, but does that mean that he co-signs those views because he has received the support of said group? And we've seen this a lot from Trump, where Trump will get an endorsement from somebody who's a radical in some way, and then that is somehow it must mean it's a reflection on Donald Trump's precise political views and ideology, when that's not the case. So I'm just not really sure what your argument is.
I didn't say you were co-signing it. That your own opinions on women are your own, but my only argument is that you're benefiting
Grid
from
One
it financially.
Motorsports donated $200.
Okay.
I rebuke the claim of misogyny. However, I will call stupid and would prefer brutal honesty to comfortable lies.
Yeah.
I can see why you would not. The patriarchy is here to help you, not Brixan.
Thank you, Grid One Motorsports. Appreciate it. Okay, so you view the podcast as anyone here else think the podcast is misogynistic?
I don't really watch it, so I am not able
Do
to
you?
determine that.
Look, I just want to say this and I'll make it quick. I find it weird that a lot of your audience seems to either, I wouldn't say that they hate women, but
Okay.
it's like women that do like OnlyFans or like sex work, and then they pay a lot of money just so they can like insult women. And that's odd to me. I'm not saying what everyone else at the table is saying, but I'm saying that that is
Okay,
weird and it's negative.
Exclude the viewers, exclude the audience of the things that are discussed on the podcast. Do you view the podcast as misogynistic?
No.
Okay, but you two do. So I have a question. You use the word. How do you split, please? Ooh, okay. How do you define misogyny?
I would say that it's not opinion-based, rather the instigating of anti-woman concepts. So anytime you ask a question, there's kind of an automatic rebuttal. So you're going into it of, oh, well, women should do this but shouldn't do this, and women should feel this way but they feel this way, or putting words into everyone's mouths, I think kind of promotes this idea of misogyny. Obviously it's a blanket term, and I do feel as it was overused, and I apologize, but I do think to some capacity benefiting off of the hatred or
You're not answering the question.
Okay, my
How do you
perspective of
define
I define
misogyny?
misogyny as expressing hatred towards women from a gender standpoint rather than an objective opinion or material matter, such as hating on a woman for how she looks, telling a woman that she is incompetent or dumb, more
What
based
if she
off of
is? Is it misogynistic then to tell an incompetent person they're incompetent? Not that I've done that, but
Is it an opinion?
what?
Dick Bick Energy donated $200. Would happily support a podcast that's promoting celibacy, virginity, and lifetime godly marriages. We're supporting because we understand we're steering the culture in a positive direction.
That's what we should be doing. Yeah.
Thank you, DBE. Thank you, man.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
And I think I loved like your conversation. And I think we often get boxed into this idea of I have to have this opinion or I have to have this other opinion just because we perceive one thing said as a certain way. I think being called bratty for having my own opinion is highlighted in misogyny. I think if I were a man, a lot of my opinions would be perceived in a different way. So I think that misogyny
we
is
would
more...
assume you would be making sound arguments, and we would take it.
That
more
is
seriously.
misogyny. If you assume I would
No,
be
that's
making
not-
sound
that's not
arguments
misogyny.
because I was a man, that is misogynistic.
Yeah, I mean, you really just like
oh my
are
What do you
digging
mean?
yourself into a
How's that
hole.
What do you mean?
misogynistic?
What do I mean?
You're really just
You
digging your
just
own
said
grave.
if I were
You
a
haven't
man.
made a single good argument all night. Why
So
would
if
anybody
I
take
was
you
a
seriously?
man, you would assume I would be making sound arguments, but because I'm
Yes,
a woman,
because
I can't make a sound argument.
Do you know why the precondition applies here? Because we've listened to
Killer
you
of
make
Cereal
nothing but
donated
relevant,
$200.
rational arguments.
Hold on.
How
the
many
entire
women
time.
also donate to this podcast? Are they incel misogynistic degenerate men because they are female? Changing a perspective from a debate isn't misogynistic. The change was already in you.
Correct. That chatter's
Hold-
right.
Wait,
so
hold,
the
wait,
point
sorry,
here,
sorry,
the point
hold
here
on,
stands.
hold on.
We-
Killer of cereal, thank you. Just to prove his point, I have a chat that's about to come in here from conservative Latina. Thank you. Love seeing Isabella on the pod. You're
Hi.
awesome, girl. Q for the girls. Can women be sexist towards men? How would you feel if you heard men saying, I hate all women like women do? Also, Christ is king. Thank you, conservative Latina. I'll ask that question a little bit later. I'll get back to that, though. I have it written down. Thank you. Or Andrew, you had...
Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was saying specifically is we've only judged you on the merits of what you said and the arguments that you've made. If you've acted like a brat, I don't recall calling you one.
I don't
at
think
all.
I didn't call you a brat.
And Brian, I don't
I'm not
recall
talking about you
calling you
guys.
one either.
No. I didn't say you guys. I was saying from the chat. It's okay for people to perceive
Yeah, but
me that way.
why is it that the people who tune into the show you're so adamant about, you're having the discussion with us, who's viewing it should be irrelevant to that. They're going to judge you on your
Okay.
arguments as well. And you know what? That's the most fair way to do things. Do you think that when I'm in debates with these massive liberal progressives all over the internet that I'm not getting judged by their audience? Because I am. And the last thing I say is, oh my God, they're judging me. It's terrible. That's ridiculous. Make the arguments and let's engage with them.
What's the name
Okay,
of this live?
So, I don't know if I got a clear answer on this. How do you define misogyny?
I just feel like no matter what I say, my opinion's gonna be wrong. So I would love to start having a conversation, like even
Just
with you about
here,
these other
can you just
topics.
engage really quick?
I
So
just, what do you want me to engage in? Because I'm constantly being
well,
shut
you got
down and told I'm wrong.
There was an interruption from the TTS. Just if we can do Splitnik. So just how do you define misogyny?
I define misogyny as exactly what he said to me. If I
Okay,
were a
you
man,
got it.
if I were a man, I would be making sound arguments. I believe misogyny is
That's
defined.
actually not
at,
what I said.
You did say. Did he say
No,
that or
no,
did he
no,
not say
no,
that?
no. I was
Just
actually
ignore what he
granting
said.
your worldview. Just so you know, so you
Women-
understand, I was granting your worldview.
Okay.
And I was saying because the precondition
If-
is you think that if you were a man, you'd be making sound arguments. That's what my point was.
Okay, I'm sorry if I misunderstood you. My
Well, maybe
opinion,
I wasn't
misogyny.
clear, so I'll apologize if I wasn't clear.
No, don't worry.
That's my bad.
Misogyny is founded in discrediting certain opinions or perspectives by being equated to womanness. So when a woman is loud, she's aggressive. But when a man is loud, he is a boss, he is a leader. Those are misogynistic perspectives
Grid
in
One
society.
Motorsports donated $200. Dollar Store Blondie, we have listened to your inaccurate, trite, and wandering prattle all night. Perhaps you feel guilty about how you live your life in sin, acting a victim, and being argumentative.
Maybe, but a perfect example of misogyny is how am I more argumentative than you two? Do you see my perspective? Yeah, but
well,
that
because
person...
between the two of us, you've said twice as much as I have when I've been discussing things with you.
Dick
That's
Big
why.
Energy donated $200. Misogyny is literally disagreeing
That's not
with women.
at all what I think.
If we don't stop this BS now, they lock us up for it. The hour is late, gentlemen.
That's right. Disagreeing with women, you know, it's going to be a felony pretty soon, guys.
That is not at
Very
all what I
soon.
think. I don't hate all men. I love many men. I
Do you believe in the patriarchy theory? Or do you believe that there's a patriarchy?
It is objective that our society is patriarchal.
It's objective.
We literally are defined in every history book as a patriarchal
Stinky Fingers
society.
donated $200. Not being able to adequately annotate your opinions as a speaker in this podcast does not infer misogyny.
Okay.
This is your moment to be heard, and as guests, failing to be correct says something about you.
Okay, Sticky Fingers, thank you. How do you define misogyny?
The hatred of women.
Okay, so how have I hated women?
I didn't say you did. I said you're benefiting from the hatred of women.
No, but you said okay, but that's a different conversation.
Oh, you mean like saying, okay.
You said that the podcast is
Well, then,
misogynistic.
but so are you, by your own admission. That makes you a misogynist.
Don't engage on that.
Maybe I should rethink my phrasing there then, because I think saying the podcast is misogynist implies that you are a misogynist and you're out with the intention to degrade women and whatever. And whether or not I believe that, I'm not going to accuse you of that. So if that's what you're defining the podcast as being misogynist as, I would say maybe it's not. But you are, without a doubt, you can't even deny that you are benefiting from people who have negative opinions of women and negative biases towards women. Whether that makes the podcast itself misogynist, I guess, is up for debate. Like, I don't know.
Wait, so I have a question.
Yeah.
If a National Socialist, do you have like a Cash App or a Venmo or something?
I do.
And they were to just send you, are you in content creation at all, or?
A little bit.
Do you have any, like a link tree that links your Cash App or Venmo or anything like that? Let's just say they found it and the National Socialist sent you $200. You're benefiting from a Nazi.
Yeah, but I think there's a difference between
So
someone...
what's the,
Okay, so these people who are sending you money are frequent viewers. They like your content, they engage with it, they enjoy it, they come back for more. If someone were to randomly find me and send me $200 just because whatever reason, that's not the same thing. It's not comparable. Like, these people are your fans. They are your viewers. They most likely agree with a good portion of what you say, otherwise they wouldn't be watching.
You go to UCSB, right?
I do.
So you pay tuition to UCSB?
Yes.
Okay. So I would argue that the feminist studies program at UCSB, and all, there's women's studies, feminist studies at every single university in this country. There's no corresponding men's studies at any university, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know. Then aren't all these universities misandrist because they're benefiting from the tuition that these feminist studies majors are putting towards these universities? So every single university, every single system is just a man-hating system, and they're all benefiting from feminist misandry. And
well, I don't agree that feminism is misandrous.
It absolutely is.
Well, we disagree, so you can't argue on that point because I just don't agree with that.
Well, let's talk about patriarchy a little bit then.
Yeah.
So you were about to define patriarchy. I'll know if you finished.
Noah donated $200. So if I say that all women are dumb, I'm a misogynist. But a woman can openly say all men are dumb and no one bats an eye. Double standards abroad, boys.
So no women here, to clarify, are saying all men are dumb, because I don't believe that. I absolutely do not believe that. I don't believe that all men are dumb. I don't believe all men are bad. I don't believe in categorizing people.
Are you less safe at night because of men?
From a statistical standpoint, yes, because men...
It's a bit racist, or sorry, not racist. It's a bit sexist, don't you think?
Well, is it sexist or is it objective in the sense that majority of assault... Okay, for example, at UCSB, Elliot Rogers.
Oh my God.
Let's talk about Elliot Rogers. Okay, never mind. We're not allowed to talk about it, but that's a perfect example of women and men being unsafe because of someone with misogynistic perspective.
Yeah, let's talk about Mattress Girl then, and talk about how many of these false allegations come out of these women who make these pretentious SA claims, which are completely and totally unfounded, which ruin men's lives.
I think
the
that is
university
terrible.
has complete and total control over throwing them out and ruining their lives, absent any criminal investigation whatsoever. Let's talk about that.
Statistically, that is much less likely than a SA allegation being founded in truth, and majority
Oh yeah,
of...
prove it.
Okay,
Prove
statistically...
that false allegations are more common.
Yeah, like...
You prove it.
I know so many women...
So here's the thing. We can prove it. So let's
No,
take
okay,
a look
go
at
ahead.
this objectively.
Go
when
ahead.
you say SA, you also will make the bold claim, then these are consent claims, where you will claim that a woman, after she's engaged in the deed, can
No.
take consent away.
I
yes,
disagree.
they do it all the time, and you know that that's done.
I am not that woman, and I would
I'm
argue
not
that
saying
is
you
not
are, but
majority
I
of
just
women
want you
that
to
do that.
acknowledge that that is done.
I'm sure it has happened the same way that men have gone and actually assaulted certain women. Absolutely. And majority
Nobody
of those
says that
cases
men
are
don't
never
SA
reported.
Women. I have no dispute with
And
that
majority
claim. What
of
I'm
men who are
saying is that
SA'd, it's by other men.
It's neat that you will only acknowledge that men are engaged in this SA culture, but you don't acknowledge that the counter to this is that women often make up these false SA assaults.
When did I
and
not
men have
acknowledge that?
Absolutely no way to have any recourse because it's done outside of even a criminal justice system.
This is what I was talking about when I feel like this podcast is just telling me my opinions. I completely disagree.
I'm not telling you your opinion.
I
I'm
completely
giving you my
disagree with
opinion.
women doing false accusations. I think that is a horrible thing to do to someone else. It is not something I would ever do, nor do I agree with, nor do I promote. I think there should be full criminal investigations. I think there should be.
Oh yeah, why do I get the feeling that you have
I think
you
you're
have
trying to talk about the more
a woman's
prominent
right to
problem.
choose sign up, but you've never had a let's investigate the men who are falsely accused of SA.
I would
that be an accurate
100%,
depiction?
if there were men who were falsely accused of SA, I would 100% be in support of promoting further investigation into those cases, the same way I would promote further investigation into any SA charge.
And I think one of the issues is we're trying to talk about like an issue that can be prominent to women and it's being overridden by, but what about this? When we should be discussing like one issue at
Yeah,
a
but
time.
that's a
Let's put our
whataboutism
focus
to
on one
begin
thing
with.
and then we put our focus on the next thing.
Yeah,
but it's a
let us take up some
whataboutism to
space.
begin with.
And then you're
so
also-
if you're going to use a whataboutism as your argument, it's fair play to use a whataboutism back against it.
And sure, but you're also telling me I have a different political ideology that I haven't discussed on and I haven't spoken on just
Okay,
because
well
I
then let me
believe.
just ask you directly so that I'm not straw manning anything at all. Are you pro-choice?
For me personally, I am pro-choice. I personally would
So
choose to
then-
not have an abortion, though. For me
Got it.
personally,
I
but
understand
I think
there's many women who are
under
this
the
way. They
United
say that they
States
won't have an
Clause of
abortion themselves,
Privacy,
but they're pro-choice.
under the
I get
United
that.
States Clause of Privacy, I believe women have the right of privacy to their body and their own autonomy choice. Whether or not I would do it myself is a different conversation. I personally think I would not be able to live with that because I very deeply want to be a mother, and I think
And have you engaged in political activism?
no.
Never?
I mean, not to a sustainable capacity. No,
What does that mean?
I'm not in politics. I
That's not what
don't
I'm
directly
asking. I'm
change
asking
laws.
if you've ever engaged in political activism. Have you been out there marching with BLM? Have you been doing things like this ever?
Maybe when I was young.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. And have you ever marched for any men's rights advocacy whatsoever, ever?
I don't see the relevance if it's not something I
Have you or
actively
haven't
do.
you?
I just don't see the relevance.
Because the
sir.
relevance is showing you this, that it's interesting that on the one hand you say, I'm totally against all of these things.
Okay,
but when you're
then
Hold on,
engaged
let
in
him
political
finish. Let him
activism,
finish.
hang on,
Let
I'm
him
trying to tell
finish.
you so that you know. Do you want to hear the answer or not?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
When you say I'm engaged in all this political activism, or even a minor amount of political activism, that the political activism that you're engaged in is never for men's rights advocacy, while at the other corner of your mouth you say that you would be for men's
I
rights
actually
advocation
have-
under these certain conditions. but
actually-
of course, your political advocacy never reflects that. That's all
I
I'm
actually
saying.
have advocated online several times and in several conversations on my social media platforms. I do poetry on TikTok as well as live discussions on my TikTok. I have talked about how men's unalive rates are extremely high in our country, and that is a problem I am very passionate about. And I have
and I'm
seen a
guessing
lot
you
of
blame it on
men.
the patriarchy, right?
Why are you guessing what I am doing? Why are you
Well,
telling
I'll
me
just
my
ask you
opinion?
directly. Who do you blame it on? The patriarchy or feminists?
You are
I would
not
never
a good
blame.
debater.
I
I'm
would never
sorry.
blame such a horrible issue.
Andrew, she says you're not a good debater.
I would
Well,
never-
if you
Really
never
a bad
beat me on a
debater.
point, I'll believe
I
her,
would
but
never
in any
blame
case,
such a sensitive and
the only
horrible
way that I
issue
can get
on
this woman's
any
positions
specific
out
thing.
is to guess at them because she won't tell us them. She hides them.
I just told you.
And she hides them on purpose. Every time I've asked a probing question, it's always hidden. It's always
how?
a word
Okay,
salad.
so
It's
let's
never direct.
unpack.
So
Let's
let me just
unpack.
ask you directly.
Please.
Are you a progressive feminist who is pro-choice, who believes that a patriarchal system is oppressing women or not?
Those are two specific blanket terms, and I
Yeah,
don't
so
agree with
answer
blanket term
two
ideology.
specific questions then. Do you believe that a patriarchy is oppressing women, and are you a progressive feminist who is pro-choice?
No.
Okay, so you're not pro-choice?
I am pro-choice, but those
Okay.
are these are
And
such
are you a
specific.
progressive?
You had
You
two
are boxing
questions in there
people.
to get an answer out
You-
of her and then corner
You
her.
Yeah,
are
it's
boxing
impossible to
people
get an answer out of her.
Because life is not
To
so
corner
black
her.
and white. People can have
It's
different
not,
opinions.
okay.
People can be pro-choice for others and personally pro-life. People
Yeah,
can
I'm not
believe that
disputing the
men have
nuance. I'm just
problems
asking
in
if you're
society and
pro-choice.
women have problems in society. I believe that many groups of people suffer in their own unique way. I think that is really invalid to do such drastic blanket terms on such vast issues, in my opinion.
Okay. Okay, let's try this a different way then. If you had to choose between progressive, liberal feminists,
Why do I
or
have to choose?
conservative, or if you had to, it's a hypothetical, or traditional values female, which one would you pick?
I would pick neither.
If you had to.
Why do I have to? There's no world
Because
in which I
that's
have to.
the point of the hypothetical.
Yeah, but you're
if you had
instigating.
to.
You're instigating on things that I don't politically align with.
Just
It doesn't
engage.
matter.
Just try to engage in the hypothetical.
Okay, maybe it doesn't matter, but a hypothetical is designed to test your logic. So
Breakfast-
let me ask the
breakfast
gal in
question.
yellow who thinks that I'm a terrible debater. Same question posed to you. Let's see if you can answer it. Traditional, tradcon, traditional conservative values. You believe in conservatism. Progressive feminist. You had to choose the label. Which one do you choose?
I think if I had to choose which one I am,
Yeah.
progressive feminist.
Yeah, exactly. So now back over to you. Now that you saw that somebody can actually give a straight answer, which one would you choose?
I'm declining this conversation.
Yeah, that's
I don't
right.
agree. I
Because
don't
you don't
agree
want to be
further.
honest.
Light
It has
that
nothing
cigarette.
to do with honesty. It has
Light it up,
everything to
Andrew.
do with me personally aligning with certain political ideologies
Not
that
saying
don't,
you do. I'm saying if
that
you
don't
had to
coincide.
choose between the two, hypothetically, you only have these two to choose from. Which one would you be more aligned with? You don't know? You don't even know? You engage in political activism, you don't know which side you're more politically activated on?
When did I say I engage in political activism?
I just got it out of you 5 seconds ago. Asked you if you marched with Black Lives Matter. You said, sure, when I was younger, that's political activism. So now back to this. If you had to choose between the two, which one would you choose?
You got this. I believe in you.
Guys, that's so condescending. My point is that two things.
You got this.
Condescending.
Two things.
Just answer the
can
question.
coexist.
Holy shit. It's
But
hypothetical
why-
though. If you had to pick. Oh my God, fine. She won't do it. Okay, hold on. Let me read one chat. Isaac, weird because TikTok literally is full of misandry, man-hating women, and those account holders with millions of followers are making bank. I only see women in the comments agreeing, and if any man chimes in, he's doxxed. Thank you, Isaac. Appreciate it, man. Absolutely true. TikTok will suppress anything that's misogynistic, but it'll absolutely elevate misandrous things. And you can. This is actually evidenced. I don't know the exact keywords, but you can search for like hashtags. And I think a hashtag. I don't know exactly. I don't want anybody to quote me on this. It's either men are bad and then women are bad, and you can't even search for women are bad, but you can search for men are bad, or it's I think men suck versus or hashtag men suck, hashtag women suck. You can't even find any results for women suck, but men suck totally fine. Isaac, thank you very much for that. So Isabel has a hard out at 9 p.m. She does have a flight to catch.
Sorry, you guys.
So what I'm gonna do actually, maybe Andrew, we can pick some of the stuff back up after she leaves. I'm just going to open the floor to Isabel.
Hands off. I'm hands off.
No. I'm just going to open the floor to Isabel. If you want to just kind of, it sounded like you had some questions you want to ask, just here for your last, unless you can stay past 9 a little bit.
We will stay as long as we possibly can.
As long as you can, but
hightail it to
the floor is yours.
Thank you, Brian.
You can perhaps, you'll get rid of this toxic masculinity and we'll get some femininity in here. So go ahead, Isabel.
No, actually, I just think this is a great opportunity for us to talk about some of these issues because I'm hearing a lot of stuff thrown around about pornography, about abortion. I think there's a cool dialogue that we can start with some of this. So first and foremost, I think easily the issue that most people are attaching to women as we get closer to the November election is the issue of abortion. Luce, you kind of just opened up your perspective on this, but I would love to just hear from everybody what you think is going on in the country, where you're personally coming from, and if you might be open-minded to any change of perspective on that.
I think such a beautiful thing about America is kind of our foundation of freedom and privacy. I really, really respect the privacy clause, and I do think issues such as abortion do fall under privacy clause and autonomy, personal autonomy that every individual should have in this country. The same way that a lot of pro-life individuals from a right standpoint would argue that it was unfair to be forced to be vaccinated. I think it's kind of the same conceptualization for me personally of abortion. I think the same way it's unfair to be forced to have a vaccine is the same way it's unfair to force someone to not have an abortion or to have an abortion. So I think that is my perspective of being pro-choice, is under privacy clause. I understand that there are, of course, certain laws in place about how far into the term pregnancies can be terminated, but I will argue that realistically, unless it is for the survival of the mother, it is very, very, very rare that there are ever late-term abortions.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I've done some research into this, and it is fairly low because very few people will go through the turmoil and the physical changes of pregnancy just to later decide that they don't want the child. It's usually founded in, for example, neurological disorders or physical disorders such as developing without a heart or developing without lungs to the point where the fetus could not even survive outside the womb.
So how would you respond from a body autonomy perspective to this idea that it's not just your body in the conversation anymore?
I totally hear that, and I really understand that this is such a sensitive subject, but I do think that because there has not been yet the opportunity of thought and conceptualization for a fetus in early development, I would not consider it to be a full life or a full individual at conception. I think that obviously a super late term abortion and things like that are more unethical in my opinion. But I do think, accidental pregnancy or, assault or other confounds can create dynamics in which it is very practical for women to abstain from childbirth. And I think, these sort of things happen. But I think the other issue of being anti-pro-choice is just that people are gonna have abortions no matter what. Wouldn't you rather these women have abortions in a place where it was safe for them to, one, have children later in life, not go infertile from a botched, underground abortion, protect their own autonomy in healthcare and their ability to reproduce later, I think is so important. And, all these people are gonna do it anyway, the same way that even though drugs are illegal, people do drugs, it's just reality. And that's such a sad thing. And I'm sad that, abortion is the better choice for a lot of women. In an ideal world, it would never be a necessity, but I would argue for a lot of women, it is a necessity for safety, just due to socioeconomic status, etc.
Lots and lots to talk about there, and I think all worth conversations having. I'm curious just to open up to everybody else. Anybody else feel comfortable sharing where they're coming from on this?
I am personally pro-choice.
Okay. Totally based on comfortability. You don't have to jump in if you don't want to.
I'm 100% pro-choice, and just based on the industry that I've been in and situations that I've seen women in, how we were talking about how you would prefer or how you want to have a good mother in the household. What if that girl gets into like a relationship where, I mean, we've all been there, where we've been in a relationship that wasn't good for us, but we thought we were in love and we stayed in that situation, even though in the future we knew that it'd be harmful to us, or we knew that we don't have the finances to bring that baby into the world, you know? Somebody was talking about adoption and how adoption can be harmful. There's just so many other reasons that a woman can decide, you know what, I don't think it's good for me nor this child. I don't want to hurt this kid by bringing this child into the world. The subject that we can't talk about, grapes, for that to happen, and she's on her own. There's so much. So I believe that pro-choice is a good option if you're in that situation.
Also like to say, I'm pretty sure I'm recalling this correctly, but you are considered pregnant from the day of your last period.
Depends on your provider, but yeah.
Yeah. So like that can like really affect, you know, abortion terms, which like can be understandable if like you don't really know, like if it's like she got pregnant a day after her period or 30 days after her period. But if she got pregnant like 30 days after her period, she's already a month pregnant.
Anybody disagree with any of that out of curiosity?
Disagree with
that's like medically.
Not that perspective, just everything that's been said so far.
No, I'm pro-choice, and it's one of those things that it's very unfortunate, but like I don't think this debate can ever be like solved because I assume you're Christian, so I'm assuming you believe that life begins at conception and that child.
But I
you
believe
just made an assumption. Wait, I thought that's what made
But
you a
she
bad
asked
debater.
what her
Debater that you
assumption
make
was, if the
assumptions.
assumption was
What?
correct.
It was. If she would have said no, I would have.
I'm wearing a big old
it's
cross
okay when you
necklace,
do
so
it,
it's
you know?
okay.
She
It's
has,
okay.
she has
I
a
make
cross necklace, and I believe she
And
said
a
it.
cross tattoo also
I
to
believe
boot, so
she
it's okay.
said it earlier as well.
But I would say my belief about life beginning at conception, I wouldn't even argue it's my belief, it's just biological fact, comes from my background with 2 degrees in biomedical sciences, far more than it does my Catholic faith.
I guess by life, I mean more like you believe that a child has a soul, right? Like you believe that there's a potential life there that has a soul, it has an existence, and that's like if someone is not Christian, they don't believe that necessarily. So it's one of those things where I 100% see how someone who believes that that's like a soul, and if they're aborted, they're dead. They're going to, I don't know exactly what you would believe, but I understand why someone who believes that would think that abortion is like abhorrent. Like it's murder from that perspective.
So from an atheist perspective, do human beings not have souls?
Yeah.
What sets us apart from other life forms?
I mean, I'm not an atheist, but I think that someone who doesn't believe in like the soul, doesn't believe in an afterlife, abortion is completely, it's like a different thing. So there's like a fundamental disconnect there that like I don't imagine I could ever convince you that that's not murder, but no one could ever convince me that like a child, you know, in the womb has a soul and will go to hell or will go to heaven. I'm not sure where, you know, we believe they'll go. Like that's just like that's a theological difference. So that's why I worry that like the debate can really never be like reconciled, because like I'm never going to convince you that that's not murder, and I don't think I could ever be convinced.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. Should the father have a say in you killing his child because it is inconvenient to you?
That's interesting.
He should have a say. That's as far as I think that goes. For that, everybody's situation is different.
How do you guys feel about some limits on all of this? Luce, I know you talked about there eventually being a point that you think that's unethical. At what point do you think...
Living underscore donated $200. Isabel, I read an article where in Canada women can get abortions even up to the point of knowing the baby's sex. I know there are cases of women aborting based on gender. Reminds me of China.
Oh, that's messed up.
Yeah, that happens in the United States actually every single day, which is terrible. But how do you guys feel about some sort of restriction on this? Do you feel represented by the left today in this anything goes, even for that reason, aborting based on the gender of your child through all 9 months of pregnancy? Does that make you uncomfortable?
Sure. I think that, you know, there's a lot of discussion on how we don't live in a patriarchy, but then you're going ahead and aborting a baby based off the gender. I'm assuming the preference gender would be male. statistically. I think that, you know, there are certain compounds that I do think it does become ethical, such as if your child is going to be born with a severe medical problem, and you are unable to provide for a safe space and medical care for that child, it could be debated for being ethical. But I do think at a certain point, if you are close to a full-term pregnancy, you know, adoption could be a good option for a parent that is not willing to raise the child individually. But I do think that it isn't a free-for-all, and I think that a lot of these arguments come from a place of assuming that people are just like having abortions for fun. You know, it's
some are, unfortunately.
And I think that it has been too normalized in media of like joking around about it, because, you know, I think it's a really traumatic thing for women. And I think even though a lot of the time choosing to not have that baby is the right choice for these women, it shouldn't be kind of made into a mockery. I think it's a really, really difficult decision. And I know a lot of women personally who have either lost children or had to have abortions. Myself, my mom was considering not having me and aborting me. My father asked her to have an abortion at the time. So obviously it's a personal issue to me. I wouldn't exist. But I do think that there is 100% validity in having those choices. That is part of why, you know, our country is free. But I do think there needs to be better conversations around, you know, it not being so normalized. But I do think there is this bias in saying that, like, oh, people use it as a form of like birth control. It's super expensive. Nobody who wants to have an abortion is trying to get pregnant. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. I think a lot of the issues too with like, if I don't know the numbers, if abortions are increasing or not, but across like the United States, a lot of people our age are really struggling financially. And if you can't even take care of yourself financially, let alone the stress of a child on top of that, like your last resort is to get an abortion.
I guess I just have a really hard time trying to wrap my head around the circumstances of your conception impacting the value of your worth as a human being. Whether you were conceived in SA, you were conceived in a low socioeconomic status, you're conceived and you developed to happen to have a disability. Does that not bother you that our society has attached these conditions that...
I think we're thinking of it in terms of like the trauma that it would bring to either the child or the mother in those situations.
So are we guaranteed a life without trauma then? Or are we guaranteed a life without suffering as any human being?
Sorry.
You're good.
Tech issues.
I think we've assigned this notion, for whatever reason, modern feminism has with women of our generation, that it's somehow more compassionate to just never allow that person to exist. Like theoretically, Luce, if you weren't sitting here at this table because your parents had gone through with what their plan was, to never allow someone else to exist out of supposed feigned compassion because that person might experience suffering in their life, isn't that the same line of thinking that eugenicists have used throughout all of human history to say, oh, it's just more compassionate, it's better for them?
I agree that there is trauma with like every single life. I think at the end of the day, it's more of like a personal decision, a personal like moral, someone weighing out the pros and cons of the decision that they're going to make. And for some people, that decision fits them, and for some, it doesn't.
I think it's selfish and noble at the same time to prevent a child suffering. I know growing up that my parents, like, they both had mental illness, and they weren't able to provide like emotional support for a little kid growing up, and there was a lot of healing that I had to do and still like doing and recovering from that. And personally for me, I would not want to put a child through that if I can avoid it.
So when does that decision get to happen then? I think I hear a lot of this of...
I think there could be like more productive solutions for sure, rather than like just deciding whether or not this situation deserves an abortion or not. Whereas like if we had solutions of like mental health crisis help, like more mental health services, more services to like help families, or like more services to help people get better paying jobs so they can support a family.
Yeah, all
Stuff
important
like that.
things,
it would
totally.
Be, like, so more productive to
I think
on that.
my question would be, in deciding whether or not it's fair or ethical or positive to bring this child into the world, when does that decision get to happen? After you're pregnant, or do we make that decision before we have sex up front?
I think abstinence is a flawed way of being anti-abortion, because the reality is a lot of people are going to have sex. A lot of religious people are going to have sex. A lot of, very high moral people are going to have sex. Married people will have sex. People
Yeah, but that's an is-ought gap. So you're saying because this is true that means that this thing that ought to happen.
I think being pro-choice and wanting to create a space in which people have access to resources that would essentially, in your ideal world, end abortions, could be great in theory, but having the conversation of like sex only being something for pregnancy, I think...
No, I don't think it is. I think it's a consequence of
consequence of sex being pregnancy, as in creating a world in which abstinence is kind of the way, is a really hard argument to do, because I just think they do become separate issues, and a lot of people have sex safely.
I don't understand. Why are they separate issues? Pregnancy cannot happen absent penis going in vagina.
Because a lot of people are on birth control, use condoms, and still end up getting pregnant. And I'm not saying that abstinence wouldn't have been the better option in that example.
Right. So the only way to prevent those pregnancies would have been not to have sex.
But I do think to some compound, there are plenty of people who don't have proper education or proper resources.
Oh yeah, they're just not educated. They don't know putting the penis in the vagina leads to a baby.
My junior year of college, a girl told me, she said, I thought you couldn't get pregnant the first time you have sex because you're still a virgin. A lot of people don't have good sexual education in America.
Yeah, I actually totally agree.
That is a huge problem, and I think abortions would be significantly lower if we had better sex education.
I totally agree. We have horrible sex education in this country. In fact, it's Planned Parenthood who writes most of the sex education in this country, and they typically are trying to reach younger and younger and younger audiences by promoting promiscuity and promoting sexual activity. Great example is the the Chicago Public Schools District is now handing out condoms starting in 5th grade in all of your classrooms. So if you are 9 or 10 years old, you can get free condoms in your public school classroom in Chicago as you are being taught sexual education by Planned Parenthood, who then will tell students, hey, it's okay if you guys get pregnant, oopsies.
I just want to be clear that you're saying that you really think that there are people, a lot of people, who just don't know that putting the penis in the vagina leads to having a child. I just want to make sure that we're clear on that.
I mean, you just gave an example.
I just gave an example of someone I knew personally
so you
who grew
had
up
some
in an inner
stupid friend
city.
who thought that. That's an exception. Most of your friends do not know where babies come from, right?
I think a lot of people who are initially having sex do not have proper sexual education to be
I know that.
about
I'm asking you a
sex.
specific question. The specific question is,
I think some people
do
think the
most
pull-out
of
method's
your
100%
friends
effective.
and have most of your friends always known,
but a majority
at
of
least
my
from the time
friends
they were
have
13 and
access to
up,
education.
that if you put the penis in the vagina, it could lead to a baby.
My mom was very religious, and I was not aware of that until I was 16 years old. So
you weren't aware that putting a penis in a vagina led to a baby until you were 16 years old,
Yes.
really?
That is correct.
I think we only have a couple.
And can I get a show of hands at the table of women who are at this table who did not know until they were 16 years old that if a man's penis went into a woman's vagina, that could potentially lead to a baby? Go ahead, show me the hands. 16.
I thought having sex
Maybe
with a woman
15.
you could conceive with, so...
Clearly, we have
There are
a
a lot
larger
of
sex ed problem in this country.
No, but there are, my point
So you're
is,
saying
a lot of
homeschool, so you're saying we should
misconceptions
homeschool. Because
in
I guess
sexual
when you're
education.
homeschooled, you might know this. This seems very basic. It's unbelievable to me. So I guess homeschooling would be optimal.
Yeah.
Because then at least children would know that not sticking the penis in the vagina, that leads to the baby. That seems insane to me. I knew that when I was 10. I knew it when I was 10.
Do you think that like homeschool parents who are most likely more like traditional are really gonna tell their kids, like give them proper sexual education that isn't just wait till marriage?
Well, they're
because,
the most likely because
I mean,
what
I don't
they
think
do
that's
is
true
they
because I think they will, and it's completely their right to, but I think they will push an abstinence-only perspective, and that is great. Well, let me finish. That's great if the child listens, and if they wait until marriage to have sex. But what happens if
because they could fail, they should never try. Great argument.
Gustavo, where did your glasses and hair go? Maddie, help me search for Gustavo's glasses. He will leave them leading the charge on the battlefield of love. Sex ed is parents' responsibility.
Yeah, let's just note here that if your criticism of homeschooling is that traditionalists might explain that you should be chaste because a man's penis going in your vagina may lead to a baby, do you think that you could actually accomplish, if you homeschooled your kids, this great feat of explaining to them that if a penis goes in your vagina, you might get pregnant? And do you think that that's actually hard to do in comparison to apparently the public school system, which can't explain to a 16-year-old that this is the case?
Wait, Andrew, can we say P in the V?
Yeah, sure.
P in the V, you know? Just...
How does a 16-year-old, you really gonna endorse the public school system? A 16-year-old doesn't know that that's the case? Another woman doesn't know that engaging in lesbian sex doesn't lead to reproduction? And your whole thing with homeschooling is, but these trads might not explain it? Really?
Wait,
that's the argument?
That's not my argument. I said, what if the kid doesn't listen? And they don't understand.
But
that's
and the same criticism you could apply to a public school. If they could go to a public school and also not listen.
I think we've established that public schools are not successful at it either. I'm saying.
Yeah. So if the criticism then is that it could happen in public schools, which it clearly does. We have two case examples of it happening right here at this table. If that's the criticism, it can happen there and in a homeschooled house. Let me ask you specifically. Is your daughter going to know by the appropriate age that if a penis goes in her, or a P and a V happens, that she may get pregnant? Is she going to know that?
I have a question.
Absolutely.
There's also
yes.
Sing the D.
I have a question.
That. Insane.
Hold on.
It's like
There's
almost
too many
like you
questions.
could teach her that.
Too many questions going on. Isabel does have a hard out.
I'm so sorry. I wish we had so much more time to talk about all of this stuff, but I am really encouraged, first and foremost, that we're willing to talk about this stuff that people in positions of power are telling us to never talk about. That is such a signal of hope for me about our generation, and I hope that we can create more opportunities for stuff like this, because I look around this table and despite all of the crazy things that have been said in the chat and a lot of the disagreement and divisiveness, I see so much beauty in the women of our generation waking up to these lies of leftism, be it hookup culture, be it the hormonal birth control pill, we didn't have time to go into that today, or abortion, but even just a desire for something more, right? A desire for marriage, a desire for children and motherhood. I remain really optimistic about the future of this generation, and I'm so grateful for you all being willing to open your heart and your mind to a different perspective. That's very challenging to do in the world that we live in today. And Brian, kudos to you for continuing to do that multiple times every week, because people are really actively trying to halt these conversations to further that division. But I'm grateful for every single one of you.
Can I ask you, Isabel, before you go?
Yeah, go for it.
Doesn't it seem like an absurd endorsement of the public school system if this woman here in the blue didn't know you could get pregnant until she was 16 years old?
My school did not have sexual education at all.
Didn't you have parents? Your parents never told you this?
So I was actually in CPS and dealing with parental custody problems, and now I have two lovely parents who have had extremely open conversations with me about sex and sexuality, and I'm very grateful for that. But I think it is ignorant to say that every individual has the same experience.
So this other state system that you went to also did not explain this to you? So the state has just failed you at every possible level. CPS failed to tell you that that's where babies come from. The public school system failed to tell you that's where babies come from.
The only concept I had of sex was pornography.
And yet,
and pornography
when it
does
comes to
not
homeschooling,
discuss
the criticism just now
childbirth.
was, but what if they don't follow what
Why are you
tell them?
attacking the
Well,
way
at
I
least
was?
they'll
Quick
fucking
answer to your
know.
question,
Holy
Andrew.
shit.
Yes, scathing indictment of the public school system, but it's also the public school system that's teaching kids today that men can get pregnant, and people actually believe this. So much bigger issues happening in the public education system, and I think conversations like this are so important because it just goes to show how truly little actual education is happening within our generation. It's all indoctrination and propaganda. All right, thank you all. I got a jet to the airport.
Hang on. I can't just let you walk there. Hang on. We're almost done, but I got to ask you this. How credible is it to you that inside of a public school system and the CPS and all of these state-run organizations, nobody told this woman that a penis going in the vagina could lead to pregnancy. That doesn't sound absurd.
The public school system of course it's absurd.
That
absurd.
Periods don't hurt.
Yeah, of course it's absurd, Andrew, but sadly it's not the most absurd thing I've even heard in the last 24 hours.
Sure.
And I think for
then
most
the
people,
indictment here-
they are so unaware of how deep the rot of systemic lies from leftism, authoritarian leftism, have taken over every aspect of civilization in America. The entertainment industry, the
totally
education
agree.
system, media, politics, even the church, right? It's becoming more popular to recite the Sparkle Creed on Sunday rather than understand the tradition of
But
religion.
wouldn't it then be true that if the criticism is, well, wait a second, you could tell your children at a younger age than 16, which is insane, that P to the V might lead to a baby. If you could tell them at a younger age that this was the case, how in the world could that be an indictment of homeschooling, Isabel?
I'm so ecstatic to see homeschooling on the rise, and I don't even think it's labeled as like a trad thing to do anymore. Over 11% of American families are homeschooling their kids, largely after COVID, because we got a front row seat into what's happening inside the classroom. So all incredible things, and that's really the message that I want to leave this on today. Look, again, we can focus on the doom and gloom, apocalyptic, Gen Z is destroying America thing that I think is so attractive and low-hanging fruit, but at the exact same time, and this is what I wrote my entire book about that hit shelves a few weeks ago, you're watching this dramatic countercultural radical movement of young people looking around at every single lie that's being told to us in society, in school, in pornography, on OnlyFans, in the abortion industry, everywhere, that things we talked about tonight, and realizing, you know, we're tired of being lied to. We're tired of empty promises. We're tired of secularism. We're tired of leftism. We want something a whole lot more meaningful. And for all the crazy divisive things that we've said today, I'm so happy to know that every single person sitting around this table wants to get married, and everybody but two wants to be a mom. Those are the types of
Wait, I don't want to get married.
Brian!
I don't want to get married. Hold on, Isabel.
How dare you?
Let's keep you here another 20 minutes.
You horrible, insane person. No, it's just exciting to see, because those are the cultural changes that we are starting to make on an individual basis that ultimately will impact politics, that ultimately will impact policy. But as Andrew Breitbart is famous for saying, you can't change politics unless you change culture, unless you change how people live their day-to-day lives. And us quitting our birth control, deleting our dating apps, wanting to get married in a culture telling us not to do that, wanting to have kids. We might still fundamentally disagree on a whole lot politically, but I see this as an incredible launch pad and stepping stone into common ground and a future country we're all proud to call home again, that's just based in objective reality on things like where babies come from. And I'm hopeful that our ability to have these difficult conversations makes a better path forward for everyone who comes after us.
Well, thank you for coming.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Off to the airport.
Madison, why don't you take that seat?
Safe travels.
All right, let's get into some juicy, guys. We got some juicy stuff here.
Oh boy.
Matt, if you can take a seat, please. All right, guys. Let me do a couple chats, and then we're getting into it. We're getting back. So, six-pack Chad. Madison, can you read this?
Girl in blue, if your theory is correct, why is no one calling the black woman a brat or the girl in green a brat? They're not calling you a brat because you're a woman. It's because you're an idiot.
I call myself a brat. I just want to state that.
Yeah, you self-identify
as a brat.
As a brat.
Would you be my brat?
Oh.
Daddy.
What are we, daddy?
What
are we, daddy?
All right, we have Brian, misogynist goat. Maddie, can you read this? Thank you.
UV cores Brian's misogynistic. 30 to 40-year-old men toxically judging 18 to 25-year-old girls with hypocritical evangelical agenda. Your chastity virgin hunted mindset is 0.01% of the U.S. and is actually horrible for life on Earth.
Okay. Well, we have people of all ages on the show, anywhere from 18 to we've had people in their 50s and 60s, people younger than me, people older than me. We don't discriminate on that front. Hypocritical evangelical agenda. I'm actually. I mean, I believe in God, but I'm not really all that religious. Chastity, virgin hunting mindset. I think body count matters. I prefer, when it comes to dating, I prefer women with a low body count, and if that means she's a virgin, cool. But she doesn't have to be a virgin for me to date her. But I mean, it would be, I suppose, the most optimal if she's a virgin. People are allowed to have their preferences, so. You are right, though. It's a very small portion of the of the dating pool that is like that. But she doesn't have to be a virgin. But thank you, man. Misogynist goat, dope. Canadian Jim, Canadian 100, if you can read this one.
So by her definition, if people were individually to hold prejudice towards a specific race, that would not be racism. Makes zero sense. Sorry, and that's why you get hate from chat.
Merci beaucoup for the Canadian. You're probably in the French-speaking Canadian part, so merci, Canadian Jim. Is this directed towards you or towards you? I don't even know at this point. Maybe it's you. Apparently you can't be racist towards white people. A couple people, that seems to be the position. Can't be racist towards white people. What if I was in China? Just curious. Could then?
That's a good question.
Even then?
No, I mean, I think people in China could definitely be prejudiced towards a white person, but I'd have to think about if it could be racism. I don't think so.
What? You mean, what?
Well, because, okay.
You can't, in China, you couldn't be racist against a white person in China. Like a Chinese person.
If we're going off my definition of like institutional racism, you could maybe be racist against like white people who live in China and live there like full time. If they're discriminated against.
What if they're tourists?
I think you could be prejudiced against them.
You couldn't be
Chinese
racist.
people
What?
Could be. No, I don't think.
What kind of like crazy definition?
When you give us the definition, because I noticed.
Center.
I'm always very nitpicky with words because leftists like to use them as weapons. I also do. I'd like to ask you real quick. Can you give us your definition of racism again? Because you keep saying if we're going off of my definition, and I would like to go off of your definition. So what is it?
Institutional racial discrimination.
And institutions are?
Like the government. I mean, basically, I'm just talking about the government, but it could also be like social institutions as well, like schools, just clubs,
like the church could be an institution, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So when we're talking about institution, what you're actually specifically saying here is anything which could have authoritative political power.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Can you repeat the question?
Anything which has authoritative political power would be an institution.
I wouldn't say that, but I could, yeah, sure. We can go with that.
Well, I want to make sure I'm clear on your definition.
Yeah, we can go with that.
So, a church could have authoritative power inside of government, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what if you had an all-black church who was speaking out against whites? That's an authoritative institutional power. Would that be racist?
It's not on the same scale. I think you have to think. Think about. No,
now it's scalable. So what scale is it when they lose the institutional power?
I do think it's scalable. Actually, I think it has to. I mean, obviously, in a different country, I think that could be
we're talking about this country.
I don't think that could be racist in this country. Black people are still the minority. They're still the minority.
Okay. There's
still a history of chattel slavery, which white people have been enslaved, but not in the same way. Chattel slavery is
I just want to clarify on this. If blacks were the majority for an institutional power, then that institutional power could be racist, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And do you know what the black population is of Detroit?
I mean, that's Detroit. We're talking about the United States as a whole.
Yeah, hang on. I was very specific about what institutional power was here, and you said any authoritative body which has political power would be an institution. Yes or no? Okay, so do you know what the racial demographic is of Detroit?
I'm guessing majority black.
Oh, a vast majority. So if they were to, I don't know, from the pulpit, create anti-white rhetoric, they now have institutional authority by your definition, correct? They now have institutional power by your definition, correct? That would fall under racism by your definition. Is that correct?
Yes, but if I'm really thinking about it like that, I would have to clarify that there would have to be some, institutional power would have to actually have an effect on white people's lives. I guess I would adjust my definition of institutional.
So if you have a majority black population and there's a minority white population and they create any type of legislation from an authoritative position, which is discriminatory towards white people, that would be racism, right?
if they were creating legislation, sure, but I really don't think that's
if they created
the case.
legislation,
Okay,
which
yes.
in any way, shape, or form was
in your
discriminatory towards
hypothetical,
whites, right?
Yes. In your hypothetical, if they were creating anti-white legislation that was having a real material effect on white people's lives, that would be anti-white racism.
I just
do
want to
not
make sure that
believe
we're clear
they are.
then,
Yeah.
before I give you such legislation, which has been passed in Detroit,
Let's hear it.
that if I can give you legislation passed in Detroit which favored the majority inside of Detroit, in this case black people, and the minority of people are white people, and they had legislation from basically an all-black political body, that this would be and fall under the criteria of anti-white racism.
I still think it's, like I said,
You
it's scalable.
just can't do it, even by your own definitions.
No, because I think
Like,
that
you
it's
just
scalable.
can't.
I really do. I think we're talking about the United States. We're not talking about Detroit. We're talking about like a wide scale. Because when I say institutional,
Oh, is there a church in the United States?
Like
Is there a church of the United States?
No.
Then how can churches have institutional power? You just said they could.
They can't have when I say institutional.
They can. Oh, that's crazy.
When I say
how?
institutional, I mean the broad scale of the United States. These smaller institutions make up that. That black church in Detroit is an exception. You'll have to talk about exceptions to the rule. That is an exception to the broader rule of anti-black racism in the United
Not
States.
saying, okay, wait a second.
So,
Not saying, let's assume for a second it is an exception to the rule. That would in no way negate whether or not it was anti-white racism or not.
okay.
So I could say, for instance,
okay,
that
then I
if
will
the majority
concede.
of women never had abortions, but the minority of them did, that the exception to the rule would be the women who did not have abortions. But that would not negate in any way the fact that those women had abortions. So if we move back to this, I can even consider them outliers. I'll grant your entire argument and definitions, all of it.
I mean, my
If you will
definitions are
grant
like
that
correct.
if
I don't know
there
why you're
could be
acting like I'm making up
Hang
words.
on, I'm just going to explain it. If you can grant that if I can point out an institution which is formed by a majority-minority bloc, right, at least
Living underscore
nationwide,
donated
it's a majority-minority bloc.
$200. My wife's boyfriend is gonna kill me for spending all of his money tonight. To the yellow shirt, where are you getting your definitions? Seems like you're just not wanting to discredit minority history.
You want to respond
Yeah,
to
so
that? real quick?
all I'm asking
Yeah,
is that how
I'm
can
getting
you
my
say
definitions
church-
just from like, I mean, I'm a political science student. You could say you think that it's like liberal
Oh,
BS.
I love political science. My favorite. So I
but
just
I
got to
mean-
ask you, how
Yeah.
can you say if there's no church of the United States that a church can have institutional power at a localized level, which is all they're
They
ever
can
going
at a
to
local
have,
level, yeah.
but yet an entire city cannot?
Cities do have institutional power.
Then if I can show you a city which is made up demographically of almost all minorities, and they pass legislation which favors those minorities over whites, how in the world could you consider that non-anti-white legislation?
I mean, if it really genuinely had a negative material effect on the lives of white people in Detroit, and that continued and that was sustained, and it put them in a subjugated position to black people, sure.
Being pro black people is
So
not being
if a
anti-white
majority,
people.
let's assume for a second that a majority of a city was white, and they passed legislation favoring whites buying houses over blacks, would you consider that to be a racist policy?
What do you mean by favoring white people buying houses? Like,
It means that the government would be more willing to back them over the white demographic. Or I mean, over the black demographic.
back them in
this
what
case.
way? Like, not allowing black people to buy
Meaning
houses?
that if a white man applied for the loan and a black man applied for the loan, and they all had equal credit scores, equal everything, they still favored the black man, or the white man, would you consider that racism?
Yes.
Yes. Now, if I could show you in Detroit where they did the exact same thing, favoring black
I
people
have a
with
question.
a majority
Sorry.
hang on, with a majority black population, would that not be racism?
No, because historically,
No,
that's
no.
no. Hey, listen.
Of course not.
No, that's equity. No, you guys are laughing.
Was it combating redlining?
It's combating a historical precedent. That is Stop
Okay.
laughing. You look
Sure.
stupid right now. That is
No, I
combating.
don't think I look stupid right
You
now,
absolutely
sweetheart.
do.
I think you look stupid.
That's combating a historical precedent that like redlining. This is a real.
was it instated to combat redlining, or is it its own political agenda? I'm not familiar
Because
with the
black
I
law.
was very
absolutely.
specific with my language. I was very specific about asking what was racism without putting in any other qualifiers. I simply asked this question comparatively.
Can you-
If the institutional authority was the majority white and they instituted any policies which favored whites over blacks when it came to buying houses, would that be racist? And her answer was yes. When I
is
reversed the
redlining.
exact same thing with no qualifiers, she still said no. Can
Okay,
you
well, the real world
explain
doesn't
how
operate like that.
How that is logical in any way, shape, or form when the institutional power is still localized in both cases?
Can you clarify if you're referencing a specific law that I'm unfamiliar with, or is this hypothetical still?
Well, let's just assume for a second it's hypothetical and I could get an agreement before I show the law.
Okay.
I would say no. First of all, that would not be
No,
racism.
of course not. Yeah.
Because if we're actually thinking about this in context, do you agree that racism is real? Anti-black racism is real?
Yes.
And do you agree there have been policies enacted all the way from slavery to Jim Crow that have subjugated black people and put them in a subjugated economic position to white people?
Yes.
And do you agree that has an effect on them today?
Yes, just like I would agree that there's a anti-white bias which exists in the South due to the Civil War. And the Civil War created a cross-generational poverty sector for the South. You would have to agree intersectionally that that's true, correct?
Like the Civil War created
Well, you're talking about
poverty in the South?
intersectionalism. Hang on, you're talking about intersectionalism right now. And so if we're talking about intersectionalism, and I'm willing to concede to you, and I do, that there has been anti-black policies which have been instituted in the United States which have been heavily racist, and that the cross-generational effect is that there are disadvantaged blacks to this day who are not able to accumulate the same amount of wealth as the white ancestors of you and I. Me and you could both agree that that's likely true, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well then logically we would need to extend that to Southern whites who also have at least 200 years of oppression from the North on...
I just don't agree with that.
Wait a second, hang on. Yes, it's the same exact intersectional logic. It has to be.
No, it doesn't have to be, because that didn't
If the
happen.
entire South is burned down and all of their wealth is taken and there's anti-white sentiment in the South, then it would stand to reason
anti-white
that they also
sentiment in the South?
that they also are cross-generationally disadvantaged. There's no way around that logically.
Yes, there
There's no
is.
way.
You can't just like say something that's illogical and say there's no way around my logic. That
Slavery's
didn't
What
happen.
did I say which
prominent
was
in the
illogical?
South.
I'm willing to hear you out.
Slavery's more prominent in the South.
I do have to move on. We have David Treziak. Good job of the women panel. I didn't get my comment read earlier. No, we read both of your comments about the barbecue thing. We read both of them. I didn't care I got denied exact food because my race. There is history. Women deserve the rights to health care, by the way. Okay, I guess that's in relation to the pro-choice, pro-life conversation we were having. We have a couple super chats I need to pull up. We have FB, whoa, sexist women call men sexist. Are they wrong? Yeah, the girl in the blues. Actions clearly show she's a selfish and entitled brat that hates men, yet she thinks men calling out her sexist behavior makes them bad. Talk about having your cake and eating it too.
I do not hate men. Just because I have opinions that, certain things that certain men say could be misogynistic doesn't mean that I believe that men don't suffer in any way. I've never once said in this entire podcast, I hate men. Those words have never left my mouth. I don't agree with that.
What do you think of men?
Do you guys know the famous quote by Cher where she says, well, I love men?
Yes.
Why don't you say it for us?
Does anyone know the full quote?
I know what you're talking
couldn't
about.
quote it.
Yeah, it's like, I love men, but I don't need them to live. I think...
Actually, you do.
No, it's...
What, do you agree with her or you disagree?
No. It's just a very iconic, famous feminist quote of her
bring it
talking
up?
about... Because in my perspective, I do love men. I have had great relationships with men. I love my father. I think he's an amazing man.
But
I think that it's okay for me to also think that there are some aspects of misogyny in life, the same way a man could say that, you know, maybe I'm sorry if I said something sexist towards men. I didn't have that intention. I was just showing or sharing my own perspectives of how I felt like I was being treated.
Okay, so riffing off of the share thing, do we need men?
I think all societies grow from like diversity and from inclusivity. So yeah, of course you need men. I mean, procreation, men are a part of that as well. And I think I've needed a lot of the great men in my life. I just think it's a silly like interpretation of how people think women perceive those relationships. Like, oh, I love men, but I also hate men. It's not like that. Like I've never felt like I hated
I'm
any
just a little confused why you
people.
brought up the share thing, because in the quote she essentially says, I don't need men.
I think
or she's like, I forgot, someone asked her the question, do we need men or something, and she says like, for
she
what?
She says, I am a rich man. Her joke is that there's a notion in society that women only need men for money.
Or to be successful.
And I disagree
well,
with that.
you actually need men to survive.
Okay.
Do you disagree?
I was using her to reference kind of a very famous, like iconic, perceived feminist quote. She has gotten that was a very famous introduction to the I hate men movement. I would concur.
Are you in favor of her statement?
No, I'm just playing off of it to be playful. Why is everything so serious, bro?
No, I'm confused why you're bringing it up.
It's a silly, funny thing where she's saying she's equally successful as rich men.
That's not. Hold on, I don't know if we're talking about the same thing.
Her joke is, I love men. But
she's
I
being
don't need them to
interviewed.
live. I told my mom. She said to marry a rich man, and I told my mom I am a rich man.
Hold on.
Yeah, just look it up. I think it's a funny, like, it's kind of a cute interpretation that she had of her own success.
I think so. She was asked, "Do you think men are important?" And Cher responded by saying, "Like for what?" As if to dismiss that men are important.
What is the rest of the quote? That's not the quote that I brought up.
That's the most notable one.
Okay, but if I brought up a different quote by her, and
Okay,
that's
well, then
your
we're
most
talking
notable
about two
quote,
different things.
why are we talking about two different things? And why are you accusing me of something?
Well, you should have been more precise, I suppose, but...
She is equating herself to men.
Okay, we're talking
she's
about two
constantly
different things,
iconic. Okay, whatever. Forget the whole topic. I strayed away from my original
Well,
point.
then I'll just ask the question then. Do you think we need men?
Sure. I need men.
Okay.
I have a love-hate relationship with men.
You have a love-hate relationship with men? Okay.
Can you guys also tell us what you need them for as you go around the table?
To reproduce.
Yeah.
What about survival? Do you guys agree that every woman at this table needs men to survive?
I think men can be good protectors, but a lot of
No, I
men
don't even mean on an
protect-
individual, like your boyfriend. Like, I'm not talking about that level. I'm talking at a societal level. You do realize that all of
human
you
race
need
would need men to
survive. No. I'm not talking about, hold on. I'm talking in the short term here. I'm not talking about reproduction. Absolutely. Men would need women to reproduce also.
I think getting rid of half of the population would be detrimental. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, wait, yes, what?
Yeah, I agree that we need men now because, they're half the population. Like, if you were to go back to the beginning of history and for some reason men just never really existed, women probably would have built up their own infrastructure and civilization, but that's not how it happened. So, yeah, we need men to continue.
Where would they have done this?
I said if men didn't exist. Obviously, they would have had to do it if men didn't exist.
Yeah, they would have. Where could they have done this?
What do you mean? On planet Earth? I'm saying if you went back to...
there are physiological differences between men and women. You would have to concede that that's true, correct?
Well, if men didn't exist, the physiological differences wouldn't matter.
No, they would still very much matter. Even if men did not exist, they would still matter. Even if you reproduced asexually, your physiological differences would still matter. That's survival of the fittest, right?
Yeah, so then I guess, men wouldn't even factor into the equation. It would be the physiological differences between women.
Because women are not capable of building the kind of infrastructure that men can due to simple things like heat regulation.
Disagree.
You disagree
Oh,
with
really?
what?
You disagree?
Yes.
No, then give me a counterexample of when women built any
there is no
civilization.
counterexample
I'll,
because men
chill
exist.
out while you give me one.
Had higher test scores.
Yeah, I
So,
mean,
like,
Yeah,
that
can you
kinda
give me an
contradicts
example
what
of
you're
when
saying.
women built a civilization?
I mean, small
just one.
civilizations, yes, but I'm saying if men never existed, women would have had to do it. Obviously, that's not the way it turned out. So, no, I can't give you an example because men, because of the physiological differences, have been dominant throughout all of history.
Great. So let's engage with this under your terms. Let's assume for a second that women were asexual, could reproduce on their own, and still have the same physical prowess that they have to date, modern women. Can you explain to me how they would build a society?
The exact same way that men have. I mean, like, being slightly less physically strong, maybe our houses would be made out of,
they're
like...
not slightly less.
Okay, maybe our houses would be made out of, like,
overwhelmingly.
straw instead of steel. I don't know. Like, I don't think...
You don't
that-
know.
I know, of course I don't. I'm not an anthropologist. I'm not a historian. No,
Do you
I
think that
don't
they
know.
would like take care of all the roads and all the infrastructure and all of these things? You think
I
that
do
they could do
believe-
that easily?
Yes, if men didn't exist, obviously, yes.
Yeah. And what do you think those roads would look like?
Probably like normal roads. I don't know.
Essentially, you think that men and women are interchangeable widgets. And were it that men just did not exist and women were asexual, that women could basically do all of the things that men could do.
Essentially, we're not gonna know because this is a hypothetical.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's pointless.
We
like,
can argue
The
as much as you
hypothetical is
want,
designed
but
to test the
we're not
logic.
gonna know.
So I'm
It hasn't
testing your
happened.
logic right now by asking you
I
this
think-
question. If women could reproduce asexually, do you think that essentially they would build the same exact types of societies that we see now?
I don't think it would look exactly the same. No, I think there would have to be, there would be workarounds to certain things. But I mean, like,
Like what kind of things?
What if women did it better? What if we did it worse? We're not gonna know.
That's a great question.
Great
I'm
hypothetical.
entertaining this.
like
What would women do
lifting
better?
heavy. I mean,
I
the
can't wait
thing
to
is,
hear
like,
it.
the pyramids. The people who built
The pyramid?
The people who built the pyramids couldn't lift the heavy bricks on their own either. They had to make pulleys and things to lift them.
Yeah, but
women
surely
could have
women
invented
could
those
do that too, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, so essentially society would look exactly the same. It would just be built by people who you think are just slightly weaker. So you think that, again,
Yes.
we are interchangeable widgets. It's just that
Theoretically,
men are a
I
little bit
think
stronger.
if we were reproducing asexually,
Sure.
it would be survival of the fittest. So we would, in terms, like have bigger women being
Yeah.
able to pull things due to evolution.
Here, let me get through some chats.
Wait,
here.
hang on. Do you know how long evolution takes?
So many.
Oh, yeah. When we're talking about modern civilization has existed for, I don't know, about 500 years,
At least
right?
since the
What we would
wheel.
consider some kind of modernity. But civilization itself didn't spring up, recorded civilization, until about 11,000 years ago. Homo sapiens came around about 350,000 years ago. So that's a long, long, long time.
It is.
But assuming all things equal, women were in the exact same space that they're in right this second, with the exact same physical strength that they have right now, what do you think society would look like?
I think it would be great. We got those muscle mommies out there.
Oh, they would just build all them roads, right?
I think it would probably look similar. Yes.
Yeah, it would look similar. Okay. I'll just leave it there.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Here, let me read some of the chats. Or Madison, can you read? Thank you, Sticky Fingers, for the big $300 super chat.
Past to present, not being able to adequately annotate your opinions as a speaker in this podcast does not infer misogyny when Brian and Andrew are intentionally stimulating conversation for you to be heard. This is your moment to be heard. As a guest, you fail to be correct. That says something.
Yo, Stinky Fingers, thank you for the big $300 super chat. You are a Giga Chad and a legend. Thank you, sir. We have FB here.
Brat definition. Child.
Oh,
Living underscore donated $200. Imagine being Andrew's wife. LMFAO. Holy shit, kill me.
They have a loving relationship. Rachel's great. Andrew's great. I don't know.
I bet you $100 that either you're a woman who's not a wife or you're a man who doesn't have one.
Burn.
And if you prove me wrong,
Lawyer.
I'll pay out the $100, but you won't be able to pay me to prove
Lawyer.
me wrong.
Roasted.
Let's face it.
FB.
Broad definition, a child, especially an annoying, spoiled, or impolite child, usually used in the content or irritation. This seems accurate to me, then yes, she is very, very childish, annoying and not very polite.
Okay, thank you, FB man. So, my bad that we're finally getting to, hold on. They criticize a certain kind of woman, not women in general, but Luce, you're right, this podcast does make women uncomfortable. That's not the same as being misogynistic. Canadian Jim with the $100 super chat. Thank you, man, appreciate it. Merci beaucoup, Canadian Jim. Are you Quebecois? A little Quebecois? Thank you, sir, appreciate it, man. Let's see. And then I read the one from FB, right? Yeah, we just did that one. Sorry that for some of those super chats. I know you guys sent those in a long time ago. We've just had a lot of convo going on, a lot of messages coming through, so it is a little bit delayed here. Appreciate it. We have, be sure to like the video if you're watching. If you haven't liked the video already, give the video a big like. Also, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Kindly, if you're following over there, or excuse me, if you're viewing over there on Twitch, if you can, drop us a follow. And if you're viewing on YouTube, if you can open up another tab, twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. And if you have a little Twitch Prime in the chat, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Oh, clips. Guys, we're so close, guys. We're 10K away from 1 million subscribers on our Clips channel. Help us get there, boys. Help us get there. We're so close. Look at that. 10K away. Help us, boys. Thank you guys. Also, hashtag big labia matter. Very important. Going around the table on this one, for everybody here, dating, sort of, Dave. Okay. Ask everyone to rate their looks, physical looks, on a scale of 1 to 10. Starting with you. Go ahead.
Like a 7.
Okay.
In DC, I'm a 12. In California, I would say I'm like a 7 or an 8.
Well, you can't go beyond a 10, so you're a...
Sure, I'll be a 10 in DC.
You're a 10 in DC, and you said an 8?
like a California 7 or 8.
We got the math sign. Can we put up the math sign?
This shit.
12 is greater than the amount which was proposed.
I meant 12 out of 12, my bad.
I say 8.5.
Wait, can you scoot your mic this way a little bit?
This way?
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. 8.5?
8.5.
All right.
8. So like 6.5.
Like a 4.
I'm a 7.
8.
I give myself 5. Andrew, what about you? You handsome devil.
I would put myself at a 4.
All right, there we go. Nobody too crazy here with any sort of delusion. That's always good. Nothing too wild. I do want to ask a question that I promised. I think it was the conservative Latina. She sent in a Streamlabs donation asking, can you be sexist against men, starting with you?
Yes.
I would say yes, but I would like to elaborate on this.
Okay, go ahead.
I think a lot of the sexism towards men comes from some sort of trauma. Like, I myself have been in that boat, in those shoes, where it's like, I hate men, all of men suck, and that's because I had unresolved things. I love men, but I hate them at the same time.
That's a yikes, but okay. Wait, you love men, but you hate them at the same time?
Yeah, I think a lot of men are losers.
A lot of men are. How so? You mean financially?
No, just in general. If I'm.
Is Nick a loser?
Nick is such a fucking loser.
What the fuck? Nick, are you gonna stand for that? Bro. What about Gustavo?
Gustavo, are you a loser?
Damn. The fuck?
You're a little pathetic little bitch baby loser.
Whoa, she's.
What the fuck did you just say about my boy Gustavo?
The fuck?
I asked him if he was.
That's a kick out moment for fucking. You can't insult Gustavo.
Gustavo,
he's
tell
the
me.
best.
Oh, I'm gonna wrestle him later and I'm gonna win.
What the fuck? Hey, yo, it's Rachel Wilson.
No, actual,
Gustavo,
fighting
that's
though.
on you, bro.
Look at
I'm
this.
staying out of this one.
We got Rachel Wilson, Andrew's wife in the chat.
That's
Maddie,
cute.
can you read it?
Andrew is the best husband ever. He's extremely good to me and a very kind person. He is a 10. Sorry to all our haters. Hi, Brian.
Yo, what's up, Rachel? Thank you for the super chat. Just wanted to pull that up there because it was kind of relevant.
That was years of patriarchal brainwashing that got her to believe that.
Yeah, he brainwashed Rachel Wilson. Brainwashed her. And by the way, she has a book which is Did you also force her to write the book too, Andrew?
Gun to her
I
head.
did, but only because I knew that I could promo and sell a bunch of copies and then buy more guns for my own selfish patriarchal needs. It's called Occult Feminism. You can find it on Amazon,
Oh, there you go.
among other
Little
places.
plug there,
Thank
yeah.
you so much for allowing me to shamelessly shill it, Brian.
Of course.
I want to start a cult.
Good times. Wait, so okay. You have a love-hate relationship with men.
Yeah.
You said most men are losers?
Yes.
What are most women then?
I think the general population, I'm kind of deviating away from this question, but I think the general population, a lot of people are really insecure and they project that onto other people.
Okay. All right.
So I
moving
think it's on both sides.
Can you be sexist towards men?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Sexist, yes. Misandrist, no.
Wait, hold on.
I will clarify
What?
this. I will clarify
Let's
this.
not dive back into that.
I would not like to either. If I can clarify this without diving back into a
No,
conversation,
we weren't. I don't even think we were. We've talked about. Can you be racist towards white people?
Because I was gonna connect it to that. I was gonna say I think you can be sexist to men in the same way you can be prejudiced, like a white person can be prejudiced, but I don't
What?
think on a systemic level there's no like misandry.
What?
Hold on, bro. What? Yeah. Wait. So you're saying you can be sexist?
Yeah, on like an individual prejudice level, yeah, you can say I hate men, but it doesn't equate to any sort of real.
No systemic.
No.
There's no systemic. So you're saying there's current? Oh my God, bro! I don't even know where to begin with this one. This shit could take 3 hours to
I hope
fucking
it doesn't.
unwind. So, but I'm confused because this is a little bit different than your stance on the racism.
It is different,
with
and,
white
yeah.
people because you said no, you can't be racist towards white people.
It's the same logic, Brian. You'll see as you unravel.
It's the same logic,
shit.
but I do feel differently about it. I don't know if I want to get into that
But you
conversation.
said, okay, so misandry.
Yeah.
Do you deny that there even is misandry? The
yeah.
hatred
on
of,
like a. And I know there's definitely hatred of men. I think it is.
But it's not on a systemic level.
I don't think
because
it- I mean,
women
yeah,
don't
you can
have the
mock me, but yeah,
systemic
that's what I
power
think.
in society. They can't really be misandrous, right?
Sorry, what?
Because women don't have institutional power, they can't really be misandrous,
that's
right?
not the definition of misandry, though. So if the
That's what
definition
she's
of
gonna say.
misandry,
Hang on, just let her. Hang on. That's what you're gonna say,
If we're
right?
well, I mean, if we're going by the definition of like strictly hatred of men, then you can hate men.
it says dislike of, contempt for, or ingrained prejudice against men.
Yeah, then you can
Well,
definitely.
why do
I
you
guess
believe
also
that
be like
misandry
lesbianism
can't
if,
really
like, you just
exist?
dislike
It's
men.
because of why.
It's not in your taste buds.
Because of why? What?
Why is it that you actually believe, though, that misandry can't exist? It's because you believe that women don't have institutional power, and therefore, because they don't, they can't truly be misandrous. Only men
Well, that's
can
why I
be
think it's different
patriarchist
from
and
race.
chauvinist, right? Isn't that really the case?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to repeat the question. Honestly, sorry.
You think, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that the only reason that men or women can't be misandrous towards men is because women don't have institutional power, right?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, if we're
Yeah.
going strictly on the
So
definition of hatred,
it's just
then
the
yeah.
same bullshit anti-racist argument. It's the same exact thing that you said before, right?
Yeah.
Because you know why
It's
you're
slightly
making this
different in the
argument?
United
Because
States,
it
though.
makes you a minority. The reason you make this argument is because it makes you a minority. That's the only
No, I
reason
don't
you women. Yeah, it is. Listen, let me here. I'll
Okay,
prove
I mean,
it.
you're
Are you a
assuming my
minority?
perspective. You're assuming my perspective.
Are you a minority?
No, I don't think women are the minority, and neither are white people. And I'm a white woman.
Well, wait
I'm
a second.
I'm a
That's
majority in
confusing
both
to me.
ways.
Wait. That's super confusing. You're not a minority, but you cannot discriminate as any type of collective against men. Only men can collectively discriminate
Yes.
against you.
I could engage in discrimination against a black man, on a
Yes,
racial
it
level.
would, but that would not negate the fact that you're a minority just because you could discriminate against a black man. A Hispanic could discriminate against a black man, correct?
Sure. Yes.
So if a Hispanic can discriminate against a black man,
Mm-hmm.
you would not say a Hispanic is not a minority, would you?
No, but I mean, I'm not a
No,
minority.
of
Like
course not, but
statistically,
you-
I'm not a minority.
How could
I
you
don't
not be a minority?
That's not what
Are you
minority
saying that you're
means.
the majority but don't have institutional power? That's what you're saying?
Yes. Like, as a whole, women do not have more institutional power than men. White women
Right,
have more
but-
institutional power than a lot of different groups.
How
But
does that not make you a
we're ta-
minority, though?
I never said anyone was a minority. I'm
Yeah, but
not a minority.
how could you not be a minority?
Because that's not the
absent
definition. Minority
institutional
means
power? You're
a minority
in
of
other
the
words-
population.
All right, let's try this a different way.
let's assume that we're looking at this from an intersectional perspective. You know what intersectionality is from your feminist study classes, correct?
I've never taken one, but I can take a stab at it.
You
yeah.
would put white men at the top of the oppress everybody the fuck else ladder, right?
I don't think there's anyone above white men. I wouldn't rank it on like a hierarchy, but
if
we
were
had
to rank
to,
it on
yeah.
a hierarchy, white men would be on the top,
Yep,
right?
I would put them at the top.
And women, white women, would be under that, right?
Yes, I would say so, yeah.
Wait,
Gotcha. Maybe like second, right? Number 2?
Sure.
Yeah, right. So you're saying that you're discriminated against by white men as a white woman.
I mean, in some ways, I'm sure. I think misogyny is absolutely relevant. I think institutional discrimination against women in the United States and like most developed countries is not the problem that it has been historically. But I mean, there are countries where women just got the right to drive like 5 years ago.
Yeah, we're talking about the United States.
Okay, yeah, then.
And inside the United States, you still consider yourself to be underneath white men, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you are oppressed by white men, right?
I mean, in a small way, sure, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
So when you say that white women or black women or any women cannot actually be misandrist, you're just saying that because you consider white men to be above everybody in the hierarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it. So next time,
Cool.
just say that. Now,
Okay,
diving,
I will.
diving into that, are there more white women or white men in the United States?
I think women. I think
Do you
women
think
outnumber.
women?
I think women
Why
outnumber
is
men.
it? How come they don't have the institutional power, even though
Because it's not a
there's
number.
more of
It's
them
not a
than there are
numbers
men?
game. It's not a. That's not. I mean, that's just not how institutional power works.
Really? So then a minority could hold institutional power and lord it over everybody else?
Yeah. We've already gone into the discussion of scale.
Wait, I just wanted to make sure that I have this clear. A minority could hold institutional power and lord it over everybody else, even in a place where they're not the majority, correct?
Sure.
Like Detroit?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Thank
Okay.
you.
Cool.
I'm so confused by a lot of things here because you're saying women don't have institutional or systemic power?
No, I'm not saying they don't have any. I'm saying there's
As
definitely.
compared to men?
Yes, as compared to men.
Well, then how do you reconcile? So I already made this argument before. In the higher education system, every single university has a women's study, a feminist study program, which perpetuates the feminist ideology. So, and not just in the university.
Have you ever taken a feminist studies class?
Hold on. Not just in the university system, but in corporations, in media, in government. Feminism is the status quo.
I mean, I think that's a reaction to the historical discrimination against women. It's not elevating them above men, it's elevating them to their level.
But
it's
you're
the
saying
same thing as like we were
who
talking about
holds
policies.
The power? Who
Men.
holds the power?
Men. And I think
Not
that
feminists?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I know that you think that, but I disagree.
But okay, so if men hold all the power, then
I didn't say they hold all the power. I'm saying that women cannot, like, on a broad level, discriminate. Like, there is no institutional discrimination against men by
it
women.
Sounds like you're trying to say it's just kind of like a man's world. It favors men.
Yeah, basically. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm like subjected to any sort of like, discrimination on a personal level, but as a whole, men do hold more institutional power than women. I mean, look at our politicians. We have plenty of women, but we've never had a female president. I mean, that's kind of surface level.
Apex fallacy.
Apex
Wait
fallacy.
a second.
Okay.
It's an apex.
Hang on.
All right.
That's
It's an
really
apex
weird.
fallacy.
Sure.
Wait a second. There's more women in the voting pool than there are men. So
We
you
just
don't
got
have a
that right,
female
that's why
president.
we
Isn't that
like to
on you?
practice
Wait,
it.
hold on. You're saying women just got the right to vote?
Not like
What year
immediately.
what year did women get the right to vote?
I don't have that knowledge. I think it was the
1920?
1900s.
My understanding is there are no women alive in the United States who never had the right to vote.
But we do have our
I'm
mothers
pretty
and
sure
our
if my math
grandmothers
checks out.
telling us to utilize
Maybe
this
there's
right.
What's that?
I said we have our mothers and our grandmothers telling us to utilize this right.
I mean,
What?
but also if we're
Your,
looking,
your mom and grandmother could vote.
Yeah, I'm saying that they were telling
What? I'm
people my
confused.
age to utilize the right.
What's your argument?
Like my mother and my grandmother are like, you should vote. That's what I'm saying.
Cool, I guess.
I'm saying that we have like the pressure from our elders.
But
telling
again,
us
all
to
these
utilize
universities
this.
with their $100 million endowments, and these universities are steeped in feminist ideology.
What effect is that having on men's
Massive.
lives?
What effect is
Like,
holy
problem
shit?
Like
is-
materially,
okay.
not like men are sad because of it. I mean, like, what actual real effects that are sustained and will last throughout history? What effect is that having?
Well, the biggest effect is the
whole bunch.
reproduction crisis, which has happened as a direct result of women's liberation and especially the sexual revolution, which has taken responsibility off of women to the point where 16-year-old women don't know that a P and a V leads to babies. What's happened also is that you have seen, as a result of this crazy-ass sexual revolution, abortion skyrocket. You've seen
How is
divorces
abortion an effect on
skyrocket.
men?
You've seen women's liberation lead. All ends lead to a reproductive crisis inside of the nation.
How is the reproductive crisis an effect only for men? How is that something that only affects men?
It's not something that only affects men.
That's what I was asking. What's an effect of feminist studies classes, a real material effect on men's lives that only affects men and is significant and can sustain into the future? How is it negatively impacting
the
men?
The draft would be something I could point to immediately.
The draft
That
is not a
women's-
result of
women's
feminist
lib
studies
has not-
classes. The
women's
draft
lib has-
existed
stop,
long
I'm
before
explaining-
feminist studies.
Do you want the answer or not?
Well, you're wrong. Your answer is incorrect.
How do you know? I haven't explained my answer.
Feminist studies classes existed after the draft, so you can't say that's a result of feminist
So what?
studies.
They have not addressed the draft as they have addressed women's liberation.
How many feminist
Why
studies
is it
classes
so
have you
still
taken?
to this day? Okay, stop. Let me explain. Why is it still to this day that when it comes to the draft, women can avoid it, men cannot?
Well, you're the one saying that women are just physiologically different. Do you think we could adequately defend ourselves in war?
No, which is why I don't think you should have equal rights to men.
Okay. I mean, if you don't think women should have equal rights to men, then we can't really engage on a equal
Why
level.
can't we engage on it?
You don't think I should have equal rights to you? How am I supposed to
Why
engage
do it?
with
Why
you?
and why is there a moral imperative that you must?
That I must have equal rights, or that I must engage with you?
That you must have equal rights. First of all,
There's no moral
let's start
imperative.
with this.
I mean,
Let's
all
start
rights
with
are
this.
up for debate.
My position is that rights do not exist. They're
No,
a
they don't.
social construction, a product of the mind.
Absolutely, I agree with you on that.
Good, great, you agree with me. Why is there a moral imperative that you have equal rights to men who defend you while you sleep?
There is
What
none.
war are you in?
There is none.
What
right, there is
draft
none.
have you been in? How are
I'm
you
sorry?
protecting me in my daily life? What have you individually done?
Well, let's assume that I've individually done nothing, that it would have no merit in the argument whatsoever.
What about women who choose to enlist in the military despite not being in the I just think we should move on to a different topic. We're not getting anywhere.
I'm sure
with this.
I'm sure that you do.
I'm sure that you do.
Back to the moral thing, there is no moral imperative. I would agree with you that rights do not exist. That's something we agree upon as a society. There's no inherent moral imperative that everyone has equal rights. There's no imperative that any race has equal rights. That's something we debate on and we decide. And I am of the opinion that it is unfair, it's unjust for women to not have equal rights. You can disagree.
Yeah, but so what? Who cares if you think that?
Who cares
What
if you
makes
think
it a
they
moral,
shouldn't?
What makes it a moral imperative? Just
I have already
consensus?
said there is no moral imperative. There's nothing
There
inherent
is no
in
moral
being
imperative.
alive
So we
that
just
gives
do it
anyone
off
rights.
of consensus?
Sorry?
We just do it off of consensus.
I mean, yeah, essentially, it's like a
And do you
political
think we
rights are a
should
political
do it off of
process.
consensus?
I would disagree. I believe in democracy, but
Do you,
We can-
so
we
you
can
think we
disagree.
should do things off of a consensus?
yeah, that's what I said.
So what if the democratic order arbitrarily lowered the age of consent to 16 or 15 or 14?
I think there are states where it's 16. I don't know.
But let's assume that it was younger. Do you think that we should adhere to the democracy because that's what the consensus is?
If you believe in democracy, yes. I mean, in Japan,
What if it
it's
was
like
10?
13.
Should we do that?
I would not. I would vote against that, and I might even move out of
Yeah,
the country.
but why? What's the moral imperative? You just said there's no moral imperative, and we should follow what the consensus says. So if the consensus said
I said
it
there's
should
no
be
moral
10,
imperative
why
for-
is it
for
that
rights.
it shouldn't be 10?
Well, because I think can I say?
Because
I feel like this is a topic that might go
Can you-
into.
okay,
make a
yeah,
different
fair
argument,
enough.
Andrew?
Okay, let's assume it the other way. Let's just assume it a different way.
Okay.
Why is it then that if the consensus
was that you could have sex with a dead body.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. Is this a
No, this is TOS fine.
Why do you
If that was
hate
the
women
consensus,
so much?
why
That you create
is it?
about
No,
having
stop. Don't interrupt.
hypotheticals?
Don't interrupt. She can speak for herself. If that was the consensus, why shouldn't we do it?
I would just disagree personally. If that's the consensus,
That's it? You would just disagree. There's no moral
That's
imperative to not screw a dead body?
Because we need to honor
there is
the
a moral
dead.
imperative to not do that. I will
What
take
is
a
it?
stand on that.
What is it?
I don't know. It's wrong.
It is.
You don't
because
know. You don't fucking know what the moral imperative is
The
to
moral
not screw a
imperative
dead
is you
body.
honor the dead. That's the moral.
What's
imperative.
that?
You honor the dead.
But why
it's
is that a
gross.
moral
I don't know.
imperative?
You're supposed to have honor for the dead. You're not supposed
Why
to
is that a moral
disrespect the dead.
imperative?
I
Because
mean,
philosophy.
everyone
I don't
has
know.
different morals. There is no universal moral imperative
If
for
there's no
anything.
universal morals, then what's wrong with people screwing dead bodies, lady?
It's against my morals. I don't know.
So it's just your arbitrary. There's no moral
All
ground
morals are
so if a
arbitrary.
society.
All
so
morals
just
are
to get this
arbitrary.
right, I want to make sure I get this right.
Yeah.
If a society, which is a democracy, votes that people are allowed to screw dead bodies, you have nothing other than I personally disagree with that
I
to
would
justify
move.
why
I
they
just wanna
shouldn't
take
do
this
that.
I would move. I
Hold on,
think.
let her answer.
Okay.
I think I would leave the country. I don't think I would like to live in a country
Yeah,
where
I know, but
necrophilia
answer
was
my
legal.
question. You have nothing other than me. My personal opinion, this is bad, right? That's it. That's your entire moral justification. So all of human morality for you comes from your brain, and that's it.
I mean, my personal morality does, and then we all collectively
so what's
discuss.
the moral imperative why they shouldn't do that?
I genuinely have never thought about necrophilia. I'm sorry that
I
you
have
love
no idea.
thinking
You
about
have no
it,
clue.
but yeah,
So
I
if a
don't
guy
know.
goes out in another country, and he digs up grandma, and he bangs grandma's corpse.
My
can
grandma
you give
was
me a moral
cremated.
argument for why that's wrong?
I would. No, honestly, I just know it's wrong.
It's just fucking unreal. You progressives suck so bad. You
How is
suck.
that? Are you
All right.
are you pro necrophilia? Are
No,
you
the
pro?
opposite.
You don't. You
I
don't
have
have
moral
a
justification. I have epistemological grounding
Okay,
for why
well,
I
you're
would
Christian.
be
I'm
against
not.
something like that. You just got done saying to me, literally, you have no moral justification for why someone shouldn't dig up grandma and screw him. That's literally what you just said.
It's wrong. That's my moral justification.
What's your moral justification?
It's wrong. I personally
Based
believe
on?
it's wrong. Based on my own morals. I mean, it's
Right,
circular
so
reasoning,
you
but
are
that's
the
all I
arbiter
have.
of all of human morality?
No, that's what
So
democracy
then
is.
there's
We all,
no epistemic justification. It's circular.
No.
It's wrong because it's wrong because it's wrong because it's wrong because it's wrong.
Yeah, and you could do the exact. Because I mean, I believe you're a Christian, and that's your
Oh
epistemology.
yes. Would you like to get into epistemological foundations for why
I would
it is
love
that
to, but I don't
the
think anyone
Christian
else. I don't
worldview
think anyone
is
else would
far
like to.
better than anything that you just said. You just said you could dig up grandma and bang her. And
You're the one
only
that
thing
said
preventing
that.
was
You're
that I just disagree.
I would rather not
Why
talking
are
about
you-
digging up grandmas and banging them because I'm
Are you
personally.
a grandma banger?
I'm not.
Are you?
If we're gonna accuse anyone of being a grandma banger, I would say let's accuse Andrew.
MILF.
A gilf?
My grandma was beautiful, but please don't do that to her.
Awkward.
It's bad because it's bad. The good is the good, and the bad
I mean,
is
yeah,
the
God
bad.
is real 'cause
It's
God is
all-
real.
All
Like,
of it's
what?
arbitrated. out of your
Absolutely. Life
mind
is
of what
arbitrary.
is
I don't
your
know what you want me to
personal
say.
disagreement.
I think philosophy and morality is
You know
subjective.
what? I actually have a proposal here. Andrew's going to be coming in studio next week. Maybe you guys have like, I don't know if you're down, Andrew. You guys should just do a one-on-one debate.
Oh my.
Why? She would lose in 15 minutes. It was 15 minutes.
Sounds like you're scared.
Oh, are you down? You down?
Oh,
Let's
no,
do it.
happily. You want to go in studio, have a 1v1 debate where nobody
Are we
can
gonna be able
interrupt?
to be
I can't get
equally
sidetracked. I
prepared?
can
Are
actually
we gonna-
grill you. You can grill me back, sure.
Are we going to be allowed to?
It'll be well moderated. It'll be yeah. He's very nice. He's a sweetheart in person.
I can
He's a
tell.
sweetheart, right, Andrew?
Sure.
There you go.
Sure.
Let me check my work schedule. I'll think about it though.
Okay, think
I'm
about
down.
it. But I
I'm
think
down.
it would just also for the sake of tonight's
Yeah,
show.
well, I
Yeah,
would say
there's
your
too
chances
much-
of showing
too
up
much
are
one-on-one.
0%. You should probably come up with some type of epistemology before you come into a debate with me, because if you can't answer why you shouldn't bang a dead body other than, it just gives me the ick,
I'll start reading
I think
some
you're gonna
Hegel.
have a problem in this debate.
What do
should
you
talk
have
about
like
some
any
Sigmund
girlfriends?
Freud,
What
too.
if we make it equal, like it's a 3v1? So like you and 3 girlfriends, or do you,
Bring your professor.
Oh yeah,
Bring your
he would
professor.
love
Oh yeah,
that.
no, bring your fucking professor, your
Bring the
liberal
professor.
arts major
Bring the
professor.
professor.
Bring him on.
Bring him.
I'm not an
Let's
arts
do
major. What?
this. I can't wait.
We'll talk. We'll talk.
Yeah,
It's-
let's talk about.
You know, there's
this.
gonna be a bunch of. Okay. Anyways, let me do a couple chats. I got some more questions. We have Big Sass Energy. Maddie, can you read this, por favor?
Racism and misandry do not start at the top systemic level. Systemic is a totally separate word. At an individual level, all these things exist against all types of people. LOL at college, at a
Lol.
college education.
Lol. Thank you, Big Sass Energy. Appreciate it. We have David. Scott. Okay, read it.
Because of feminism is why the courts rule in favor to women to have full custody of the children, and the woman gets half of what the man has worked to obtain. Also, women are not at the front lines.
Thank you, Scott, for your very generous. Thank you, everyone, for your very generous TTS messages.
Andrew,
Thank
I
you,
met
David.
Luke and his girlfriend at the time in Ensenada in a jacuzzi. He told me he was a high school basketball coach but knew him. He was really nice. Go feminization if balance. Go yellow.
Who's Luke? I'm not sure what.
Loose? No, loose.
Oh, loose.
No feminization ever.
Maddie, can you read this?
Just me.
Andrew, I'll have you know I'm happily married to my wife and her boyfriend. You be looking greasy lately. By the way, does your shower not work or are you eating
Don't
too much
mute
pizza?
yourself, Andrew.
Dude, hang on. Pull that chat back up. Pull that chat back up.
Wait, I'm trying to get it. Here, I'm going to do a split on it.
Andrew, I'll have you know I'm happily married to my wife and her boyfriend.
Change the split.
Oh, I'll take the L on the last half of that chat. That's fair. I'll take the L on the last half. But the first, beautiful, loved it. Great job.
You be looking greasy lately, by the way. Does your shower not work or are you eating too much pizza? Actually, we got some pizza in the studio, and if you guys want, we'll do a little after show, a little pizza sesh if you guys are down. Let's see here. We have Livin. On stream. Andrew wait, can you read this one, Andrew?
Yeah, it says, Dear Andrew, I happen to have sex with men. That's what it says.
Can I read it?
Okay, sure.
Andrew wanting to plow ancient grandmas is cope for how bad his wife is.
You should see what they were just saying about how gingers have no souls.
God damn.
That was crazy in chat. They were saying that.
All right. Wait, Kyle Kelsey? Was there a super chat from Kyle Kelsey? The read, so it's just, I don't know if you met the threshold. Read answer is 100 and up. TTS is 200 and up. That's through Streamlabs only for the TTS. We'll do super chats on YouTube. Read 100 and up. It might have not just hit the threshold, but yeah, thank you, man. Also, like the video while you're at it. A couple questions. We talked about, this is somewhat related. You mentioned something about women in, joining the volunteer army. This is something that's come up before. Are men physically stronger than women? Starting with you.
With me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What about you?
Yes. On average, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Nothing there. All right. And we went around on the sexism thing. I did actually have one thought on this. Fuck, do we really go back here? Fuck it. Let's do something dating related.
Yeah.
Fuck. God damn. We'll come back to this shit though. We'll come back for sure. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Sorry.
Okay. So,
Yeah, well, anyways.
do you think men are insecure for caring about a woman's body count? Starting with you.
Are insecure for caring?
Yeah, do you think men are insecure if they care about a woman's body count?
I think it would stem from insecurity, but everyone's like allowed to have their own preferences.
It would stem from insecurity, but okay.
I think that's subjective because if you have someone that's just going to sleep with anyone due to attraction, there's no saying, like, are they going to do that if they're in a relationship with you, if their body count is high?
Okay, so you don't think it's insecure? And also, just,
I think it's subjective. I think it can be insecure. It's like really depends.
let me just tack on another question to this. Does body count matter? Should body count matter? I don't know if you want to add on to that.
I think that's also subjective. Like for me, I wouldn't really want to go for a guy who has a high body count because that just shows me he only values if someone is attractive, and if he's just like coming to me and trying to sleep with me, then he's not actually valuing me as a person and he doesn't want to get to know me.
Should
So then the gal next to you who said that it was a state of insecurity, that would not apply to you.
I think that if as long as the person is safe and clean, and doesn't put you at any level of risk, and you understand your dynamic of their relationship, it doesn't matter.
I am
to me.
pro slut. It's just not.
So
for
she's
me.
not being insecure when she says that she would not want to have a man with a high body count, right?
I think that insecurity shouldn't be a negative word. There's plenty of things I'm insecure about that I don't think are inherently negative. I personally would definitely be insecure if a guy had slept with 80 people, but it doesn't mean that I wouldn't date them, or it doesn't mean that it matters to me.
I think it's more
So
important.
then that means that she's insecure?
I can't speak for her. From my perspective, I think it comes from a place of insecurity in worrying about that person only valuing you for appearance, but I don't think that in this case insecurity is a negative connotation.
If I had
Okay, so then that would be
theoretically-
she's insecure, right? How am I getting this wrong?
If I get with someone and they have a high body count, there definitely needs to be a discussion where they show me or tell me, hey, yeah, temptation is there, but it's my decision to reject that. And if we have that discussion and they're mature enough to have that discussion, then fine. But right off the bat, if someone is just trying to sleep with me, then that just tells me that they value attraction over anything else.
Here, let's get everybody's answers. Go ahead.
Which question?
Both.
Okay. I do think body count matters, but I don't think it stems from insecurity necessarily. I think it just shows that they care.
I think it's a form of insecurity, but at the same time, I think that the more people that you sleep with, the more energies that you can attract to yourself. So I'm indifferent on that one.
So would you say that the gal who said that she would not want to sleep with a man with a high body count is coming from a place of insecurity then?
It also comes from a place of danger where it's I'm more
Oh,
susceptible.
hang on, just let her
Guys,
answer.
into the mics.
It comes from a place of danger where I'm
No,
more
no, not
susceptible
you.
to
I'm asking her.
STDs as well.
Would you say that she's coming from a place of insecurity because she just said she wouldn't want to date a man with a high body count?
I think it's a little bit different for women, so no. I'm
Of
going to
course.
say it's not, because men are notoriously known for sleeping with a lot of women. So
What?
I don't think that it's insecurity. Yeah, you guys get praised for how many women you can pull and
That's
sleep
because
with.
it's hard for men to do that. It's easy for y'all to do that.
I mean, yeah, but I'm saying that's my justification of why I don't think it's insecurity for a woman.
Just for men.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it depends. It could come from a bunch of different emotions. One of them could be insecurity, or it could be a religious thing. If you're waiting for marriage, you
What if they're not religious? What if they're secular, but
I still
they
think
don't
it could-
want to wife up the town bicycle?
Then I think it could be insecurity, or it could just be moral. I mean, we all know I have morals outside of religion, so it could be morals. It could
Let's
be
say he's
insecurity.
immoral.
He's immoral, then
And
yeah,
he
I would
doesn't have any morals.
I would
He
say-
just doesn't want to get with a promiscuous woman.
Then yes, I think that would be a
That
form
would
of
be-
sexual insecurity.
It would be sexual insecurity.
Yes.
So would it be sexual insecurity for a man to not want to date a woman who fucked a guy yesterday?
Date her immediately? Because I feel
Have sex with her immediately, date her
That's
immediately.
not dating. I mean, if you won't have sex with someone because they had sex with someone, you won't have casual sex with someone because they had sex with someone else yesterday, that is valid because there's no way to know their STD status.
Let's even assume.
Oh, okay. Well, let's say they went and got an STD check, literally right away. You had the results
It
in
wouldn't
your
be valid.
hand.
It would because
You
it
knew
takes
for
2
sure-
weeks. So let's say someone had sex 2 weeks ago and they have a clean bill of health.
What if there's a magical wand?
Okay, well we can say that about anything.
No. It's just, let's say she went, she had sex 5 hours ago, but she comes to you and presents you with a clean bill of health.
Then yeah, I would say it probably is. And like you said, I don't
That's
think
insecurity?
I don't think it's necessarily. I think everyone can be insecure in that way. I don't want to be compared to the last person you had sex with.
So then it would be insecurity.
I think it's subjective too. If
I
it's
think it
insecure
depends, but-
or if it's controlling.
Yeah,
or,
it could also be controlling. It
if
could
it's,
be
for
it
safety.
could be misogyny. It
There's,
could be a
so many
variety of
How is it?
reasons.
How would it be
So I just want to
misogyny?
make sure I get this right. You have 2 kids, and your son, he's 16 years old, and he comes to you and he's like, "Hey, Mom, listen, I really like this girl. She just fucked a guy 10 hours ago, but she did give me a clean bill of health. So I'd like to go have sex with her." Would you say, that's fine because you don't want to be insecure?
I think it's weird to talk to your mom about that.
Yeah, no,
Derailed.
I
Okay.
would not.
Yeah, okay,
I would
great,
not.
but let her answer
No,
the
I wouldn't
question,
call my
please.
son. I wouldn't say it would be insecure not to do that. I would say make your own decision.
It
No,
wouldn't be?
no, I wouldn't.
Oh, okay. But that would be coming from a place of insecurity from your son, right?
Well, I thought he wanted to have sex with her.
Sure. In this
If he-
particular case, the guy wanted to have sex with her until he found out that she had sex with another person just a few hours prior. You said that was insecurity.
I wouldn't tell him that if it was my son, but I think it definitely could be coming from a place of insecurity. Yeah, every person is
So
different.
your son's just being insecure, that little bastard.
Maybe. I don't know him.
I think
So would you
everyone's
say the most secure thing you could do, if you really wanted to be secure in your masculinity, is go rail that fucking broad that you wanted to rail, who just fucked another guy 10 hours ago?
You could
That
say
would be the
that.
most secure thing he could do?
I think everyone has different boundaries as well in terms of like choosing a sexual partner.
Okay,
And that's
so
fine.
do you agree it's wrong in the opposite direction? Would it be okay for me to deny having sex with a man knowing that he has another sexual partner currently?
Yes.
Yeah.
So then that's just your perspective of insecurity. But for me, I only
No,
wouldn't
that's
do
not
it because I'm
insecurity.
insecure. No, but I would
No,
only
that's
not
moral
have sex.
epistemology. That's
No,
not insecurity.
I would only be wary of a body count based off of my own personal insecurity of not fulfilling the type of intimacy that they are seeking, whether they've had a lot of sexual partners due to, a sex addiction or due to corn consumption or anything else.
Okay.
It would be
Hey, I'll
coming from a
grant
place
all
of
of those
insecurity for
things.
me personally, but I'm not saying
Sure.
for everyone, but for me
I'll
personally.
grant all of that as being true, and I'll ask you the same exact question. Your 16-year-old son comes to you, and let's say he's 18, and he says, I really like this girl, and I really wanted to rail her, but Mom, she fucked another dude 10 hours ago, and that just kind of grosses me out. That would be him being insecure?
I would say if you really like her and you're willing to have an open conversation with her about exclusivity or not continuing that, then you should. But if it's something that makes you feel insecure, which I think if there's no risk of STDs, no risk of anything.
It's just
other.
gross.
I mean, to
just
me,
gross.
to me, it's gross, but I think it comes from a place of insecurity. What's the difference between having sex yesterday and me having sex 2 years ago?
So then
What if someone
back
had
the
a
other
body
direction?
count of 80 but hasn't had sex in 10 years?
Okay, fine.
Does
It
that
comes
make
from a
them
place of
more
insecurity.
pure?
So then backing that up the
Wait, can I
other
offer my
direction?
question?
Well, you just answered.
No.
So
I'm
then
offering a
backing-
question. If I say hypothetically, there's a person who has a body count of 80 people,
split.
but they've been abstinent for 5 years. Are they less gross than a girl who has a body count of 2 who had sex yesterday?
Yes.
Because they've been abstinent for 10 years, even though their body count's 80?
That's still less gross, yeah, than fucking a chick who might still have another man's jizz in her. Now,
Well, why
backing
are you
up to
assuming
this,
she's having
let me ask you
unsafe
this.
sex?
Going back the
Let's
other
say she
direction,
is.
then, from your particular logic, let's just go over your particular logic here. If that is a place of insecurity, then wouldn't it not be true that the most secure thing you could do if you liked this girl and he really wanted to rail her and she really wanted to have sex with him and he just said I was a little bit grossed out by it, the most secure thing he could do would be to have sex with her,
I
right?
think the original argument was just asking if caring about body count was insecurity, which I agree
Yeah, I
with.
know
I
what the
think
original
there's
argument was. Can you answer my question?
Yeah, I'm answering. I don't think that it's a more secure thing because it's a completely different conversation as someone having sex, a couple hours ago is a different conversation
It's
than their
gross
body
in different
count.
ways.
Yeah.
It's gross
it's a
in
different
different ways.
concept. So I'm not saying that is insecurity. I'm saying the original argument stems from insecurity to some level. But
Yes,
I think
know, and
it's
that's why I'm
totally
bringing the
valid.
argument back.
And I don't think it's insecure to choose not to have sex with someone who is just sexually active. But I think for some people it could be an insecurity thing. For me, it would be a hygiene
Okay,
issue.
so now we get into nuance. So let me ask you this. Why would it be insecure if this is the case and they have this preference and they say no? You say that's not insecurity and it's not the most secure thing you could do to then have sex with that person. Why would it be insecure if they extrapolated that out over more time?
I believe the insecurity comes in the format of caring about the actual quantity of sexual partners. And the only reason I have that perspective is because for me personally, it comes from a place of insecurity.
Okay, yeah, I know that you keep saying that.
Yeah, but what's even your question?
I still haven't gotten an answer to this. First, you said it was insecure of him not to do this thing from 10 hours ago. They had a clean bill of health. Then you said,
No, I
well,
didn't.
wait, it's not the most secure thing they could do.
No,
If they
I
did-
didn't say it was. I didn't.
Okay, go
but
ahead
you're
again.
telling me I
We'll do
said
it again.
something that I
can shout
didn't
it.
say. And if you replayed any of what I had just said, I did not say that. I said
Okay, well, then let me just ask you yes or no's. I'm not going to give you any loaded questions. I promise none of them will be
simple
loaded.
yes or no.
Yes or no.
Is it insecure if your son came to you, he's 18 years old, he said, hey, this woman I really, really, really like her, she really likes me, had sex 10 hours ago, and that grosses me out, so I don't want to have sex with her?
I would say that's no problem, and you should wait and
That's
see.
not my question. Is it insecure?
Not if it's a hygiene issue.
No. Okay, great. Well, okay, hygiene issue. She has a clean bill of health. She has a clean, I told you, it's baked in. She has a clean bill of health. There's no hygiene issue.
What if her pH
He
balance
just is
is off?
grossed.
Yeah.
Hang on, he's just grossed out. He's just grossed the fuck out by it.
I think
Is
this
that
kinda dives
insecure
in-
that he
Ick.
doesn't want to hump a chick who's full of another man's
That's
jizz?
totally fine.
I-
He doesn't
I
have
think
to.
this also dives into having standards.
No, I think she needs to answer the question. Answer my question. Is it insecure of him to not want
I
to do
already
that,
answered
or
your
isn't
question.
it?
I said no, it's not insecure of him.
Yeah, but
I
you
think
said because of
caring
a
about-
hygienic issue. I'm saying
but
there's no
you don't
hygiene
understand.
issue present.
These conversations go through a plethora of different components. Did he have sex 10 hours ago?
That's fucking
No.
disgusting.
If he didn't have sex 10 hours ago, then it is not coming from insecurity. But if he had sex yesterday and he's judging her for having sex yesterday, it does come from a place of insecurity. Does that make sense?
So then if he's chaste and she's not chaste and he doesn't want to have sex with her over a 5-year plan, wouldn't that be the same exact logic applied and he's not being insecure?
I have no idea what you just said.
For shizzle.
I know you don't, but I'll try it again.
Okay.
Assume that this is extrapolated over 5 years and he has chastity and she doesn't not have chastity. And he finds out she's slept with 60 men. How does the same logic not apply here for his preference?
I think it is a different scenario.
Yeah, well, but it's the same logic applied to the scenario.
Okay, so hypothetically, as I said earlier, you said it would be better if someone had been abstinent for 5 years but had a body count of 80
I
versus
didn't say
someone
anything
who...
about better. I was testing your logic. You weren't testing mine.
Okay, anyways, thank you so much. Had a great night.
Wait, we got more questions. We got more questions here, okay? Body count. So did we go all the way around on body count?
No.
You answered, right?
I don't remember, honestly.
I think you answered,
Yeah, I
correct?
think so.
You're too far away from the mic.
Yes, it does matter.
It might be helpful if you scoot your chair into the table, but okay, what's your answer?
Yeah, it does matter.
Wait, you never revealed, by the way. You are...
Yes, a virgin, and I'm waiting for marriage.
Oh, okay. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Killer of
Killer
cereal.
of Cereal donated $200. A woman insecure for having a high body count while saying a guy is insecure for caring about it? What reason does woman have for jeopardizing her self-worth by whoring out to live out of her means?
Anybody want to bite on that? I have a question afterwards.
No.
Anybody?
No.
Bueller? Sorry, kill of cereal. I don't know. They don't get it. Okay. Nobody wants to buy it? What? Women insecure for having a high body count while saying a guy's insecure for caring about it. What reason does women have for jeopardy? Okay. Some of you said body count doesn't matter, shouldn't matter, whatever. What's your body count? Starting with you. Go ahead.
Under 10.
Under 10?
I can count it on one hand.
5?
Clarify, mine includes women as well.
Includes women. Do you want to give the number or
No.
under 10?
Under 10.
Not something I'm comfortable sharing to the internet.
Rule number 76, no excuses, play like a champion.
Say what you want.
Under 15.
Under 50?
15.
Under 50? Whoa.
15.
Oh my God, I'm deaf. Okay. What about you?
1.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Was it good?
It didn't have fire. It didn't happen one time, but the count would be 1.
Was that your 1.5 year relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, so you lost your virginity at like 21?
Yeah.
Oh, late bloomer.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Hey, it's fine. Late bloomers.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Why? Just curious. Why did it Were you waiting for the right guy?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe, I don't know, right woman?
No, she's not interested in casual
Right-
sex. Like,
Right woman?
Oh,
It was the right guy.
Guy.
It was a guy. It was a guy.
Yeah, guy.
Okay. You're not interested in casual sex. Did you want to wait until you were in love? Or did you just want the right guy?
Yeah, just the right guy.
Just the right guy.
I don't think like love didn't really factor into it, as in terms of like why wait,
Okay.
but like just not an interest in like hooking up.
When you did find that right guy, like how long into knowing him until you guys had carnal knowledge?
A couple months, I think.
Couple months?
Yeah.
Okay. Was he also virgin or no?
No.
No. Okay. Huh. All right. What about you?
Girls 4, guy 1.
We'll do both. Why not? How many ladies have you? I feel like you got Riz. You like be just smashing all the birds.
Smashing all the birds?
The ladies. The ladies.
Oh.
You're just into the mic though.
Oh.
Tell us about all the Riz adventures.
Riz adventures?
Yeah, you just dude, you ran through the girls, right? You ran through them with your Riz, with your shades. You're just rizzing them up. Sunglasses indoors, sunglasses at night. Doesn't matter. The Riz God, the Riz King.
They give them the smolder.
Right?
Yeah.
Bro, be honest. Wait, question. Just like between
You're
between boys, right? Like innies or outies.
Wait, what?
Innies or outies. What do you prefer? Innies or outies. What do you prefer?
Oh my gosh.
Innies or outies. What do you prefer?
I mean, the
Innies.
Innie was kind of new, so
New?
yeah.
What do you mean new? What are you talking about?
Are we talking about P and V?
No. What? Do you have a penis? You have a penis?
No.
You have a penis?
No.
Okay. Cool. Wait, but labia. You had a preference for innies or outies? You know, like women, like straight women, y'all have preferences for penis size, right?
Oh.
Like you guys, sometimes you want a big peen, medium peen.
I would never.
Typically, you don't want a
I would
small
never mess
peen.
with a small peen.
Wow, racist.
Really? Personality first.
That's racist.
Yeah, personality first.
Personality first.
Yeah, small peen losers. I don't fuck with them.
Yikes! You're gonna get some comments for that one. Wait, so what do you prefer?
Well, right now, I guess.
No, back with the ladies. You didn't have a preference?
Like bottom top, like.
No labia preference.
No, like, do you like a big vagina? Do you like a fat pussy?
I don't have a preference.
Like large labia.
Do you like it when it's hammy? You know?
Oh, I don't really have a preference.
No preference? You didn't care?
No, I didn't care.
All right.
You should pay attention to that probably.
Okay. What about you? Oh wait.
0.
Wait. Oh yeah, 0 body count. Are you still?
I'm in a relationship.
All right. They know what it is. They know what it is. If you know what it is. Really, you don't like small peens? That's racist, dog.
She's
playing
also
on the
pro
baby.
slut. She said.
I'm pro slut. Oh my god.
Damn. That's just fucked up, man. RIP's in the chat for the boys. Okay. We have Stochastic Decay here. Hey, Brian, word salad girl plays the victim card whenever there's pushback. What a brat. Props to the other panelists for not being brats and not pouting all show. Anyway, autistic girl has 1210 glasses. Based as fuck, too. Also, hi, Gustavo.
I apologize. It's just my face. I'm not trying to pout. I'm just really tired.
You have
I think I
RBF?
just look like this. I
You just
swear.
have RBF.
Wait.
I'm
RBF contest, go.
Look into this mic right here.
That's a camera.
That's not RBF. That's just like scary.
I do have RBS, and I apologize. I'm not at all trying to be bratty. I also don't think I'm really trying to play the victim card. I'm just being a devil's advocate the same way you are.
Yeah.
She's great.
That was pretty demonic, though. I'll agree with
that was tough.
That was some
That
demonic
one's tough.
shit.
That was RBF.
But at least you're not a brat, apparently.
I hate brats.
I know. Wait, what about me though?
I love you.
Okay, good.
Whoa.
What about me though?
Skin
I love you
wolf.
too.
Okay.
I'm widowy to daddy.
Yeah.
I'm widowy daddy.
What the? There's some sexual
Did
tension.
you see my viral video on Times Square?
No.
It's my turf.
You know that one?
What? You've got like a fetish or something?
This is for
What the
my
fuck?
my big dog, my British big dog. You know?
I don't.
I think
but
there's
I'd like
therapists
to.
for
He
that.
taught me everything I know.
I don't know.
So like I
There's
went
probably
viral in
therapists.
Times Square for like barking, and it was really
That's
funny.
beautiful.
Thank you.
That's beautiful. Cool.
time we live in.
And then I was with Matthew Silver, and he was screaming at me.
I made Nick a promise to not go talk about this route, but because of this panel, I have to. I got to talk about this. And this is dating related, okay? Would you object to a man not wanting to date a trans woman, starting with you.
Oh boy, would I not date him because of that?
No. Would you object to a man not wanting to, like Gustavo here, if he was like, yeah, I don't think I would date a trans woman, would you object to that?
No. As long as he's not like being transphobic unnecessarily and like being unkind to trans women, if that's just like a personal preference, I think that's fine.
Well, the personal preference is he's not being transphobic or rude or mean in any way, but he would say essentially, I wouldn't date them because they're trans.
I mean, I think it probably comes from a place of just like bias, but I mean, I can't say that someone needs to date someone that they're not comfortable dating. Like,
okay.
I think, if they're completely post-op and like completely indistinguishable, maybe I would like.
Is that possible? I don't think that's possible to be 100% indistinguishable.
And if they still were really opposed to it, maybe I would question it, but no, in general, no.
Well, let's assume that's the case. They've gotten surgery and they're taking hormones. They've gotten breast implants and wigs, or I don't know. They got the bottom surgery, and then the man still doesn't want to date them.
I mean, I still can't really object to like someone's personal dating preferences, you know?
Going around the table on this.
There will be plenty of men who want to, so it's okay if some men are uninterested in that. There's so many factors that go into dating preferences. You know, maybe their goal is biological children, and you can't do that with a transgender individual. I think those type of dating preferences, as long as they're non-discriminatory, are no problem.
Wouldn't it be it would be discriminatory.
Yeah, but if discriminatory, not in a bigotry sense. It's not in a hateful way. It's just a preference.
I think it's weird to tell other people what to do with their bodies and what they subject themselves to. So
I agree with Luce with what she said.
No, preferences, just don't be rude.
Would that include to the redhead? I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names. Please don't hold that against me.
I'm holding it against you.
Gertrude. Her name's Gertrude.
Yeah,
No.
Gertrude. I'm sorry.
Let's call her Gertrude.
I'm sorry, Gertrude. Would that include
It's
unaliving?
okay.
You don't care if people unalive themselves
Wait.
because it's their body?
What?
Wait, what?
Okay.
Wait.
Good night.
Hold on. Wait, sit down.
This is actually a topic that I don't really feel comfortable talking about. I lost someone to
You can convince her, Nick. You got it.
unaliving.
You can convince her. Get her a slice of pizza.
few
Get her a
years
slice
ago.
of pizza, a C4, and some tater tots. Okay, she'll be fine. What about your answer?
Give her one of my brownies.
What about your
We're
answer?
talking about 100% straight
I honestly didn't even feel like that was a very invasive question.
I understand that you feel it's not invasive, but
Okay,
I
just
personally
let
lost
we're
someone
moving on. We're moving
to
on.
being
Answer the
unalive,
question.
So
Okay.
No.
that's just
No. I wouldn't date a trans man.
Damn, that's crazy, Madison.
Does that make me transphobic?
You're a fucking bigot.
Then I'm a bigot.
Get her some tater tots. She'll be fine. Get maybe a blanket, a little blankie. Get her a blanket. Get her some tater tots, mashed potatoes even. Get maybe even. You got it.
Look at this champ.
Sorry.
Look at
wait,
that.
I got you. Don't worry.
This is
Whoa. Okay. A little tension.
okay.
It's okay.
My
wanna kiss on the mouth?
roommate
Wait.
told me to take you
No,
home.
no. Oh,
What?
My roommate told me that you're our new roommate.
Okay,
So she loves you. In my opinion, unaliving.
Wait. Just don't even.
Guys, that was the
Wait,
best.
what?
That was
Maddie
the best
like,
part
"Totally-
of my
totally
night.
Yes.
That was the best part of my night.
What was the best part of your night?
My little kiss.
Oh.
Anyways,
What
I
are we,
think
Daddy?
to equate.
Are you guys gonna smash after this?
I think to equate.
I think there's a little chemistry
There's a
here.
little chemistry.
Little chemistry.
I won't deny.
Little blushing going on.
To equate unaliving yourself to an issue of
Wait,
not
don't,
caring
don't.
about.
Oh my God, don't. Okay, go ahead.
Wait, can we just move on to the next question?
No, I'm trying to move on, but bro,
Sorry. We can move on. It just was. It's a sensitive subject for me.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay,
Everything's
so
fine.
related to the trans thing though. We're still related to dating. Would it be straight? God damn, I promised I wouldn't even go. Okay.
Oh my God.
I promise, Nick. I
Jesus,
promise.
I
Nick.
can't believe you're breaking a promise right now. It is really hot.
It is.
It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. I am getting so hot, I wanna take my clothes off.
Excuse me?
Your excuse.
Okay.
That was fire. So whatever.
What the fuck?
What the heck?
Wow.
Okay,
should I get into voice acting?
Would it be straight for? Is it straight for a man to date a trans woman?
I think that's
This is the last time I'm ever asking this question.
Yeah. Because she's like identifying as a woman in a woman's body, and it's like perceived as a heterosexual relationship. So I would consider that straight.
Let's get everybody's answers.
I
on
would
this.
say that's a
Okay.
trans relationship, but that's also subjective to the people, and I don't feel like I'm not a trans person, so I can't really define it myself.
Word.
No, biologically, that's not how that works.
Not straight. Okay.
If she still has a penis, then no.
What if there is no peen?
I'd say it's pretty straight.
Pretty straight. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's straight.
Straight. What if there's a peen? Straight.
I would question a straight man who would have sex with someone with a penis. I would question if they were fully straight, but if they said they were fully straight, then like,
Oh shit.
I don't know. I mean,
Damn, Andrew's losing his mind over there. Okay, what about you?
No.
Not straight.
No, not straight.
Not straight, Maddie.
Not straight at all.
All right, not straight. So you said straight. You said could be straight. You said straight, regardless of the.
yeah, I think
peen.
it's straight.
I reframe to say that I'm just not trans, so I can't like define their relationship. But I also think sexuality is something that's so fluid, and like plenty of straight people experiment with, you know, different types of relationships.
It's not gay if you only suck dick. Sorry. It's like the song. Sucked another
But okay,
dick
so
last
straight,
night.
it's a short form slang. Do you guys agree that straight is short form slang for heterosexual?
Yeah.
Okay. So how could it ever be heterosexual?
Well, I can just ask this one question around the panel, if you'll humor me, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Without using the word gender, what does the word homosexual mean?
A homo. Sorry.
Damn, bro.
Like
Same sex.
Get this bigot out of here.
Same sex attraction has nothing to do with gender, but rather sex, biological sex.
I got bullied
Okay.
in high school. I can use the slurs. It's
Checks
okay.
out.
So heterosexual would be based on biological sex as well.
From a just definition standpoint, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be straight.
What is the definition of homosexual across the board?
A homo. Sorry, I'm tired.
Same-
I'm just like in my silly like.
I mean,
Same
it's
sex
attraction.
relationship.
It's same-sex attraction, but if someone transitions to the point where you
Split it.
perceive them to be that
Come on,
gender,
man.
you don't
this.
know.
You got this, Nick.
You don't
do it,
know.
Nick.
You don't know what their biological sex is. You can say that, oh, I can always tell, whatever. But like, if you really can't perceive their biological sex, then how can you say it's not straight if they don't know?
What if you can perceive their biological sex?
I like to think that other people's relationships are none of my
Yeah,
business.
no, hang on. What if you can perceive their biological sex?
What if you can?
Why does it matter that much to you? You know, like I just think
Truth.
let these
So
people
I'm
live
just
their
testing
lives.
the logic, whether it matters or not
Okay,
to
wait,
you.
I
and
have-
the
I have a
subjective
question.
framework is irrelevant.
I have a
I'm
question.
just testing her logic. I know you need to jump in every time I'm talking to someone else, but I'm not talking to you right now.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask her again, if it's okay with you, Your Majesty, if she can explain what she means when I ask her, what if you do know what her biological sex is?
Well, personally, I would define it as same gender attraction, but you said we can't say gender, so I mean, like,
Yeah.
in that case, I guess if we have to strictly go based off sex, then no, it wouldn't be heterosexual, but that's not how I view same-sex
And
attraction.
is gender a social construction?
Tilted down.
Sorry?
Wow, it takes fucking 3 women to do
Oh
that.
my god.
At
Is
least we could
gender
change
a
a light
social
bulb.
construction?
Put our brains together.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Is gender a social construction?
Yes, I don't think...
And did
what?
we agree earlier that social constructions don't actually exist in material reality?
Yeah, so then I mean, does heterosexuality exist? Does homosexuality exist? Like, I don't
Well,
know.
yeah, those are biological terms. For instance, if you were to determine that 2 animals were homosexual animals, how would you do so?
The shelf.
If we determine how they... by, like, biological sex, because animals don't have gender.
Oh, like and are human beings animals?
Yes.
Oh, well, then I guess we can determine who's a homosexual and who isn't,
We
just
have
like
a
we
higher
can in every other
intellectual
animal,
level.
can't we?
I mean, you could say that, but I mean, still, like, in experience, people who identify as straight can date trans people and still identify as straight. Like, you can tell them that they're
but
not,
you're
but...
identifying based on a social construction, correct?
Yeah, and they're
those don't
attracted to the
exist in
social
material
construction
reality.
of someone
So-
else's gender. I don't know.
So how would you identify if two elephants were engaged in a homosexual act?
I would identify their penises, their P in P in B. Excuse me.
It seems like it's pretty simple, right? And we're animals just like elephants,
Well,
right?
yeah, but we have elephants can't do social constructs. We can, so it's a little more nuanced
Yes, that's right,
for
but
humans.
social constructs don't exist in material reality, remember?
I didn't say that.
Those are
but
that shit we just make up.
it's a little more nuanced for humans, I think. I think if someone says they're straight and they want to die on that hill, then so be it. They're straight. I can't tell them they're not.
Yeah, but why not?
Because I have no
If it
interest
just
in
means
doing that.
heterosexual or opposite sex, we do know what that means. If you were to identify that two elephants were heterosexuals, what would you be looking for?
I already said what I'd be looking for. I'd be looking for their biological sex, but we're not elephants.
And why is it that that does not apply to humans just because they claim the opposite of what is reality?
Because humans are not elephants. We have minds that can construct things like gender and gender identity.
Yes, we can construct these things which do not exist. However, what is the
Wait, you think
truth
gender
of the
identity
matter?
doesn't exist
Why
at all?
Why is it that if two elephants had sex with each other, you could say it's homosexual or heterosexual sex based on the sex, but for some reason you can't make that determination with humans?
Because we're not elephants, and we actually do have gender identities. And if you look at someone and
That's an identity. It does not
I have a
exist
question.
absent the mind.
What about people that are born intersex or both gendered, which is a
Yes, we can engage in
relative majority
intersex
of our
dynamics.
population, like, and they choose to transition to one or the other. So biologically, they are technically both. Say I was born
Let's
intersex.
grant it. Hey, let's
would I
grant
not
the
be in a
entire
straight?
thing.
Would I not be in a straight relationship if I
Let me
was
just
intersex and
grant
dated a
it.
man?
Let me just grant for a second that intersex people are a third sex.
Sure.
99% of transgender people do not identify, and nor are they intersex. So this would still be begging the question, even if I granted to you that there was a third sex, which there isn't, but I just assumed that there was based on intersex dynamic. 99% of trans identity do not come from intersex biology. So we're
How would you discuss the double allele theory? So the double X, double Y chromosome that exists biologically. It's been linked to homosexuality as well as being transgender. People born with double X or double Y chromosome are
Those would be
physically more
intersex.
feminine. No, actually, there are people who are not born intersex that do carry more male biology or more female biology. A perfect example is Castor Semenya, biological female track and field runner.
Let's just grant all of that. What is the percentage of trans people who hold such conditions?
I would love to
It would be a very
more
low
educated.
percentage, yes?
No, but my point is she's a
No, my
biological
point is
female
that
who
I'll
is
just
more
grant it.
genetically
I'll
male.
just grant all of the outliers.
I will
Totally
just
relevant to
grant that
me.
I am right all the time and that women have no perspective of the trans community and can have no
I'm
input on
granting your
elephants.
argument.
And then think about zebras,
I'm
guys.
literally granting
Have
your
you
argument.
ever thought
I'm
about a
granting it.
zebra?
I'm saying your argument is true for the sake of argument.
I've never thought.
That was so sorry. That was Nick back there.
So let's try this again.
Sorry, that
I'm
was Nick.
granting everything you're saying as true, which is still irrelevant to my argument.
Can we talk about
So,
something else?
so assuming for a second
rotting my
that
brain.
let's say it's 20% of trans people have an intersex condition.
Why are you so obsessed
which is
with
fucking
trans
in-
people
you're still
not being
listening.
able
You
to
just
identify
talking.
as they
Trans
want
people
to?
can just like
Who cares?
exist, and that's okay.
Let them live their
Who
lives.
cares? I'm trying. Well, I care, or I wouldn't be asking.
Wait, no,
Why do you
I have
care?
an actual question. If a guy says he's straight, but he's fucking a trans woman, and that makes him gay in your mind, like, why does it bother you that he is falsely identifying as straight?
You're co-opting.
No, I'm genuinely. I'm actually curious why it's a problem.
W. Andrew, take the L.
That's actually awesome that you just said. Why does it bother you that he falsely
Yeah,
identifies?
in your logic, it's false because we're elephants and we can only identify based on biological sex. Why is that?
Because
Why is that a
homosexual
problem?
has a
Why?
meaning,
Why?
and the meaning is what?
Okay.
I'm saying if it is false, according to you, I'm granting you that it's false. Why is it a problem that someone is? Because
Because
I
it's a-
personally, like,
well,
I'm bisexual. I
let me
didn't know that for a
I'll
long
explain-
time.
So I'll explain why.
Okay.
Besides my epistemology saying that it's immoral from the Christian ethic, let me also reiterate
that it is a lie. And so unless you're saying that we should utilize lies for the greater good of society, are you making that claim?
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $200.
Okay.
There's 5 men about to break into your house to assault you, all 6 175+ pounds. You can choose 5 women at the table, your choice, or Brian Shaw, 6'8" 454 pounds, who has the best chance at protecting you.
Who is Brian
Do they have a
Shaw?
firearm?
Yeah, can
Do I
we
have a
have
gun?
weapons?
Is there a firearm? Let's just assume there's not, I think.
No gun?
I'm so
I mean,
glad
I'm
I'm not dating. Is
5'10".
there a firearm?
Guys, we're women. We have a kitchen. We have soup cans. We'll be okay.
I honestly don't think either group could protect me against 5 men.
Yeah,
I don't think
it's
5
over.
women could, and I
Take 'em
don't think
out.
you alone could.
No,
A
it's not
gun
me. It's
could.
not me.
Oh,
It's-
you're not Brian?
I'm just dying.
No, Brian Shaw. He's 6'8".
Who can we see? Who is Brian Shaw?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
He's 6'8".
Wait, is your name
400
not Brian?
400. It is Brian,
Oh,
but he's talking about a different Brian, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Great example there. How about Brock Lesnar? That would have been better. Who's not as big as Brian Shaw, I guess. Brian Shaw, 6'8", 454 pounds. Who has the best chance of protecting you?
I feel like you could send one of the girls to go get help. So I don't know.
Okay.
Like I don't
wait,
know what Brian
Andrew,
Shaw looks like. Is he like a MMA
Can
fighter?
you restate your question, Andrew, to her? But I do want to move on pretty soon, if you guys can.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. So my question is, do you think that lying is good for society?
No, I don't think it's good for society. In
Okay,
general.
so then why should I tell a lie?
Why should you tell? You shouldn't. I mean, no one should.
I shouldn't. So
Keep
you
religion
just
out
asked me
of
this.
life donated $200. Brian, you get so worked up for people not answering questions like age, etc. So, what's your body count? Don't be bad faith. Based off this clip 0. Explain Plaza.
Okay. What?
What's your body
dude,
count?
What's your body count?
What's your body count?
Hold on.
Brian?
Well, there's a couple things there. First off, dude, we can't pull up like links that you send in. We don't do that. That's not part of the TTS. But for people not answering questions like, "Hey, so what's your body count?" I don't answer the body count question, so I don't. There's not
Is it
really.
high? Is it double
Why?
digits?
Wait, why?
He thinks
Triple
it's based off this clip 0.
Do you feel like that's not being authentic? Like, do you feel like you're taking away from authenticity and honesty, and you're contributing to a lying society when you don't share your body count on this platform?
Well, your argument.
Well, no, that wouldn't be a lie if he doesn't share it.
Sure, you're right.
So
You
how?
are right. It wouldn't
Wait.
be
So
a
why
lie.
was it wrong for her to not share her age?
I'm
Well, in
prepared
that
to share my
particular
age.
case,
Oh, okay.
What he said was that the rules of the platform
No, I'm
were
just
that
being
he wanted to
condescending.
have openness from his guests. That does not require him to instead also be open. None of these things are lies, nor are none of them stated under false pretenses.
How
If
old are you,
you
Brian?
can assert how they are, I'd love to hear it.
34.
Yeah, nothing. So if we
Wait,
can
was
get
that
back
a
to the
question?
I
convo, that would
clarified.
be
I
fantastic.
clarified that I was just being funnily condescending. It was not founded in like a genuine
And I was
care.
being funnily condescending back.
Oh, okay.
Word.
Life is beautiful. What do we?
Word.
I love when we connect like this.
Oh my gosh, is he making eyes at you right now?
Oh my god. Nah, he got
Okay.
that perfect wife at home.
All right.
No, he totally was not making eyes at her right now.
What do we?
So, Andrew, if you're fine with it, I'll just move on unless you do
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
make
we
a
can just move on,
If
bro.
you want to make another point, that's fine, but
It's not a big deal.
Okay.
We'll move it on.
is lying, hiding something about yourself, say your age or fake boobs or freckle tattoos, just as bad as your significant other hiding something from you, like cheating on you?
I think if it is in terms of having a significant other, like, yeah, you're lying. Like, you could lie about debt. That's still bad. It shows dishonesty and distrust, and it's going to build distrust in the relationship.
I definitely think cheating is worse, though.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely.
Yeah, some
agree.
lies are worse than others, I would agree.
Yeah,
I
but I
mean,
think
why?
any regret I've ever had has always kind of been founded in dishonesty. I think it's just best to like go in.
Have you ever
with
cheated on
honest-
somebody?
Never.
Okay. Nick, we're going to pull up her dating app profile.
No,
we're
it's
doing...
not mine.
Oh, wait, sorry.
It's
mine.
Oh my God, sorry. I got my wires crossed there. Guys, we're doing a segment called Dating App Review. This is our dear friend, Northie.
Yeah.
A random fact I love is don't match with me if you're on some, I assume this means white supremacy BS. I'm not the one.
I had like a really big issue with like people only matching with me because I have like white skin and light eyes, and it just like did not
How
go
would
well.
you know that?
Because like people
They say it.
They would like, I would like start talking to them and they would text me and then they'd just be like, you know what? F black people though.
What
and
the
I'm like,
fuck?
what the hell? Yeah, like it's
Well,
happened multiple times.
so I can totally understand that. I can completely understand
Like
if
I
somebody
had
says,
to put it in there
F
because it was
black
just,
people, blah, 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 blah.
It
And
was
that's
just so
a big
many.
thing. But what if it's just their preference? Their preferences are just that's what they're attracted to.
it was definitely like really nasty kind of discussions that they were trying to.
How many
rope me into.
people did this? Like 2?
I was gonna say because I've never
Like
experienced
more than
that.
2, like 2 to 5.
3 out of the thousands of people you see on dating apps.
I'm like so bad at them though, and I barely talk to anyone. And it just happens the people I do talk to just like really like not great.
Well, to be fair, I having gone on a different show that was a dating podcast, it was brought to my attention that there are men who hyper fetishize redheads or anybody who has that type of complexion.
Like even with my
and
eyes, like
they
my
see
eyes.
them as being associated with that community. This is what I'm told.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true or not, but this is what I'm told.
Yeah, and my eye color is like they're not really blue, they're more like a gray, and I'm Norwegian on top of that, so it's like I'm like the prime thing that they look for.
Wait, is that your natural hair color?
I'm
No
naturally
way.
a strawberry blonde.
So that's
Yeah,
so
no
it's
way.
not your
It's
natural
But
hair.
she's
not,
got
but
the
it's
complexion,
close, yeah.
complexion where if you have the red hair, it can look enough like it because the freckles and this and that would be associated, and that seems to be enough for some of these people.
Yeah, it was getting like so crazy, and I honestly don't even like dating apps. I meet people more organically and like make friends that way. It's more fun.
Word. Oh, the profile.
Oh, yeah,
Let's
the
pull it back up.
profile.
Okay. So it's would
I'm
you
so
swipe
hot.
on her yes? Would you swipe yes or would you swipe no next? Oh, what the fuck?
Swiping yes for
God.
sure.
Yes, swipe yes on me. I'll bark.
Be silly little guys. Okay. Next. Or I think that's it, right?
Oh, that's,
All right. That's
it, yeah.
you looking like a lunatic in the library, I guess.
It was a bookstore, and
Oh,
then there's
okay,
me at a
bookstore.
concert,
I mean,
and I'm like, oh my god.
It's not that bad, Brian. It's not that bad.
Not that bad. I mean, the
We've
white.
seen worse. We've seen way worse.
We have seen way worse. Wait, who here?
So I have the goofy picture on there because like as in a partner, I need someone that's also goofy.
You
And
need
so,
a
like,
goofy partner.
Like I need someone that can make me laugh. If you can't make me laugh, I get bored. Like no, thank you.
What? What? I don't know. I don't know. I just
He's
feel
like,
like
we should make her laugh
bro,
right
this is
now.
look.
What do
We've had a lot of love
Making me
connections.
laugh so much tonight.
Oh my gosh.
We've had a lot of love connections on the whatever podcast, and I just get. I don't know. I think there's something.
Are we best friends now? Yeah, I think so. We both know Rudy.
Stop it. Get some help.
Yeah. Rudy would be like, be
You
friends.
were making out before you even knew each other.
We didn't make out.
We-
That was
it's
a
a peck on the-
perfectly
Do you know what
respectable
Europeans do?
kiss.
I'm kidding. Calm down. I'm kidding. Relax.
Perfectly respectable.
Yeah, I
Nick?
did.
Yes.
Would you bark for me?
What the?
Whoa.
This is getting.
Wait, maybe not.
Would you? No. Nick, would you bark for me?
She's. Oh my.
No, be honest. Would you bark for me?
Nick, bark, dude.
Bark for me.
Don't do it. Wait, Nick, don't do it.
Come here,
don't
boy.
do it.
Nick, no.
Don't do
Come
it.
here, boy.
No,
Wow.
Nick, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do
Bark
it.
for me.
This is some curse shit.
Bark for me,
don't
boy.
do it.
Come here. No, it's okay. You'll get blessed.
Damn, bro. She's gonna peg you.
Blessed
Next,
with witchcraft?
next thing, she's gonna peg you.
I'll get my strap, baby. It's okay, baby girl. You can bark for me.
Are you guys gonna like make out right now? Is that what's about to happen? No.
Three-way
After,
makeout.
Don't.
Bark for me. Don't be shy.
Bro, that's scary.
I know you hear me.
Dude, you had her in the bag. You're about to fumble her with this barking
not
shit.
much.
I don't know. I feel like I have to be like on the top because I'm tall.
Yeah, you do have to.
This is a first in whatever podcast.
Really?
This is the first, I think. Have
You
we
gotta
had
understand
girls
that
kiss?
I bring out the demons.
you've never had girls kiss?
I think
It's a
we
peck
actually
on the
have
lips.
had. We've had.
Guys,
some
raise
girls
your
kiss.
hand if you're a girl here who's ever pecked another girl on the lips.
I love it.
Okay, let me get through some of my pre-show notes here. I'll try to wrap up. I do have a lot of pre-show notes that we haven't even got to yet, so I'll try my best to do it as quickly as possible. So, Caroline, so you said you're a virgin, you're waiting for marriage. Are you religious, Christian, Catholic?
I'm Catholic.
Catholic, okay. You said
Base
you
Catholic. Base Catholic.
base Catholic.
Just saying.
Can you tell us like the 10-second version of your love triangle story, really quick? Did you fart, Madison? I'm sorry.
I sent him my worst
Brian, you're
dating
the only
sorry.
person that farts on the whatever podcast.
I have farted before.
He has.
This was my shortest relationship. It was 2 weeks.
I'm sorry, Madison.
This guy who was 26, I was 23, was inviting me all the time to the restaurant that he managed or was the bar manager at, and he was also hooking up with the waitress and the bartender and not telling any of us, and he asked me to be his girlfriend. I think I was his girlfriend for like a week, and then the waitress asked me what we were. I said, he's my boyfriend. She said, oh, we just hooked up like 30 minutes ago. I was like, never mind, he's not. That's fine. I told him, yeah, we're done. He was literally like shaking when all three of us were talking because he was like telling all of us different stories, like, oh, she doesn't like you.
Into the mic.
Oh, sorry. He would be like telling each of us, oh, that girl doesn't like you because of like, he would give other reasons that didn't make sense. And I was just like, well, that's odd. I wasn't even asking about her and she wouldn't be asking about me. And he was like, this girl's always coming to hang out with me at the restaurant. I don't know why. She's being so annoying. But he would be like, are you coming? Are you going to come after your job? And I was like, sure, I'll come by for like 10 minutes. But yeah, anyways, it was horrible.
You said something that you disagree with. You have an issue with my whole bowing thing, that I like women to bow.
Well, you said in a relationship that you would prefer that, right? You
That's
said that.
Can you define what you mean?
Yeah.
Bow?
Nick,
Wait,
pull up the video. All right, this has
to just be like a hot take. Like there's no.
Go ahead, Nick. Play that shit. Boom! Holy fuck, that's a great bow.
Are you trolling?
One more time. Hold on. Chill out, dog girl. Hold on. It's just barking at me the entire night. She doesn't. Boom! Check that shit out. Skip forward a little bit to the food part. Who cares about that? Yep, there we go. Look at this. Attentive gets me I don't know if that's I don't drink, but alcohol. Look at this. Attentive, stirring my noodles. She doesn't have to do that. Look at that. Wow.
That would be
bowing, yes.
One more time. Let's see the bow. The bow. Huge. Holy shit. Yes. It's not a joke. I want a girl to bow to me.
Okay.
That's
weird. It's weird?
Yeah.
Yes.
Bro, you've been barking. You've been barking
okay, but
all
here,
night,
listen
dog.
here. I'm allowed to king shame you because I'm the dominatrix in the room.
You're
so
allowed
like,
to king shame me?
Yeah.
Dominatrix.
King shaming is my
It's not, wait, hold on. It's not even a sexual kink, though.
If she's
not even a
okay with it
sexual thing.
and like she's happy to do it and you're into it,
I think
totally,
it's
by
just,
all
like,
means.
That's like weird. I don't know.
You're
like
weird.
I would
honor
for
and
me.
respect things.
Yeah,
I would be fine if like a guy like bowed at me back and we'd be like we're just bowing at each other.
Wait, so what's your objection?
Would you bow back?
Hold on.
Or would you
hold
not
on.
bow?
Wait, Nick, you've totally missed this.
Would
Why is
you-
it split though? Hold on. That makes no sense. Okay.
Would you bow back or no? Is it like only if she's bowing?
No, I don't bow back.
Only her.
Only she
So
bows.
I think it's weird because it's like you're from like the Western culture and it's that's like an Asian culture thing. So I don't.
Yeah,
know.
I'm a
It's just-
cultural appropriator.
Well,
I'm
no, it's a
culturally
Western-
appropriating.
No. Wait. Bowing is very much a Western culture thing. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Are you
You
like
go
in
to
England,
mass,
like
do
with
you
the
not?
Queen and the King and
Hang on.
that?
Don't you go to mass?
Yes, but that's to God,
And you bow
not
to
to
your
other
priest?
people.
Don't you bow your head down to your priest?
No, it's towards the tabernacle, which has Jesus up there.
No, not just the tabernacle. Your priest comes by,
I do
you
not
bow
bow
your
to
head.
no, I don't bow to the priest. We bow.
You don't
towards-
bow to the priest?
No, towards the tabernacle,
Towards the tab.
which is where the priest is standing in front of when he's giving communion.
Tabernacle.
Okay. So let me get this right. It is very much a Western thing to bow. I don't know where he got the idea. This is an Eastern tradition. It's also a Western tradition. Well, let me ask you this: would you curtsy?
If I lived in like the 15th century to the Queen,
No, you're not the 15th century. This is not some old practice.
if
to
I
curtsy.
saw the Queen or the King in England for some reason now, yes, because
Why
over
would it be the
there
Queen or
it's
King?
culturally
This is an American thing. Curtsying is an American
Then no,
thing.
I don't think there's anyone in America I would curtsy or bow to.
I would want men to bow to me.
Why? But why? I don't understand.
Well,
if your
who-
husband
who's
asked you to
asking
do
me
it,
over
you're
here to
Catholic, Why
curtsy?
wouldn't you? If he asked you to do it, he's the head. He is the head in your marriage. This is your faith. He represents the head,
I wouldn't
which
be-
is Jesus
I don't think
Christ.
with
You
someone-
represent the body. Why wouldn't you bow?
Because the head isn't. Well, he's not Jesus. Like I'm not
He doesn't have to be Jesus. That's not the point. He's the representation of Christ in the church, right?
I guess I wouldn't be with someone who wanted that just because I think it's strange. That's my opinion.
Strange.
But is there anything actually wrong with it?
I don't think it's not hurting anybody. There's nothing wrong with it.
Would it be okay if a man bowed down to me?
But now let me ask you.
I wanted it.
What if your husband liked it? Haram! Right, hang on. What if your husband liked it and bowed back? Then would it be okay?
I would just think it's strange. I mean, it's okay, but I think personally it's strange. I wouldn't want to do that.
Wait, I have a question. You want
Well, I was just saying, so then it's really just, if you had to bow and he didn't bow back, that's where the real problem is, right?
No, I just think the whole thing would be strange, even if it's just the girl bowing, if it's them bowing to each other, and it's not like I know you're saying it's part of our culture, but not in today's age here. I feel like it's very much not.
Yeah, but Catholicism is very much past tense. Everything you practice inside of Catholicism is based on traditionalism.
Yes, but
you are going to a mass which has been done for how many centuries?
But we don't bow to each other.
That it's unchanging.
In the faith, though, you don't bow to each other. Just
yeah, but it doesn't matter if you bow in it or not. Saying that this is not something which is done in modernity is kind of strange, considering that you follow a practice which has nothing to do at all with modernity. So I don't understand the argument.
That you don't understand why I wouldn't want it in like a marriage versus doing it in my faith?
No, I'm saying that if your argument is this is not something which is done in modernity in Western culture, well, that's a silly argument because Catholicism is still done based on traditionalism. They're still doing the same mass that they did, 1,000 years ago, right? This is the whole point of it. So the question becomes, if you're following that practice from something which is traditional, bowing is most certainly traditional in Western cultures, what would be the actual problem there?
I don't think I'm following.
Let me come in on this a little bit because she has a problem. Andrew, I don't think he requires bowing. I do. Requirement. If you don't want to bow, back to the streets you go. So you want to get married, right?
Yes.
Okay. I assume you want your future fiance or boyfriend to get down on one knee, kneel in front of you, and spend perhaps even, I think what they recommend is 3 months' salary on a diamond ring, which probably costs orders of magnitude less than, that's another conversation. I assume you want him to do that, correct?
If the person just asked me standing, and I wouldn't care, honestly, actually.
Well, you would agree it's typically tradition for a man to get down on one knee.
I'm pretty sure my dad didn't. I think it was muddy, and he didn't. And
okay. Well, do you want the man to
yes.
purchase a ring, I'm assuming, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be extremely expensive.
But all I want is a very token bow, when you see me, maybe upon departure, maybe.
Okay.
I'll take
is
one bow a day. I just need one bow a day. It takes 3 seconds.
But kneeling for fiance, that's once ever.
Yeah,
this
but that
is a daily.
Yes. Correct.
Action.
As long as in your relationship,
get with the program.
She's cool with it. I'm totally in support of you doing what you want to do in your relationship.
They want to.
Yeah, but like if another girl finds it weird,
to wrap your head around.
I could see it as being a sign of respect. I think we do other things to show.
Let's see a bow. Show me a bow. Come on, let's see.
Men want to bow to me.
Let's see a bow. Can you do a bow? Let's see a bow.
I'll bark if you guys bow.
If I bow to you, will you bark?
Let's see a bow. Show me a bow. Come on. Up you go.
I will. I'll bark if you bow.
Andrew
That's fair,
will bark
right?
if you
Wait,
bow.
Andrew's gonna bark.
Andrew,
don't do it.
If you'll bark, I will bow.
I'll do it.
You
yep,
first.
I'll do it. Go ahead.
Just go. Do it.
Go. Yeah, do it.
That was actually not bad. I mean, there's a little bend in. Let me give you some. Hold on, stay there. Let me give you.
But just so you know, I completely fucking lied. There ain't no way I'm barking.
Andrew, how could you do?
I just thought
how could you do that?
I just wanted to see a bow. I did.
take back my bow.
Okay, I'll bark for you.
My bow is for all the ladies here.
She's gonna sue you now. You're contractually obligated.
I know.
You misled her, and now she's gonna.
The bow was decent. There was a bit of a motion in the knees. I didn't like.
I don't know. I haven't.
It was a bit jumpy, but it was
But I think it's okay to show signs of respect in other ways.
Okay, cool. You
if
want
you're down.
to do a bow? Anybody?
Wait,
you
wait,
want? I
no,
think
no, thank you.
I would love. What about you? Will you do a bow?
I could do a sitting bow, but I wouldn't stand up.
Sitting bow.
There's too many. There's like I don't want to have to like mess around with all the chairs.
Yeah, you could just scoot back. It'll take like 5 seconds.
Okay.
Dude, the patriarchy wins. Guys, the patriarchy wins.
But how about you? How about you get on your
stand
knee
Up, stand up, stand
and
up.
propose to
Check
me?
this shit.
Get on your knees. Give me a proposal.
Look at this. No, hold on.
No, this is not religious. It's this.
It's that. It's kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
There you go. That was, you could have gone a bit deeper. It was a bit disrespectful. I'll
sorry.
accept it, but I'm proud of you.
It was to the chat. It
I'm-
wasn't to you.
Wait,
I'm
can you
sorry.
give me an example of a bow?
I take back everything I said. They're all bowing
Give me
to
an
you,
example.
Brian.
Look
What
at this,
can I
dude. The
say?
patriarchy, but at 5 hours into the patriarchy
Wait, I thought
wins.
the patriarchy didn't exist.
All this
Patriarchy
argument.
wins.
Patriarchy wins.
I thought you guys
again.
proclaimed that the patriarchy doesn't
Patriarchy
exist, though.
wins. I'm sorry.
How can it
Not,
win
is
if-
it not
if it's
empowering
not
though?
real?
We chose to bow. It was a
Under
choice.
my authority.
No, I was bound.
I could have said no.
She's a
though.
dominatrix.
Would you bow to me?
Only
Definitely
you.
the
Do it, baby
patriarchy
girl.
wins again. Wait, what?
It always does win.
Damn,
I mean,
bro.
that was our argument. You're kind of agreeing with us right now.
Last thing on the bowing thing. Also, the crazy thing to me is like you'll have a girl, right, who will object to the bowing thing, but like they'll argue with me, or they just would, like on the panel, right? They'll no, I would never bow to a guy, but within an hour of meeting a guy, you'll let him splooge on your face.
I won't.
Wait, who are the people you're talking about in these
Not,
hypotheticals?
I don't think it's any girls here, except like a couple, but.
Women won't bow to men, but let them jizz on her face.
Of course.
What are you like?
Of course.
What world? In what world are you like?
Bro.
Who
Okay,
individual
well, let me give you a
I'll tell you.
better
Wait,
example.
I'll tell you.
Let me give you a better example. Do
Wait,
women get on their knees all the time for men, including women at that
Who
table?
the hell is all the damn time?
Bro, we live in
You know who get on their
this is
knees for me?
Isla
You
Vista.
know
Come
who get
bro.
on their knees for me?
Bro, come on,
A
this is
lot of
Isla Vista.
guys.
No.
A lot of guys
suck your
Listen
dick.
carefully to what I'm saying. Listen
A
carefully
lot
to
of
what I'm
guys
saying.
suck the
A lot of
Aren't
guys
there
suck
women
this
at
dick.
this
Suck your dick.
table
Okay.
who have gotten on their knees for men during a specific act?
I've gotten on my
Carnal
knees.
knowledge. Are you talking about carnal knowledge, Andrew?
He's talking
Carnal
about
knowledge.
Carnal
Just
knowledge.
saying. I'm guessing most of the women at the table have gotten on their knees for the carnal knowledge act, but bowing's just a little too much. I don't
Damn.
know about that.
That's misogynistic, Andrew.
Yeah,
That
well,
is
I don't know. I see
misogynistic.
misandrous to hide the fact that
Pro-misandrous.
probably
So
most of you have gotten on your knees for a man at some point, but the whole bowing thing, that's
I
just
just
too
can't.
much.
I said,
Just saying.
I don't know. I think as long
I
as
see her laughing. I see you guys smiling because you know it's true. You know it's true.
as I said earlier, I think as long as she's okay with it and that works in your dynamic of the relationship, that's totally fine.
Here's where I typically hear the argument that I just make is like a guy will be like, well, my girl, she doesn't want to cook for me. And the girl will be like, well, bro, you're not like, you don't get those kind of wife duties until we're married or whatever bullshit. And it's like, you will S the D with ferociousness, but you won't even make your guy a sandwich? You won't even do a bow, but you'll like let him blast on the face. It's just crazy to me, son. It's crazy, son.
Would you trade like a woman just bowing
What?
to you,
Huh?
like instead of like making you food? Would you like trade that?
Wait, what's the trade?
You would trade
Oh, I take
like
it all.
taking like a woman bowing for you. trade.
All of the benefits are within the realm of what I want
Oh.
and expect.
Has this like worked for you
And
in practice?
expect.
Have you had like a
Bro,
long-term
I'm
relationship
on
where
the
this
bow
is happening?
front, dude. On the bow front, you don't even want to know, dog. I'm killing it on the fucking bow front. Chicks, bro, it's crazy, son.
Some people like them.
It's crazy, bro.
Congratulations, that's
On
so
command. On command. Bow. Boom.
Oh my
bow
God, I would
done.
die.
Done.
I would die.
It's done.
I
But-
mean, that's impressive that you've found multiple women that will do that.
Yes!
So your body count is like,
Yeah, you're ran
I'm a
through,
virgin.
bro.
Dude, I'm a virgin.
are you?
I'm a virgin.
Guys, is it more ran through if every girl you've ever slept with bows down to you?
Yes, that
Yeah,
counts for like double.
That's like
Yeah,
double
yeah.
body count, bro.
If a girl bows to you, it counts for like 3 bodies.
That took,
At least that's 3 bodies right there.
I don't know. That's some
That's 3 bodies.
some kind of crazy math.
Girl
I've
math
never
be
heard
like-
that shit.
Girl math.
You
Girl
crazy.
math. It's girl math.
It's
All
girl
right,
math.
I gotta move on from the bowing thing.
Okay. Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm telling you, ladies, if you're struggling on the guy front, just try a bow, dude. I'm telling you, it's gonna work. He's gonna like you more. I'm just saying. Okay. Northie, you said you consider yourself a centralist. I don't know what the fuck that means.
I don't know either.
You said that you. We'll do split here. You said you love doing dom and soft dom, pillow talk, ASMR. I'm not going to name the other one. Eye contact content. So what is you doing dom and soft dom? I'm not really sure. Can we get sample?
Oh, like right now?
Nothing physical, but maybe like verbal.
Do you want mommy to tell you you're a good boy?
Excuse me?
Like that would be soft dom. Hard dom would me being like, you're fucking pathetic, I hate you.
Damn, what the fuck?
Yeah. It's like you're a fucking loser. Shut up. You're not allowed to speak unless spoken to.
Shut the fuck up!
Okay.
Keep telling yourself that.
What's pillow talk? Here,
it's
just do it to the audience right here, into this, right here.
I want you to run your hand up your thigh for me. You know, it's like just like dirty talking. Now slowly unzip your pants. This is actually against Twitch terms of service.
Okay, sure. Yeah, it's just God damn, bro, trying to get me canceled and shit.
Well, I stopped before it was against terms of service.
Okay. All right.
You're so welcome.
Okay. Eye contact content. What is that? You just.
Can we like get a zoom on my face?
It's right here.
Is that
That's
doable?
the best we can do. Go ahead.
I feel like I need like a person to like look at. I don't know. Maybe we could get like a.
Bro, I can't with these blue eyes, bro.
Yeah, see like that. The live reaction right there. That was hot.
Blue eye people.
You know? It's like eye contact, you know?
Oh man, okay. You do findom.
Findom, yeah.
Financial domination.
Yeah, like
so you
people
just siphon money from men, basically.
Yeah, I siphon them from losers specifically.
Rude. From losers?
Yeah, they're fucking losers.
They're into it.
What the fuck?
They're fucking losers, and they send
bro.
me $100, and I'm like, that was fucking pathetic. Add another zero, stupid idiot. You know? But I'm trying to transition out of that. I started a YouTube channel where I interview drunk people. It's called Hard Ones.
That sounds great.
It's great.
Cool.
Bless you.
How much money did you make doing the dominatrix shit?
I don't know. I don't really
6 figures?
keep track.
6 figures?
I wouldn't say that because I don't like do like full nudity or anything. So it's a bit like different. Like there's a cap to like how much money I can make.
Okay.
Did you ever do anything in person, dominatrix style?
No.
Nothing? This was all done via text?
It's just like done over like OF.
Yo.
Oh, over OnlyFans.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of girls claim they do this shit, but they actually aren't. They don't like really know, because I don't know if you saw that video that was on Reddit like a day or two ago. There's like, she used to work for the Howard Stern show. Maybe the viewers in the chat know what I'm talking about. It was a girl driving, and then there was a guy in like a blue
And
shirt.
she smacks him?
Smacks him up, and I assume there's some kind of weird like kink dynamic going on there, but she's totally fucking it up. But she smacks the dude in the face, and like, I don't know, they're just fucking up the whole kink thing or whatever. And then she starts hitting him, and then he defends himself and fucking like grabs her hair and is fucking. So I feel like a lot of girls like do this shit.
You also called her some
So,
very
like,
not so polite names.
I think a lot of girls that claim they do this stuff just kind of make money off like selling workbooks, to be honest. On like how to do like financial domination.
Would you say total that you've made doing the dom thing is less than $2,000?
No. It's more.
Is it more than $10,000?
It might be. I just kind of
Is it more
started doing
20?
it. I started doing it this year, so I think I'm probably at. I've been making, I don't know, like over 2K a month doing it, but like I said, I'm just starting out, so.
Where's all the women who want to be fucking fin-domed, bro?
There are
Shit,
women out
yeah,
there,
fucking
but
sell
like I think they're looking for more in-person kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyways, last quick thing on that. You also do like ASMR shit. Go ahead.
Oh.
What the fuck?
You have to like have headphones on to
Damn,
hear
what
it, but
the-
I'm sure the
okay.
audience can hear it.
All right, you wanted to talk about not being willing to have sex right off the bat. Seems to piss a lot of guys off, and it gets
Yes.
pretty interesting.
Yes, they get mad. They get mad. I'll tell them right off. Like I'll be like, hey, I'm not like that. I'm not gonna have sex with you. Like don't expect anything out of me. You're not gonna get it. And it just like they always seem to feel like they can try and convince me. It doesn't work out in their favor, and then they get pissed.
So wait, so hang on. So you're saying that you know that their intention is that they want to have some type of sexual relationship with you, and you explicitly know that but still continue to lead them?
No, that is absolutely not what I said. What I said is like, I'll go on dates with guys and I'll tell them straight up, hey, I'm not going to sleep with you. Like, I just met you. It's not happening. And they will take it upon themselves to try and convince me otherwise, either through like emotional manipulation, begging, whatever. It just gets like really weird. Some get like borderline violent, and it's just like weird. I didn't know I drive them crazy. You know?
This is just for dates. This has nothing to do with the fendom stuff.
Yeah, this is just for dates.
Okay.
They're insane. They're crazy. Yeah.
Well, if the guy doesn't want to have sex with you, he certainly shouldn't, or if you don't want to have sex with the guy, maybe you might still like him, right? But you're not ready or whatever. He certainly shouldn't push it.
Yeah.
I do think, though,
like that
this isn't really central to the topic. I do think, though, a guy's totally within his right. If you're not interested in having sex, he can just be like, okay, well, I don't want to date you then.
Well, that's fine. I don't want to date someone that just wants to use me for my body, so. The trash takes itself out.
That's not what I'm saying, but I'm sure you'd be fine though. Like, if the guy, I assume you'd prefer the guy just being like, okay, well, I don't want to hang out anymore.
Yeah, I would much prefer that.
Sure.
Yeah, like then we're on the same page. Like, I'm not what he's looking for, and he's obviously not what I'm looking for.
Okay. Good times. Good times. Question though, have you had sexual encounters where you did have sex relatively quickly?
No.
Never. Okay. I think that's where some guys get frustrated, because it's like, it's one thing if that's been the girl's standard for all of her sexual encounters or relationships. She waited 3 dates, 3 months, whatever it is. Yeah. But then to switch up, I can see where a guy would get frustrated there, because it feels like it's sort of this switch up of values, which sometimes seems very arbitrary, especially in the case of, for example, let's say I was dating a girl. Brian's Teeny Attorney, one of the dopest mods over on Twitch and on our Discord. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted 20 memberships. Appreciate it. I mean, I've definitely encountered, like, I've dated a girl who, she told me, well, here's my body count, blah, blah, blah. I've had sex relatively quickly, but I want to wait 3 months with you. And it's like, well, that's your right, 100%. But I would feel kind of like I'm getting a raw deal if I so in that situation, I'd just be like, well, we can have a conversation about it. Me personally, I'm just like, hey, I'm not really interested in waiting that long. I respect that you are. And if there's a mismatch there, I 100% respect it. Oh, shit. Okay, AB check. Thank you for the gifted 20 memberships, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. Maybe if there's a compromise, great. If not, I think there's a mismatch in what you want, what I want. So maybe, we want different things. Maybe it's best we just, hey, it was nice meeting you, but we want different things. Let's part ways.
Yeah. I don't knock anyone who does have casual sex, but for me personally is I'm not trying to waste my time with casual sex, and I'm not trying to date casually. So anything that comes my way, it just needs to go.
Well, even for a long-term relationship, for me, I'm not interested in just having sex with a bunch of women. If I have sex with a girl, I want there to be a continuity. There absolutely would, if I have sex with a girl, barring some insane behavior post-sex or something, I don't know, she stabs me or some shit, there will be guaranteed I will continue seeing you and there will be continuity. I'm not interested in just having sex with a girl once, never seeing her again. Doesn't interest me.
Do you think I would stab you?
Probably.
Yeah.
I kind of get, there's something, that look in your eyes, I'm a little frightened, a little scared. But yeah.
It's kind of nice, right?
Just over under 50-50 stabbing chance, I think. Yeah. Definitely. Okay, anyways, moving on. Let's see. Negotiating, good boundaries, negotiating yourself for a person.
Oh yeah, I sent a lot.
I'd love to have some goofy, lighthearted moments on your show. Okay, well,
yeah. I think it needs more of that because it helps people open up more.
Right? Yeah. It was just...
you should honestly start the show with everyone bowing.
I probably should. Actually, that'd be pretty based. Okay, you want to be on the show? You got to bow. You got to bow?
I'm kind of curious. Can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Do you guys like Lil B?
Who's that?
So you say based, but you don't know Lil B.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Who?
Base God?
Lil B?
Lil B, like the based god? The person the person who made the word based up. That's where based comes from. No, you should worry about it. You should learn.
Cool.
You should learn your history. No, I was actually.
Do you see?
curious.
You should. Do you see all of the whatever posts that are behind you, like literally all over the windows?
Yes.
Who came up with those?
The word whatever.
No, who came up with those?
I'm not.
What even?
I'm not sure.
understand. Why don't you know your history? I don't get it.
What? No, I was actually curious because I've always wondered how based went from being like a Lil B, like based God thing, to being like a right wing, like, oh, that's based.
Well,
like,
I'm
not sure
how the
transition
believe you
happened.
that's its origin for why the right wing says it.
Go ahead and look it
I
up.
think that I think that that's probably nonsense. But assuming for
Lil
a
B
second
is real.
that
I
it's
hate
not,
to break it to you.
Assuming for a second
Let's
that
not
it's
have
not.
a debate about Lil B.
Oh my God! It was
assuming
an
for a second
actual
it's not
question.
nonsense, it
I
still wouldn't
really
matter.
thought.
I don't know where the origin of the word cool came either. I have no idea. Do you? Where did the word cool come from?
Jazz, I believe, like cool jazz.
I'm not a linguist.
Is that where it came
so-
from? Are you sure?
Is anyone
Yes,
here
I'm
a
almost
linguist?
positive. No, but I did
Cunning
take a listening to
linguist.
jazz class.
Oh, there you go.
What about the word hipster? Where did that come from?
I
It came from the hipsters, obviously.
Anyways,
Yeah, well, you don't know,
sorry,
right? So the thing
What about
is
the
like,
word?
who cares where the
Anyway.
origin
See,
of it came
stochastic
from
decay
in
knows the
use?
base
What
to
about
God.
the dictionary?
hold on. Let me move things on. Let me move things forward. We have Nicole 8-Ball over here. Why is your name... Wait, scoot into the table, please. Why is your name 8-Ball, Nicole?
My favorite number is 8, and I don't know. I guess I always like the 8 ball on the billboard, the little billard. I don't know.
For
the
shizzle.
pool. Yeah.
You said you grew up in the Bay.
Mm-hmm.
You were mainly lesbian, but started liking men. We talked about that.
Yeah.
You said modern dating is hard. I agree. Women shouldn't have high body counts and should be more traditional.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Good talk. Good talk. Anything you want to talk on? Into the mic. You maybe scoot into the table a little. How tall are you?
I'm short. I'm 5'2". I'm really short.
I don't think you might be shorter than that. Don't cap.
No, I'm 5'2".
Oh, okay. Wait, do you want to just like at the end of the show? You want to just like do a little eye reveal? Do it.
No.
Do it. Wait, do you have like a lazy eye? Is that it?
No.
It's okay. Like lazy eyes are fun.
No.
You just what?
I just don't show it. Like.
Why? Why don't you?
I don't know. It's awkward. Eye contact's really awkward for
Well,
me.
what if you take them off, but you just don't look anybody in the eyes?
You just like
Yeah, just look around awkwardly. Can we see it? Wait, hold on. Actually, wait. This could be, I don't know if you guys agree, this could be a real growth moment here. I feel like, I understand.
no pressure
though.
Yeah, no
Yeah, no obligation. I understand that there's some social discomfort with having your eyes be visible. But I do think that, you're 30 years old, right? Mm-hmm. I do think it is important. I think this is something that can be overcome, and I think you're limiting yourself. I think it's a limiting belief. And I think right here on the Whatever podcast, I'm going to put you through a little bit of exposure therapy. So let me just... So you down to take off the glasses? No. I got you, bro. Trust me. No?
I can't. No.
But
It's okay.
Growth.
It's okay.
But growth?
Yeah, growth doesn't happen in like 5 minutes.
Maybe
watch,
when the cameras are off, you can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in
You don't have to
privacy
do
if
it
you
on
want.
cameras.
Do you wear them at nighttime as well?
Yes. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Look, all right, we're going to do this together. We're in this fucking together. I'm also autistic, okay? She said she was autistic. That's why she needs the glasses. All right, watch here. Follow my lead. Ready? Put your hands up. Ready? Hey, follow my, ready?
What Simon Says?
Yeah, just, come on. Be a traditional, submissive woman. Ready? You said you want to be traditional. Modern dating's hard. I'm helping you out here. Ready? Come on.
She's gay.
No, she.
Well, bye.
Bye now, I guess.
Yeah.
When's the last time you've had carnal knowledge?
What?
Sex.
When's the last time you had carnal knowledge?
What is that?
Conolingus.
Sex. No, sex. I mean sex.
Cunnilingus?
Is that
Like, are you-
is that a real like?
Yeah, carnal knowledge.
Cunnilingus?
God, I'm retarded. Like,
What?
last month.
A month ago with the guy? With the guy?
Yeah.
Wait, are you guys still talking?
No.
You fucking cheating on me? What the fuck, bro?
I didn't even know we were together.
What the fuck? Damn, bro. All right, look, check this shit out, right? Okay. I'm helping you out here. This is a moment of growth. I'm fucking Tony Robbins, okay? Get your index fingers and your thumb on the I don't know what they're called. You ready? She's not gonna do this shit.
No.
Watch this shit, boys.
Holy shit.
Fuck, bro.
Holy
Bro.
shit. Holy shit.
Wait, she did it.
I did
bro,
it.
what the fuck?
Still cut my word.
Holy shit.
I'm confused though. I thought you weren't dating that dude, but you fucked him a month ago. What's up?
It was complicated.
It's
She
complicated.
did say it was complicated.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
Situationship? Perhaps.
Do you like wear them during sex?
No.
Wait, into the mic, bruv.
No.
There you go. You don't wear the sunglasses during sex?
Is it autistic sex?
Is,
How do we? Is that?
is he
that-
autistic?
No.
Okay. I'm confused though. Why don't you wear it during sex?
I mean.
That's like
they'll-
super
they'll-
intimate, bro.
They'll fall off anyway. I don't know.
I don't know. Those look pretty sturdy. Okay. All right. I'm done. All right. Aria. Wait, you did say did you say you were a feminist on the show?
I said I didn't know. Remember?
In your notes, I'm just getting to this now. Fine. In your notes, you said you were a feminist.
I didn't have the correct definition of it.
Okay, all right. You said you're a spiritual healer. We talked about that. Single dating. You've mostly been dating sugar daddies. The only relationships that I had for love were when I was younger, and those men did not appreciate me and were jealous because I was making more money by dancing. I think they hated me. I just recently stopped dating sugar daddies and have gone for almost genuine connections with men that have no issue financially or emotionally spoiling me.
Accurate.
I thought you were currently seeing a sugar daddy.
Well, I established that I don't really like label them sugar daddies. Like that's kind of just for the internet. I prefer the spoiled girlfriend route.
So do you believe you want to be financially and emotionally spoiled?
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean to be financially and emotionally spoiled?
Financially spoiled means like as long as it's realistic and you have the funds, you'll buy something for me. Emotionally spoiled just means to the best of your capability, you're there for me emotionally.
Damn, bro.
A lot of men kind of lack that.
So you want to be financially spoiled. Andrew, you got something on this, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I was. So I have a great argument for the law of attraction that I thought I might run by you. You do realize that in order for the law of attraction to work, you would have to actually be interfering with somebody's will and compelling them to your own will. Isn't that immoral?
Law of attraction was like a slip up earlier, and it's art of seduction.
The art of seduction would work the exact same way. You said you have to believe in it, right? So in order to believe in it, you are putting your will to power. That is what is making the other person conform to your will, yes?
Sure.
So if that's true, then that means that you're interfering with their will.
Sure.
Yeah, and do you think that that's moral?
People make their own decisions. I'm not putting a gun up to their
If it's
head.
moral to interfere with a person's will, then what would actually be your argument against slavery?
I don't have an argument.
No, you don't have an argument.
I don't.
I'm just saying, if it is true that you can use magic in order to interfere with a person's will, and they would not make the same decision they would ordinarily make due to your magical prowess, how could that possibly not be immoral and not akin to slavery?
We're talking about art of seduction, right? Not magic.
You know,
I'm
but you
confused.
said earlier that you utilize magic for this art of seduction.
I think I was referring to like actual, like alchemy. Art of seduction and magic aren't
fuck?
together.
You want
So
my
you're not,
children?
you don't,
What?
wait, so you cast no spells, do no sort of magic for the interest of love.
No, for love, absolutely not.
What you didn't?
What
see
about
that?
for material gain?
No, I'm sorry.
Just,
I'm sorry,
just a
bro.
little one.
I was distracted. What?
What
Yeah,
about
Maddie.
for material gain?
For material gain? Yeah, you can do money magic. You can do all
Well, then that's the
types of
same thing
magic.
applied. If you're doing magic for those things, you still would necessarily be interfering with a person's will in order for them to deliver those goods to you.
Okay.
Isn't
I'm
that
sorry,
true?
my back hurts. My titties are too heavy.
Your titties hurt?
Like it's. I'm trying to be here and I'm trying to be aware. It's just been a very long podcast, and you're like talking about
All right,
magic,
here.
artist seduction, and slavery. I can't do it anymore, bro. I can't. I'm tapped out of this one.
All right, I'll try to wrap up here soon.
Thank you.
Just a couple questions that are pretty simple here. You said that your Twitter username is Bratty Sloot.
Yeah.
Cool name.
Thank you.
You on your TikTok, it's stripper witch.
Yeah.
So you're a witch.
Yes. I prefer alchemist because a lot of people, a lot of people don't like the terminology of like witch. But yeah.
But alchemy is the pursuit of changing base metals into gold. Alchemy is not the pursuit of magic.
Alchemy can be, it's honestly transformation of anything. You can take something intangible like energy and then manifest tangible results. So
And do those
that's
results
a form
require
of
other
alchemy.
people's will?
Sometimes, yeah.
If that's true and you compel their will, then aren't you making them your slave?
Oh my God. Shut up, please.
Hey,
I
I
can't.
don't understand why this is an upsetting question.
Because
be nice.
You're annoying.
Be nice. Be nice. Be nice.
She said her back hurts.
Because of the titties.
Because the titties are too heavy.
Titties are too big.
Yeah.
Andrew, be considerate.
Maybe
Her
title
giant
weight
titties
reduction.
are hurting her
Would you
back.
please be
Yeah.
considerate of her giant titties, please?
My
Thank
spine
you.
is screaming.
Mine
Sorry,
are small
Andrew.
and they still hurt.
Okay, let's see here. I think, is that Alexandra? Who's Alexandra? Do we have an Alexandra here? I don't know. We had a bunch of fucking no-shows. We had this one chick, and Alexandra, some other Shelly fucking no-showed. Good shit. So I think that's all my pre-show notes. I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
We didn't go into my thing completely.
We
Like,
didn't.
I mean, we don't have to. It's fine.
Hold on, let me just see what I missed from you.
We get distracted. I get it.
What'd you miss from the Catholic chick? These other chicks had so much attention. Barely anything on that side, Brian.
Well, the only notes I got from her was virgin, waiting for marriage, love triangle story, and she disagrees with the bowing thing. And we covered.
That's it?
Yeah, that was it.
All right.
Do you have anything you want to talk about?
I think I talked about porn because I think on another podcast you said it's not like a drug, and I disagree on that one.
Oh yeah, gooning. Like gooning is like totally like a drug thing now.
Well, I don't know precisely what I've said, but I think
Gooning?
I don't think that. Let's just say there is porn addiction. I don't think it's approaching anywhere the severity of like a drug addiction.
Do you know what gooning is?
No, I don't know what.
Okay,
gooning is.
so like gooning is like when you're edging and you just like edge for
Wait,
hours
what is
and it puts
edging?
your brain into a trance.
What is edging?
It's when you touch your pee-pee, but you don't let your pee-pee come, but you get close to the cummy wummies. And that's what
Okay,
happened.
so let's assume for a second that I don't speak psychobabble. Can you repeat that in English?
Get the rocks. Abdul? Yeah, get the rocks. Get the rocks.
Okay, so it's when you are masturbating. I think it's usually with a male. I don't think women do it. Yeah, women can edge, but like
ladies,
it's like
you
it's like a very popular like male thing that's going on right now where you
What's this have to do with the
you
porn
masturbate.
addiction?
Wait, just let me. I'll explain it all for you, okay, baby girl. So you will you will
Whoa,
masturbate.
whoa! What'd you call Brian?
He's baby girl.
Whoa!
Look, he's
whoa,
blushing.
Whoa. I don't think
blushing.
we can
Let me just
that.
get through this.
You gotta stand up and bow as a form of apology. Now that was pretty rude.
Yeah, it was super rude.
I'm
It
so
was
sorry.
super rude.
It's okay. Let me get through this. So
No, it's not okay. You're gonna have to do the bow.
Listen to
as
the
a form of
patriarchy.
apology.
Okay.
That seems fair.
Listen to the whatever patriarchy.
listen to your goddess.
I need to see a bow right now.
Gotta see the bow.
you.
Gotta see
do
the bow.
do the frickin' bow.
Do the
Do
bow.
it.
Bow wow.
Do it.
Bow.
Do it.
Bow wow.
Do it!
Do it.
Just do it!
Just do it.
Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make your dreams come true! Just do it!
We love Shia LaBeouf.
I like his little rat tail.
Some people dream of
Imagine he,
All right,
he
whatever.
brings you out to his
I-
podcast, tens of thousands of viewers, all this exposure.
I brought him
You
brownies.
make that such a rude comment. I feel like a bow is in order. I do.
Do it.
Finish what you were saying.
I'm gonna.
Wait, you made brownies?
Yeah, I brought you brownies. I brought you guys brownies.
I feel like if she brought brownies, you're gonna have to forgive her on that, Brian. I feel like brownies kind of make everything okay, don't
I
they?
brought you guys brownies and raspberries.
Wholesome whatever podcast
Yeah.
moment.
Can I explain this whole thing? So edging is when like you're masturbating and you almost come, but like you stop, you like don't let yourself come, and you just like do that like over and over. And then when you do it for hours on end, it's like called gooning, and basically like it puts your brain in a trance.
Cool.
Reddit will know.
Dope.
Reddit will know. But just look up r/gooning or
I think
r/goon.
women are more privileged than men.
Why? I like how that came out of
Do you
nowhere.
want? Do you want
Why am I being
Wait,
targeted?
why?
Time.
I kind of want some debate time. I don't feel like I've gotten
Obviously, I
to be
disagree. I don't think I have a debate in me
debative.
anymore.
You're all debated out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I just think here.
See, I'm
look,
just getting started now. Like I got like a burst of energy.
all this talk, feminist arguments about oppression are dead on arrival. Men have, in fact, been more oppressed than women. All of women's collective grievances fall flat in the face of just one sole male grievance: military conscription. Military conscription, you can whine all you want. The suffering that men have exclusively experienced during warfare, orders of magnitude greater than all of women's collective grievances, supposed
Smoke another
and real.
Sid donated $200. My chest
Checkmate.
hurts so I can't answer a question that makes me look stupid. Andrew Wilson is a master debater lol. Even though I disagree with a lot of his positions, I always enjoy his debate style.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that was quite the cop-out, huh? Doesn't this lead to this? My boobs are too big. What can he say? What can he say? So whatever podcast, it is what it is.
Do you ever get like breathless from smoking cigarettes and having to work?
Light
on this
one up,
podcast?
Andrew. Light it up.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Is that
Light
less
one up for the
damaging than
boys.
having boobs so big your back hurts so bad you can't make an argument? I don't know.
Light up a cigarette for the boys.
I'm not gonna let someone that looks like Wolverine with a sleep disorder roast me. Please, please.
Well,
leave
I don't
me
know.
alone
I don't know. Are
at
you ever
this
going to take a
point.
picture of yourself with your actual hair? You tell me.
What does that mean? That's kind of.
Well, it just means that,
racist.
you know,
Actually, we
you-
just
you are
watched
what
the
you are. One
video.
of us is fake
We
and one
just
of us
saw a
isn't.
video of me
Hair.
with my
Just
natural
saw-
hair.
yeah.
So what do you mean?
I mean, you started the
Hey,
shit talking.
gorgeous.
Let's get
Thank
into
you.
it. Let's
Like
do it.
what? That's your
Let's have some
argument.
fun.
Your natural
Wait,
hair.
suddenly your
Dude,
back is
shut
fine enough
up.
where
we
you
should
can
all just
talk? That's
collectively
crazy. A
scream
second
at the
ago,
same
it
time.
hurt so bad, you couldn't make a coherent
look,
sentence.
you look like
That's
you got
insane.
picked on in high school. I'm glad that created your career.
Wait, no, nothing, no TOS. No TOS, guys. No TOS.
What does that mean?
Terms of service.
Nothing crazy. All
All
right.
the things which were explained to you at the beginning of the podcast that you might have missed because your back hurt so bad.
Probably. I just don't feel like arguing with an idiot at this
Hey.
point. Like, I'm tired.
Hey.
Well, if you don't,
Stop.
then you should probably leave the table because that's all it's full of.
Okay. Well, as soon as you stop,
Boom.
we can
God,
leave,
we're having
right?
such a wholesome moment. We're having such a wholesome
Guys,
moment.
the brownies. I have fig Newtons and brownies.
All right.
And raspberries.
I think it's about that time. Hold on. One last thing, but first, guys, like the video, please. If you enjoyed the show, like the video. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Subscribe to our Clips channel, guys. We're almost to 1 million subscribers. We're 10K away, guys. Just open up into the tab. Drop us a sub if you have one. Get us there, guys. Get us there.
Can I promo my YouTube so I can stop
Nope.
doing OF?
Andrew, what do you think? Is that fair? No.
Not even
okay,
for a
sorry.
brownie?
He's the patriarch. Sorry.
Damn. What if I bow?
Nope. Sorry.
Yes, if you bow, then you
I
can
will.
promo the YouTube. That
I
sounds
will.
fair.
Okay, do it.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna do it.
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's
we go.
pretty good.
It was all right.
Thank you.
All right.
I know what I'm doing. So the YouTube is called Hard Ones, and if you do Linktree/Hard Ones, you will find it.
Sorry, I turned off the audio for that. My bad.
Should I repeat myself?
No, my chat heard it. My chat heard it.
Oh,
Hold on.
wait, let me get a little one. I did a bow. Wow.
Also, be sure to go subscribe to Lucy's Feet Finder
What are we?
profile. Lucy's, sorry. What?
Oh, feet finder.
Oh, huh. I just made that up.
My feet are pretty
just
though.
made that up.
Yeah, no, not about that life.
We're gonna, on those of you on Twitch, we will do a double raid here. I just have one last thing. Any final thoughts from anybody before I wrap this thing up? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Can I arm wrestle you?
Nope.
He's scared.
He is scared. He's afraid I'll win.
No, it's just I'm not gonna.
Do you have tickets? To the gun show. Thank you.
You should feel so embarrassed right
Wait,
now
who?
about that joke. That was
Who?
such an embarrassing joke.
Who?
The tickets to the gun
Who?
show is terrible.
Who asked?
Oh my god.
Give a redeemer. Give a redeemer. Come on.
Wait, can you arm wrestle me after this is done?
No, I'm not gonna arm
I
wrestle.
just want to arm wrestle.
That's the redeemer?
You can arm wrestle Gustavo.
I will.
Okay. I'm trying to think. There's some note I'm forgetting here.
You forgot your sex.
Hold on.
ball.
I'm just gonna say. Hold on one sec. One sec, guys. I got these ready to go. Okay. So, let me just gonna throw a couple hot things out there really quick at the end here. Women have dating on easy mode as compared to men. Any woman can be a slut. Very few men can be a slut. Women don't need game/riz. You just have to show up. Only traditional women deserve traditional treatment, as most women are not traditional. Men should not pay on first dates. Men with high body counts are allowed to date and desire women who are virgins or have low body counts. Plastic surgery such as breast implants, lip fillers, BBL makes women look worse. Men generally find tattoos on women at best neutral or negative. Men should not date women who go out to bars, clubs, parties, raves. Makeup is a lie. Age gap relationships between consenting adults is 100% okay. Feminism is not about equality. It's about securing benefits for women. Men are and have been more oppressed than women. Women have equal rights to men and in actuality have more rights than privileges. Female privilege is greater than male privilege. There's no such thing as
like
male
the end
privilege in
credits,
totality.
like in
You can be
Star Wars.
sexist towards men. You can be racist towards white people. White people have culture. On average, men are physically stronger than women. Technically, it would not be straight to date a bleep.
Wait, Brian,
Yeah.
why that was epic, you forgot to end it with your big labia matters. You
Oh,
have to do that.
hashtag big labia matters. I only date women with giant labia.
Like even if it's like goes down to the knees.
Sign me up. I need that Guinness World Record pussy. I'm trying to find it, dude.
I think you have a fetish.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
If you know anybody. Just kidding. Just kidding.
I
Just
know
kidding.
so many people.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't.
Like they have really big fat pussies.
Damn, bro.
Good talk. I am being facetious, but I do think it is. I do object to whether you're a man or a woman. You know, we're having fun here, but I do object to whether you're a man or a woman being judged for the way you were born. You know, I don't believe in genitalia shaming.
Neither do I.
Also, circumcision's wrong.
I agree.
Cool.
I love uncut.
And you guys,
talks.
that's the end of the show. I've just thrown out like 20 things you guys probably disagree with, but sorry.
I forgive
You
you.
want to argue a bit? Or
No, I agreed with some of
You
them.
agreed with all that shit? Cool. We've convinced her. She's dropping out of college and becoming a nun.
Becoming a podcaster.
Wait. What
Becoming
if
a
we started
toxic
like a cult and like it's
podcaster.
like called the whatever church and there's actual nuns.
And they all bow to me?
And then you don't have to pay taxes.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Okay, so I think Nick, is there anything we're missing over there? Oh, also I'm a natural body supremacist. I want to ban plastic surgery.
I just want to put out there that I'm all natural. I'm trying to promote my OF. Leave me alone.
I don't even have anything to press for.
I thought it was supposed to be your YouTube.
I thought you were supposed to
didn't
promote
bow
your
down low
YouTube,
enough for
bro.
an OF shout out. Come on.
So a couple things here, guys. I'm going to do some Twitch raids, and then Andrew, you're going to continue streaming for a little bit. Okay, I'm going to do a redirect for Andrew for those of you watching on YouTube. Guys, hang tight here for just a sec. I got to do a couple things. 1 second. I'm going to do a double raid. Here's what we're going to do. So the first thing we're going to do, hold on. Do we do, I'm going to raid, wait, chat. I'll leave it up to the chat on YouTube, actually. Nick, can you pull up the chat? Do we raid Stay Safe TV on Twitch, or do we raid wow, Grandma 78?
Do the grandma again.
Do we do the grandma? Or Stay Safe? I could do a double. I'll do a double, maybe. Okay, here's how we're gonna do it.
Imagine getting domed by a ginger.
Actually, wait. Whoa, Grandma. I see a lot of whoa, grandmas. Grandma's in the chat. Grandma's in the chat.
Whoa,
Nick, you're starting to pull these up, right? Fuck. I kind of owe Stay Safe though. I'm gonna be a little sneaky here. I'm gonna do a double raid. We're gonna still be live. Those of you on Twitch, we're gonna stay live for a little bit. I'm gonna raid Stay Safe, and then I'm gonna raid the whoa, Grandma. First, wow, Grandma. Stay Safe first. So we're gonna raid Stay Safe first, and then we'll send the rest of the people over to whoa, Grandma. Wow, Grandma. Excuse me.
No.
You got pull up his stream?
I got him, but I was just gonna read it.
You can pull up his stream. We're gonna raid in 10 seconds over on Stay Safe's channel.
No shot. No shot.
He's playing Season of Discovery.
Who would raid me at this hour of the night?
He's doing a 24-hour stream, 24-hour crack stream playing World of Warcraft.
To be awake at
Okay,
this
I'm
hour?
raiding now.
No shot, bro. Ooh, that's a big crit.
Hold on.
I love big crits.
He's
How
got
much int? 1% crit.
50 Warlock.
In normal vanilla WoW, it's 60 intellect, or maybe like 60.
Oh, there it is.
60. The Whatever Podcast and my good friend Brian. Okay, chat. W in the chat. W in the chat for the Whatever Podcast. W for whatever and W for win. W. Brian, hey, thank you, man. Thank you, the Whatever Podcast. Thank you very much. Brian is a good friend of mine. He's an undercover. Well, I mean, hey, he's not so undercover these days. You guys know he's a WoW player.
No. I don't play any video games anymore.
He's always hanging out in the chat.
I don't play.
And I've gone down there to California. I've been on the Whatever Podcast 2 times.
Anyways, those of you who are watching, you can check him out on Twitch.
Hold up, guys.
Nick, we're going to do
Was there
Whoa,
anything
Grandma.
crazy that happened tonight? Can I go take a look at the
Wait,
clip?
actually, wait. Oh, hold on.
I'm going to go
Why do you
react
have...
to the top clips
Oh,
of the
that's
Whatever
him. That's
Podcast.
him.
Hold up one second. I want to see what
I
happens.
was like, what the fuck?
He
Oh,
didn't
wait,
even say
he's going to...
goodbye,
Wait,
you
he's
guys.
going to watch now.
Wow,
Dude, this is
what
going to
a
be
dickhead.
Inception. Hold on, this is Inception. Wait,
He's
wait,
still
he's going to
live.
watch now.
Wow.
Dude, Inception. Hold on, this is Inception. Wait, he's gonna watch now. Inception.
Hi, ladies. Hi there. Hey, Brian.
Say hi. Say hi.
How are you doing?
Hello.
I'm married. Don't fucking talk to me.
Say hi.
How are you doing?
Hello.
I'm married. Don't fucking talk to me.
Oh my god.
Okay, hold on. I want to go see the top clips. Chat, was there any crazy drama that happened today or what?
Yacht, Sugar Daddy? Anyways,
Yacht,
you can
Sugar Daddies.
You can
okay, I'm going to see what
pause it, Nick. And then let's do the other lady. We're gonna raid. Wow, Grandma 78.
I'm getting a massive raid.
She's already talking about it. Guys, before I send you over, I try to raid smaller streamers, give them some love. She's got like, I think 200 right now.
No, you don't.
We're gonna raid. Oh, should I? Well, I sent most of them over to Stay Safe, but it's okay. We'll still send to some people. Guys, she's 82. She plays World of Warcraft. Tell her she should come on the podcast. Be nice over there. Be nice. Like I said last time, if I hear that you guys were being dickheads, I'm going to ban you.
Whatever. They were here yesterday.
I'm going to raid her in about 10 seconds.
Yesterday.
Be nice, guys. Be very nice to her. She's a sweet lady. Sweet lady. She's playing World of Warcraft, so I'm sending you over right now. Thank you those watching on Twitch. Oh, I didn't do my outro on Twitch.
So whatever podcast is coming back today, they were here yesterday.
She forgetting her days.
Can you boost the audio, Nick? Oh, there it is.
Hey, whatever podcast. Hi there.
I wish we could talk to her.
Welcome, Raiders. Oh no, I'm gonna
Okay,
die.
we still sent like 250.
100.
Oh, she just
This is like all to my
died. Dude, we
death.
just killed her. Dude, she just died. Holy shit. Back. Okay. Damn.
Is she really good at this game?
I don't know. Sure, I guess.
Sure.
A little bit. Okay, anyways, go.
Come on his show. I'm not. He wants me on my show.
Anyways,
I'm not flying to Santa Barbara. Hi there.
Rip. Okay, we'll set it up. We'll set it up.
You guys won't go to her.
We'll handle the flights, bro. We'll handle the flights. Okay. So, anyways, that was a good show. GG, well played to the panel. GG, well played. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who so graciously super chats, donates, and supports the show. Your patronage is very much appreciated. We will be live again Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific. We have, should I announce it, Andrew? Oh, I can't hear you.
Well, that's an L for me tonight, but yeah, of course he should.
We will have Andrew in studio next week for Sunday and Tuesday. Guys, got some good shows lined up. We're going to maybe try to finagle a one-on-one debate if you're down. That would be interesting. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Let me set up the redirect to Andrew, guys. I'm going to send, those of you who are still watching on YouTube, I'm going to send you to Andrew's channel. Spam 07s in the chat. Give me just 1 sec to get that set up here for Andrew, who... and if you guys, while you're over there, go subscribe to his channel. I don't know if you have that.
Thank you, ladies, for coming out tonight. Understand that it is my job to give ideological pushback. I take none of this personally, and I appreciate all of you coming in this fine evening.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
A little wholesome moment.
What are we?
A little wholesome moment there.
That's widowy. Yeah, widowy, so wholesome. That was widowy. Widowy, so good.
Let me.
Widowy.
Excuse me.
1 sec. Let me.
What are we?
See if I can. The Crucible.
Widowy? Wow. Widowy.
It's Andrew versus whatever, correct? Andrew?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to save that. So those of you on YouTube, you'll redirect to his channel. Let me see what else. Guys, go drop when you head over there. Give him a sub, guys. Give him a sub. There's his channel. The fastest growing debate channel on YouTube. Blood Sports Debater. And I'm trying to think, is there anything else?
What do we know?
I think
What do we?
I feel like I'm forgetting something. Are we forgetting
you
something?
never introduced your sex doll.
Oh, too bad.
Yeah, that's probably what you feel like you're forgetting.
Too bad.
He did. He said Kiki was back there being quiet.
Something like that. Anyways, guys, 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you Sunday. Good night, guys.